If you're in uniform, salute. If you are not, please put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Two.
Hey, thank you very much.
First item, Mr. Chairman, is approval of your agenda. There are no bullpen items for addition. Please note, I think we do need a motion to suspend the bylaws, however, before we can vote on approval of the agenda or any other item. The computer system that used to handle electronic voting is kaput, and we are told there is no presently identified tech solution for it, so we need a motion, please, to suspend the bylaws, which would require 5 votes, I believe, at this point, in order to do voice voting.
Motion to suspend.
All right, call the question. And I guess the ayes? Any ayes?
Aye.
Nays? All right, we have 7-0.
Now, that brings us to approval of your agenda, and there are no bullpen items for potential addition to the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All right, we'll call the question. The ayes? Aye. Any nays? Okay. Agenda is approved.
Next item is your consent agenda. May I have the floor computer, please? I forgot my little remote controller, so here I am with tonight's consent agenda. Item 1 is approval of the board meeting minutes for June 27, July 11, and July 18 of 2017. Second is appropriation and budget amendment for the FY18 revised school budget figures. This is based on final revenue projections with an addition budgeted at $124,075,315. Number 3 is to authorize funding for 2 additional Department of Social Services workers for FY18 cost of $111,379. Fourth is a resolution of commendation for Craig's Baptist Church celebrating their 250th anniversary on September 10, 2017. Next is a commendation for Sylvania Baptist Church celebrating their 150th anniversary here in 2017. Item 6 is a personal property tax overpayment refund to Michael L. Powell, sum total of $9,793.46. Item 7 is a resolution to authorize county administrator to execute certain project administration agreements for the paving of certain unpaved roads. Item 8 is a resolution to authorize county administrator to execute a project administration agreement with VDOT for exit 126, Route 1, and South Point widening and turn lane improvements. Item 9 is a request to accept the 2017-18 School Resource Officer Grant Award. So we'll put a school resource officer at Spotswood Elementary School with a local match of $18,085. And item 10, Waverly Village Section 2D subdivision street acceptance into the Virginia State Secondary Street System. That's in the Cortland District, and that is your consent agenda.
Would any supervisor like an item pulled out of the consent agenda?
Item 5, so we can read the resolution.
Okay, item 5, any others? With item 5 pulled, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Call the question. The ayes?
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, the ayes have it. And now item 5.
Item 5, Mr. Chairman. Find that here shortly. This is a resolution recognizing Sylvania Baptist Church's 150th anniversary, whereas Sylvania Baptist Church will celebrate its 150th anniversary November 20 of 2017 and has made significant contributions to Spotsylvania County and surrounding communities. And whereas the church is one of the oldest African-American churches in the county, organized in 1867, and whereas the earliest name of the church was Sylvania Baptist Church, but was later changed to Sylvana to avoid confusion with later congregations that adopted similar names, and whereas Reverend Dennis A. Woodward Sr. is the longest-serving pastor in Spotsylvania County and was recognized as such by board resolution in 2009. Now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors this 8th day of August 2017 publicly recognizes Sylvana Baptist Church and extends on behalf of its members and the residents of Spotsylvania appreciation for the church's service and contributions to our county.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator, and motion to approve.
Okay, we'll call the question. Ayes? Aye. Any nays? Motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to public presentations. Amy, do we have anyone signed up?
Yes, sir.
Now I run through the public presentation guidelines, Mr. Chairman. Public presentations are an opportunity for citizens to present matters you believe deserve the board's attention. These presentations are not part of a public hearing. Sign up to speak at each public hearing is separate. Public presentations are one-way comments from citizens to the Board of Supervisors. This is not a forum or for dialogue or debate. To make a public presentation, please sign up on the provided sign-up sheet and please print clearly. Come to the lectern when your name is called. Clearly state your name, address, and voting district for our record. Address your comments directly to the board. State whether you're speaking on your own behalf, in which case you'll have 3 minutes to speak, or speaking in representation of a group, in which case you will have 5 minutes to speak. Public presentations shall not be used to address matters subject to public hearings or to make political campaign speeches, private advertisements, or personal attacks. And as always, written comments are happily accepted by the Board of Supervisors. Amy, who has signed up to speak?
The first citizen is Emmett Marshall, followed by Mary Lee Carter.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Marshall. It's good seeing you again.
Everyone, it's certainly nice to be back. It's been a long time since I attended the board meeting. I try to stay away and let you folks make the decisions. But sometimes some of those things happen that people ask me to make sure that I show up and ask you to do certain things, and I will tonight. And that is the old Spotsylvania High School that you folks are considering leasing to someone. Let me say to you that the danger of that is that whoever you lease it to going broke and file bankruptcy. And you have already built another building and put the county in debt. You won't look too well. Plus the fact a large number of people have called me and said, please help. We don't want that building rented to anyone. And those are, most of those people are people who attended that school. So I would ask you to, before you make a decision, is it possible that you could have a public hearing to let these people come before you? Is that possible? If that's possible, I would certainly recommend that you do that. If it violates some type of law, I understand. But the people of Spotsylvania, people all over Spotsylvania County who attended that school, they the ones who don't think that it should be rented out. I hope all of you are the best. You haven't done a whole lot of things that I disagree with. Every once in a while, a little something will happen, and that's normal. If everybody agreed on one thing, you wouldn't have one member of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for letting me speak, and I hope all of you are the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
Mary Lee Carter, followed by Judy Rogers.
Mary Lee Carter, 4220 Mine Road, Lee Hill District. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chairman and board members. I also want to speak about the Marshall Center. I was on the board when the Marshall Center started. I went up and knocked on doors and got contributions of, not myself, by myself, but others, of $20,000 to begin the Marshall Center. And the reason we began the Marshall Center is for the cry out from the public who said we have no area that we can, seniors can go to. And the young people, we need something in the county. So therefore, that's why that task was taken on. At the present time, there are 60,000 participants for the gym. There are 38,000 from the auditorium, and this is from 15 to 16. And there's 38,000 participants from the auditorium to the back door. And then there were 537 reservations that were made. So you can see that this is greatly used. And I invite you to go on Wednesday and see the seniors that are there, 50 to 60 of those seniors, having dinner, having lunch, and having breakfast. And they are so delighted, and it would touch your heart, and you would feel so overjoyed that you're a part of that. And so I ask today, please don't do anything to that first floor. Please let it stay. Only one thing, renovate the auditorium. And so that we can begin to have churches that can rent the auditorium as well as the Marshall Center part of it, the Senior Teen Center part of it, and that you could rent the auditorium, like I said, to churches, hold events that people really want to come to. This Spotsylvania County is part of our hub. And you say, well, what do we do for money? Well, I want to say this. There are organizations who meet in that Marshall Center, and they, and I'll say it's the Spotsylvania County Women's Club because I belong to that. And they give scholarships to the area for those who are attending college. We gave $4,000 this year to 3 participants. And then there's a treasure house that we participate in. In the treasure house, that's the place where you take all of the food for the students who will not have something to eat during the summertime. And we did $1,665 to them. And this is a very, very important. Please don't take that away from the seniors. Please don't take that away from those who had a cry out. Please let us have something in this area. Really appreciate you looking at it. Please call me if I can answer any questions for you. I would be happy to do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Judy Rogers, followed by Sharon Reedy.
My name is Judy Rogers. I live at 5709 Upaway Drive, Fredericksburg, and it's in the Cortland district. It was with profound regret that I read that Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors has decided to lease out the first floor of the Marshall Center. I've lived in the Cortland district for many years, and for the last 5 years, I've been attending meetings and other events held by the Spotsylvania County Women's Club in the Teen Center, and I've seen firsthand the mixed uses of the teen center and other areas of the Marshall Center in the community. Last month, I attended a presentation by the Sheriff's Department on scams, and when I entered the teen center, it was filled with once teens, elderly residents of the county, enjoying their day. Tables were filled with people playing cards, having breakfast, and enjoying each other's company. And for some, it is the only outlet they have. The teen center is located on the first floor of the building and is one of the larger rooms available for community functions. I know that this room has been rented out many times because our club had difficulty just finding a Saturday that we could use it. The Marshall Center is a grand old building with a comforting charm. It has stood for decades as a school and community center. It is a distinguished member of the community, centrally located to accommodate the citizens of this county. And I think if the Board of Supervisors really came over there and participated in some of the events that are held for all the people, that you might even discover that you might want to use that building as a cultural center for the county. So I just ask you to please don't rent out this floor and don't try to sell it, but just remember that a lot of these elderly folks that use the building have probably helped elect you to office, because I'm sure many of them have been around this county for many years, and they that is their only outlet. So I'd ask you to re-examine your views on that, and please don't rent out that space. Thank you very much.
Sharon Reedy.
I'm Sharon Reedy. I live at 6310 Tavernier Lane, Spotsylvania. It's Berkeley District. I've never done this before. I've never spoken in front of people before, but I've been in my home for over 18 years. I expected to live there in peace and quiet, and now this crucible incident has come up, and I'm very upset about it. I'm retired. I didn't expect to be this thought of hearing guns going off 7 days a week. I'm very upset. I don't think it's a business that should be in our area. I don't want to be hearing guns. I hear guns on weekends from hunters way back in the woods. And to think that I might be hearing guns so close to my home, that is not something that should be in our area. If they wanted a business like that, they should be way out in the boonies somewhere, not so close to homes. That is not something we should need around our homes. And really, I want quality of life. You said that in your prayer. Quality of life. How am I going to have quality of life if I'm going to be hearing guns from daylight to nighttime? That's not quality of life. And I'm very upset about it. Nobody should be listening to guns from morning to nighttime. And I'm very passionate about it. And I've never been involved in politics. I've never been involved in anything like this. I've always just sat on the sidelines. When the racetrack was coming, that didn't bother me. I'm like, okay, the racetrack's coming. You know, it didn't faze me. But this has got me very worked up. And there's still so many people in the county don't even realize what is going on with this. No, I'm sorry. It's just something that I feel that I needed to speak about. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other citizens signed up to speak.
Is there anybody that didn't sign up to speak that would like to speak at this time?
Mary Lou Collier, Mr. Skinner's district. I'd like to thank Mr. Skinner and VDOT for putting the stop in the bar at the T at Lansdowne Road and Mine Road. Hopefully the motorists will stop and allow us to cross the tracks safely. Two, Freelance Star had an article about Potomac National baseball team looking for a new stadium. And although Spotsylvania has had their share of baseball stadium problems and concerns, I just want to say, let's not play ball second round with baseball stadiums in Spotsylvania County. And I was looking at these pictures that they showed. It's sparsely attended in the pictures. And I have a feeling that they're going to have a hard way to go, but please don't let the stadium come to Spotsylvania. Let Fredericksburg and Stafford have that headache. We have enough concerns with the racetrack, wondering about its solvency and the maneuvers at the racetrack. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that did not sign up to speak that would like to speak at this time? Okay, we'll close out public presentations.
Mr. Chairman, board members, that brings us.
Mr. Chair, excuse me. I'd like to comment on two comments out there, just a clarification for the public. In case we do decide we are not leasing it, if people think that we're leasing the Marshall Center, there's no lease in place, and for us to do that, we would be required to do a public hearing. And so to answer Mr. Marshall and other people out there is, Mr. Marshall, like I said, we would be required to have a public hearing for the Marshall Center if we decide to lease it. So that's all I wanted to say. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other comments from the board? Okay. I would like to make one distinguishment, and that is that the racetrack had no real county funding or subsidy as what was asked in baseball for 2015. So I am concerned about the racetrack as well. I want them to do well, but it's like an apple and an orange. It's just for the public to know. Go ahead, Mark.
Sean Nelson. So good to see you, sir. It is time for the VDOT report. I know there are others that are going to join you. There are update items and also some items that board and guidance is needed on because we have an application deadline coming up.
Yes. So if I can have the floor computer. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. I'm going to go through your monthly, your update for the transportation briefing, and then we'll go into some discussions about the revenue sharing program and the changes. First, I'll start off in the Battlefield District. The Route 1 and 620 Harrison Road intersection improvements project is moving along fairly well. There's a fixed completion date of the project for May of 2018. Actually, right now, the contractor is fairly ahead of schedule, and they're hoping to finish it up this winter. For preliminary engineering in the Battlefield District, we've got the exit 126, Route 1 southbound on the South Point Parkway improvements that was in your consent agenda for the agreement. We're planning to start the PE for that project in October. The current schedule right now has construction beginning in 2021. Next, we'll move to the Berkeley District. Some construction updates. The Holly Drive Rural Addition project is actually completed. It was completed in July, and there's a picture of the roadway as it stands now. It used to be an unpaved private road, and now it is a public road that has been hard surfaced. Some of the other construction updates, the Route 1 and Hickory Ridge project is now complete. So we've heard good things about that project with the addition of the turn lane on Route 1. The Station 8 safety enhancements, we're working to try to get the contract on that still this summer. We're going to be meeting with Fire Rescue on Friday to get a right of entry sign to be allowed to have access onto the property to execute the work. For preliminary engineering in the Berkeley District, the 606 improvements to the west, there's a public hearing for that project on September 25th at Riverview Elementary School from 5 to 7 p.m. And we'll discuss this project in detail a little bit later on. For Route 17 and Thornton Rolling Road, where we're going to be installing turn lanes and putting in a signal, a fully operational signal there. That project is going to be slated for advertisement in October of this year. In the Chancellor District, preliminary engineering update, we're still working on the Harrison Road reconstruction between Old Plank and Gordon Road there. We'll be talking about this a little bit later also. Some of the construction updates for the Cortland District is the I-95 safety improvements at Route 3. That project kicked off a couple of weeks ago. They had a partner dust meeting on June 8th. They started their utility work at Carl D. Silver, so they had some overnight lane closures there, actually full closures of Carl D. Silver. The contractor mobilized some equipment there today, so you'll start to see some of the trees being removed from the medians and the gore areas of the interstate. For the Lee Hill District, we've got a preliminary engineering update for the Commonwealth Drive commuter lot, which was a smart scale project. That lot will be adding 715 spaces there on Commonwealth Drive off of Route 1 in the Massaponax area. The project is ongoing preliminary engineering right now and is scheduled to begin construction in 2020. Also in the Lee Hill District, we have a public hearing scheduled for the Route 17 widening project, which this is also a first round of smart scale funding. The public hearing is scheduled for August 23rd at Lee Hill Elementary School from 5 to 7, and we're actually planning to advertise this project in the fall of 2021. In the Livingston District, we've got some projects that we recently completed. Grand Brooks is now fully complete. Williams Lane and Haley's Mill were two rural rustic projects that turned out fairly well, and those have been complete too. The picture on your left is of Williams Lane. The picture on your right is of Haley's Mill. There's another update we've got. We have the Jones Powell Road Safety Improvements Project, which I think this project originally started off as like $1.2 million project. And I believe State Forces has built this project for probably around $300,000 to $400,000. And we did it all within the right of way. So this project is now complete. We tried to fix some of the vertical alignment issues out there by building the road up on both sides. And as of right now, I've heard nothing but good things about it. Salem District, I have no updates. Some of the roadway maintenance work we've got, the resurfacing has mostly been done. We've done some heavy machine patching on Orange Plank. That was completed. You've also seen some patching out on Marie Road. There's been some on Route 606 itself. The next major maintenance activity that we've got coming up is mowing. We're going to have the primary mowed by Labor Day. The contractor's currently right now in Stafford County working his way south. That concludes my update for you all. Do you have any questions or concerns for me before we move into the next topic?
Any questions from the board?
I just have a comment.
Yep, Mr. Bett.
Just on these, I'd just like to thank you, Sean, for everything that you've been doing. I know in the Livingston District, at least for me, I know I've given you 1,000 different projects that people, or issues that people were having probably each of these 2 years I've been in, and you've been so quick to respond. I just really appreciate it and want to thank you again for everything.
Thank you. Just continue to let me know when you have stuff.
Yep, Mr. Sabula.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sean, I know we're coming up on a bunch of roads that are going to be upgraded, like Hawley, Twilight being one of them. Any idea on when that's going to get started?
You all just approved for the county administrator to sign the agreement today. So once we get that agreement in hand, then we're going to go through and start doing the preliminary engineering and start working on the environmental stuff. I believe the first roads that were up and slated are Spotswood, Furnace, and Woelfel. So those will be the first two that we're going to start working on. And as we progress through, we're going to move the other ones up on the list to get done.
I know you just got the agreement. I didn't want you sitting on your hands.
I know.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thanks, Sean. I have gotten compliments on your River Road work, and it is like, it's very smooth out there. It's a nice road. And January 19 is when the completion of the Route 3 intersection? Okay, just clarifying. It
Yep.
seems like a long time, but
It's design. I mean, they're going through design and
Gotcha.
right of way and everything all
Okay.
at one time.
got it. Okay, well, thank you.
All right. So the next part is a revenue sharing update. So in July, the CTB voted to change the revenue sharing guidelines. So we met with county administration and staff, I believe, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and went to the transportation committee also to kind of brief them on some of the changes. So we thought it'd be a good idea to brief the board and let you know what some of the potential impacts could be, and looking forward to the October submittal for revenue sharing for this upcoming submittal. So the changes is, revenue sharing, you generally could apply for revenue sharing every year, is what it used to be. And you could apply for up to $20 million. That's a $10 million local contribution with a $10 million state match. Those rules have now changed. Now you can apply every other year. It's a 2-year biennium cycle, and you can only apply for $5 million per year within that 2-year period. So you can only have a combined amount of $20 million over the 2 years, and each individual project now has a cap limit. So no one project can have more than $10 million of a state match, which means a $20 million revenue sharing project. So if you had a project that was $30 million, you could only have a total of $20 million from the revenue sharing program. In the past, with revenue sharing, we've been able to transfer funds. So most recently, we transferred some funds to Route 606 West because there were some surplus funds on other projects. In the future, you won't be able to do that without concurrence from the CTB member. So we can't move funds from projects. And also, if you have a project similar to what we had at Ely's Ford, the county applied for revenue sharing for Ely's Ford. We couldn't really come up with a determination of what the project was going to be. The project kind of got canceled, and we moved revenue sharing to another project. That can no longer happen. If you cancel a project, the money now goes back to the state to be reallocated through the application process. So those are the major changes with the revenue sharing program.
Okay, so clarification on this. What we've done, now, the CTB, they're the ones that made this change with the governor's approval? Is who approves the final decision, not just this new rule, as far as what they've really done is cut basically less than 50% of funding? Because what we used to be able to do, $10 million a year, now we can only do $5 million a year for 2 years. But it would be $5 million the first year, $5 million the second year for the same project.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then our CTB member is Mr. Connors, right? Hap Connors.
Hap Connors.
So we only need Hap Connors' concurrence with this, not the entire CTB.
Or transferring funds.
Transferring funds, yes.
To a revenue sharing project that you've already got in existence. If you're trying to transfer funds from, let's say, Jones Powell Road that's now completed, there's a surplus of funds. You wanted to transfer that to, let's say, Lansdowne. Lansdowne's not a current revenue sharing project. You would still have to go to CTB to have that project be revenue sharing applicable.
Okay. And going back to the first statement, so what we've done is we've been cut by the CTB or the state, whatever you want to say, by 50% of funding of what we used to have.
In theory, yes.
And do you know, is there a reason? Because they're concerned about the amount of money that's available for revenue sharing in the future, or?
I think that is part of it, because when House Bill 2 in 1887 came into play, they were trying to, as part of the funding stream, revenue sharing, the dollar amount that was going to go into revenue sharing was going to go down. Because the theory is that most localities now we've got smart scale. You need to put in your projects through smart scale to be funded. So revenue sharing was supposed to be going down anyway. They've made a commitment now, I think, to fund it to $100 million minimum per cycle. So at least that amount will be there.
So every 2 years, we're going to see $100 million put in to the revenue sharing program.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
So if nobody has any questions on the guideline changes, we can go in now to some of what the impacts may be.
May I, Mr. Chairman? I mean, Sean, that's because when you talk about the smart scale coming in and shifting money off of revenue sharing, how does a local priority project, the sort of things that we've traditionally done under revenue sharing that are of local significance, how do they conceivably score high enough to get the state's attention on smart scale? Because doesn't smart scale lean toward projects of regional significance?
Well, no, there's the district grant program, which this county
Okay.
has done very well in. So, I mean, that you just need to really pick and choose your projects. You don't need to have 20 projects that you're submitting. If you know you're only going to get the $20 million every 2 years, you need to really focus on the projects you want moving forward and maybe combine revenue sharing in the first cycle. Then on the back end, if you can't cover it all with revenue sharing, you apply for smart scale. Then you've got the leverage funds. And the way that the cycle is set up, you apply for revenue sharing, and then the next cycle is smart scale. So it's really forcing the county and the localities to really think of how they want to fund their projects between both programs. No, it's not one revenue sharing project. There is a maximum amount of revenue sharing any one project can have.
Okay, for the county, can we put in for 2 projects?
Yes.
Is there a number that so if we had 10 good revenue sharing projects, we could put in for it. Now, not necessarily we're going to get it, but if we did, those projects could go over 2 years, $5 million per year.
Yes, but you still can't exceed the cap limit. So for the 2-year cycle, there's a maximum of $20 million you can apply for. But so you could really put in for 2 projects for $10 million apiece.
Or smaller ones?
Yes, or smaller ones.
Okay, thank you.
Sean, if I may, there's another point that Sean brought up, and Mr. Taylor. You know, in the past, for some of the projects, we had used revenue share to sort of leverage the smart scale. In other words, put revenue share money towards a smart scale project to try to enhance the scoring. But Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, it's been my observation, based upon the last round of smart scale, that really putting revenue share towards those smart scale projects, which tend to be larger projects, is kind of like putting a drop in the bucket, and it really didn't seem to make a significant difference in the scoring, whether or not there was revenue share money put towards those projects. So the board moving forward may want to consider using revenue share projects for the smaller local projects and rely on smart scale for the larger projects, and not put our revenue sharing funds towards smart scale as a down payment, if you will, or a leverage to try to get smart scale money.
Sure. One last, I want to just clarify, and I think you got the answer. It's when you say $20 million in projects, that's $10 million local match plus $10 million
Yes.
from the state, which is
Yes.
half of what it used to be.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I thought, thanks.
All right. So based on the revenue sharing update and the guidelines, we've got current projects that are potentially impacted depending on the direction from the board, and candidate projects in the future that could be impacted by the revenue sharing updates. The first project that I'm going to go into is 606 West. So a little history on 606 West. 606 West is the sister project to the current design build project on the east that's widening the bridge and the improvements the east towards Caroline County. The project on the west is approximately a $22.5 million project. Before Smart Scale even came into the picture, the county was working on revenue sharing to fund this project. So when Smart Scale came around, it was kind of like, well, does the county look at applying for additional revenue sharing to complete this project, or do we put it in Smart Scale to see if we can get the additional funding? So what happened was the project went in through Smart Scale and it received funding. So right now we have a $22.5 million project with $17.8 million in revenue sharing and $4.7 million in Smart Scale funding. In April of last year, the county and some landowners along 606 engaged the department about the access management and the design of the project. Their concerns revolved around access to their commercial property, and over the last few years, the last year, we've had contact from multiple landowners out there that expressed similar concerns. Working with Mr. Sabula and county administration, we developed alternatives that could help not jeopardize the Smart Scale funding and also improved the access for those concerned. And I brought this to the board, I believe it was in May. The proposed solution is estimated to cost about $8 million. prior to the revenue sharing guidelines being changed by CTP in July, there was a few emails going back and forth about having funds transferred to this project to get ahead of the revenue sharing guideline changes. Through that effort, the county had said that we could transfer about $2 million to this project to help things go along. Of that requested amount, we were only able to transfer $1.2 million because some of the projects that we were looking to transfer money from were ongoing construction projects, and we did not want to transfer that money until the projects were complete. So we were able to transfer about $1.2 million to the 606 West improvement to help with access. The transfer did put the county close to the maximum allowable revenue sharing dollar amount now for that project. So the county really could not request any additional revenue sharing for that project under the new revenue sharing guidelines because you're already at or exceed the revenue sharing amount. So in order to utilize the funds that were actually transferred by the county, we need to have an updated signed agreement. And I did not ask the county to sign this agreement because I wanted the county to be fully aware of what the revenue sharing guideline changes were, because once you sign the agreement, you commit to funding the project. And I thought that the county would want to know whether the revenue sharing guidelines were going to change or not before an agreement was signed. So as of right now, I've got $1.2 million of revenue sharing funds on 606 West that I can't utilize because I don't have a signed agreement. So in order to move forward with that, we would have to have authorization for the county administrator to sign the agreement.
Yep, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we've been working on this for quite some time, and a well-designed connection from I-95 to Route 1, it's vital to our future economic growth in the Thornburg area, as well as the Jackson Gateway. This area is already designated as a technology zone in order to attract future businesses and serves as a gateway to Lake Anna, which is designated as a tourism zone. I bring this up so to give you a little better understanding of what's going on there. The Employment Center land use area is envisioned to be the primary location for new office and industrial development within the county. And with a focus on larger scale office complexes, industrial users, and business parks, the Route, the Route 1 corridor south of Massaponax to Thornburg interchange, known as the Jackson Gateway, is envisioned to be an economic driver for the county in the future. High-end office parks and campus settings with Class A office space is desired here as outlined within the Jackson Gateway Plan developed by the Department of Economic Development. Now, what Sean needs is a signature from our county administrator, and I would like to make a motion that we approve the county administrator to sign this so that we can move forward with this project.
Hey, thank you. Really quick, when do you need a decision by? Today?
So it depends on what you're asking me, what I need a decision on. I mean,
Or for the motion on the floor right now?
so we have a public hearing next month. Yeah.
Before we meet again?
September 25th.
Okay.
So I've got a public hearing on September 25th. As of right now, we're going to public hearing without showing a solution to the access problem.
Okay.
So it would be nice to know before September 25th so that we can make a concerted effort to let the public know what's going to happen with this project during the public hearing.
Okay. Dr. Trampy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we vote on this, could we hear what Sean was going to say next about the Harrison Road project? Because I'd like to know if these funds, if these two projects are in competition for the same funds or not.
Mr. Skinner?
Good idea, Paul. Excellent. But I want to go back to this one, too. What you've got up on the screen here, is this what the $1.2 million is going to go for? Is the alternative to help us vice? Because I think the public needs to know that we've got so much money, and when it comes to smart scale, if we don't use that money as it was described at, then therefore we lose that money. So my point is, we're trying to find alternatives that we can complete it, but yet at the same time come up with an alternative from some of the concerns that the local business people have on that route.
Correct. So the $1.2 million goes toward partially funding the access road. It doesn't fully fund it because the access road estimated cost right now is $8 million. So I think the county has some plans to help try to reduce that cost, but the $1.2 million right now is what we were able to transfer from existing or completed projects to help move the process along through design. What you're speaking of the smart scale funding, the project was submitted with an access management study that was passed through the Board of Supervisors and included in the application for the smart scale funds. So the project was scored on the merits of having access management. And what I mean by access management is trying to restrict the amount of left turns on 606 between I-95 and Route 1. So the intent of the project as funded through Smart Scale is to restrict the access. Granted, you've got businesses out there that are going to be impacted by this change. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. So building the service road helps with their issues, but it also increases the cost of the project.
But my understanding then would also be in the future, we could then go for revenue sharing on a project like this. And what I'm saying is the alternative, not the 606, but right now with that money you're showing as we were able to gather together, we use it to help portion that. But yet we still probably have about $8 million. The project is $8 million. We got 1.2. We're going to have to come up with $6.8 million.
Yes.
We could submit for revenue sharing on that project in the future?
No.
Yes, we could, right? If there's a $10 million max, we still have a room for application of 1.1 million.
Yeah. Yes, you could probably apply for about 1.1 million. You can't, because the concession that I made with central office prior to the CTB changing the policies, that this road is actually considered as part of the 606 West project itself. So the revenue sharing money that you've got on 606 West, including the service road, are considered one project. You're considering both of them as one project. If you elected to not build it at all now and come back in the future with a road project, then you could argue that you could apply for the whole thing. But then you've got a situation where you've built a road and have a median and you're still not addressing the issues for access.
But realistically, even though we're addressing it, we're not solving it with this. We're not solving it until we get the rest of the $8 million, or a total of $8 million to build it.
True.
Okay, and so Bonnie, how much do we have left that we could actually do revenue sharing for?
We could apply for revenue sharing of 1.1 million from the state, which we would then have to match with 1.1 million. We would then be responsible for an additional $5.7 million balance, assuming the total $8 million cost.
And then with that 5.7, if we put that in the future, that would most likely fix the concerns that the business people have on 606.
Yes, this has been the consensus from the business owners that we've talked to that would help their issues, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sean? The $8 million that we're talking about, that certainly includes money for right-of-way acquisition, and
that's correct.
And we also have verbal agreements about dedicating right-of-way from the property owners that will help relieve that. We have nothing in writing at this point in time, but this has been a part of the discussion to pay this. So our, I guess you'd say, out-of-pocket cost would be minimalized based on that.
Right-of-way acquisition estimates are around $3.5 million.
Right. Thank you.
So that'll bring that 5.7 down to 2.2 million, roughly. In addition to that, just to get the whole picture, even though there are access agreements. The access agreement, access management has been scored with this project. There will be damages, potentially damages, that we will have to pay out of pocket for these businesses
If
for
we don't-
lack of business being able to locate or turn in there and to
Right.
utilize. So there will be damages that we may potentially, which VDOT has foreseen that we are going to have some of those damages that we will be responsible for, and that'll come out of that pot of money as well. What those damages are, we don't know, but we're trying to head that off to make sure that we make the best design, not only for everyone involved, but for the future and for the access management, and to keep all the funding that we currently have.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. McLaughlin?
So one of the questions, if you went back to the original plan, if you were only getting 4.7 in smart scale, so if we allowed access through there, we would only lose 4.7. Wouldn't it be cheaper to stay with the original plan and allow access? Left turn lanes, left turns?
You would probably have to build a 5-lane section with.
Relax, Greg.
With 2 lanes in each direction and a reversible turn lane in the middle.
Yeah. So I guess,
That would require more right-of-way too.
Yeah. So ultimately, that's the question. Is that this the least expensive route, course of action for the county but like the problem is there's some you don't know. How much are these businesses going to come out after us for additional lost revenue?
We have no idea. I mean, that's going to depend, that'll be settled during right-of-way. And they may settle or they may contest. And I think one of the other factors out here is that the property owners on the south side of 606, where a majority of the right-of-way for the improvements for 606 itself are likely willing to help with the right-of-way cost if some of the access management issues are resolved. But if they're not resolved, I'm not sure if their willingness will be there.
So I guess ultimately, was there a recommendation from VDOT? Is this the best course of action, or should we look at something else?
Here's what was in the access management study. The access management study said that there should be a 4-lane divided section with a roundabout. And in that study, it showed this road that is here, it showed it in the study. This was not added in the smart scale application because it was the first round of submittal for smart scale. We did not know how smart scale was really going to work. We thought if we added this in, it would increase the cost. You were only asking for 4.7. You would have been then asking for $12 million. We felt like it probably wouldn't have scored well. Hindsight's 2020. If we had to put in for it then, you probably would have had it all. But the access management study shows that you need to have the roads on the north and on the south. The only difference right now is that the north is already developed, the south is not developed.
Thanks.
So, Mr. Chairman, thanks.
Mr. Skinner.
The decision tonight, you have a meeting on the 25th of September, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So at our next meeting, we have a board meeting prior to that, and I don't know, we may have 2 meetings prior to the 25th, just one? Okay, so it would not hurt if we had more discussion among ourselves and among the board to really see, because I think Ms. McLaughlin brought a very good point out that, all we're getting from Smart Scale is 4.2. Okay, 4.7, but yet we're looking at an $8 million project to solve the problem that, that we're gaining 4.27 million, but we're paying 8 million out. So I think that's a very logical point that Mr. McLaughlin made that we might want to think about. I know this is not what VDOT wants to hear. I'm sorry, Sean. But there's a lot of good things here in this design that we don't have. I mean, you guys can speak up and tell me what you think, but I think that's a good.
So kind of the way it would work, if the board decided, well, we don't want to entertain this option, we want to start with something new, it would have to go back and be rescored. So it would go back to be rescored based on what the new design would be. If it scores well, then you keep the funding. If it doesn't score well, you lose the funding. What that does, though, is it says that based on the policy, you cannot apply for Smart Scale for this project for another 2 cycles.
I understand what you're saying, but if I understand this right, this project was costing $22 million.
Yes.
Of that, the county was paying $18 million.
Yes.
Okay, what we were getting from Smart Scale was 4.7.
I got you. Totally
So,
understand.
so if we go ahead and we do the $22 million, we still got another $8 million to put out to complete the alternative.
Correct.
Rather than.
It's not 8, it's 5.7, right?
It's 5.7 with the additional revenue sharing, and then it's only 2.2
Oh, another
if we're
1.1.
looking
So
at
six-
the right-of-way being
6.8.
donated.
And
So
then
we're only
the
looking at-
acquisition of the land is considered that we might be able to get at a cheaper, we don't know it, but that could benefit us close to $3.5 million.
Yes.
So we're really looking at a project that still may cost us $18 million, but only additional let's say 2.3.
2.2.
$2.2 million.
And of that $18 million of ours, that was revenue sharing. So that was ours and state funding. We had revenue share on this project. That wasn't all just county funds.
And we'll still keep that revenue sharing on this project.
Correct. If it goes back to Smart Scale and we rescale it or score it.
I'm not worried about that rescoring. I'm just saying, we've got revenue sharing in this project.
We do.
Already.
If it
We
goes
know
back
that
to
we've got.
rescore, it's going to push it back out to the new funding of 2025. For the new, if we.
Yeah, we're not looking at that. I
So
think
that,
that's
the
too
rescore would happen in 2025?
No, the rescore would happen to
On our
determine.
next cycle.
No, it would be, if you change the scope of the project, we would go back and rescore it now just to figure out where it fell,
When would that come back?
as long as it took central office to run it. But we've got a public hearing on the 25th.
So before that?
25th. Are you saying you want to change it?
No, no. I think we're hearing something, we've got an $8 million additional cost, but we weren't planning for. It might turn out to be somewhere between 2.3. We're just getting the details, and that'd be just something to consider. So so how that rescoring would work, would it be possible to get before our next meeting? Just to see is there a hypothetical rescore, or is it they don't do that?
There are no hypothetical rescores. It either is or it isn't.
Mr. Chair, just one last thing, because the other thing that, the other little surprise was that the businesses along that route can come back and essentially request lost revenues. Do we have an idea what the impact or how much risk we're putting the county at? Regardless which way you go, you're saying they could come back and do that.
And who pays for that?
So anything over the budget that we have on this project right now, based on the agreement, will be solely responsible of the county.
Right. So is there a way to estimate that at all?
Not right now. I have no way, because it depends on who represents them. I mean, look, VRE is a perfect example. I mean, you just never know.
I mean, that just opens us for a potential huge bill. I mean, it could be low, it could be none, it could be several million.
And I mean, it could be a situation, let's say if you elect to not try to build a service road, but you want to move forward with the project as is now. You say you want to build it later. You would pay damages up front now, and then in the future, you would still be paying money to potentially build an access road.
Hey, Mr. Yakubowski.
Thanks. So just to clear this up, the board voted for the access management plan for 606.
Yes.
The reason for that is to make sure that that area does not become a Route 3, which we keep pouring money into year after year after year, and it's still a mess. So I think a little bit of this is some looking ahead, which a lot of people have complained, me included, that VDOT never does. And so from my point of view, on the Route 3 management access plan that we adopted into our thoroughfare plan, this is the same type of thing, where we are trying to do one thing, which is move traffic through safely.
Same thing, yeah.
And so if we were to do this at the reduced cost, and we save the $5 million, and we don't get the smart scale, we pay for the whole thing, the likelihood of us having to come back years from now, when it's all developed, and fix and tinker and try to get back to where we currently are is a real possibility. So the question I think before us is, do we do it now and pay the extra amount of money to make this work? Or do we push it off down the line and let somebody else worry about it? And I personally think that it's a good plan. It's something that, at least from my point of view, I always pressure VDOT, and you know, because we've had many conversations, about thinking ahead and how can we do it so that it's not just a Band-Aid fix. And I think that we should move forward with it because, again, this is going to alleviate the problems in the future because you have all that land on the south side that's not developed. Once that's developed, you know, all bets are off. And that's going to be the real problem.
And you're right. And the corridor study that was done looked at the use, the potential use in this area and forecasted out to a future year. So, I mean, this project is designed in mind for the future of Spotsylvania County based on the zoning that's there and the potential uses.
All right, well, we do have a motion on the floor. I'm not too comfortable. I don't think we've seen a written, I heard of verbal agreements from the developers of right-of-way with this.
Yeah, the department's not in the right-of-way phase yet. We're really early on, so we are nowhere near anything like that. The department isn't.
So it was mentioned tonight, though, that we would have free right-of-way on the south by verbal. We've gotten verbals on that. Is there a way to, the county hasn't seen any kind of agreement on this, I'm pretty sure.
No, it was essentially a discussion that said we would be willing to work with the right-of-way if the access can be worked out.
Is there a way that we could get that firmed up before we meet again? Do you know, Mr. Sabula?
We're dealing with, what, a minimum of 6 different owners here. In discussions, they have all agreed that they would be willing to donate right away, given the way this project has been moved forward. To get that in writing, you're not going to get that in writing now or ever, I don't believe, on any project. But this is a project that needs to move ahead. We are the center of the East Coast at this point in time for development. This right-of-way, this access road is key to the economic development of Spotsylvania County in the Thornburg area. Without that access road and that median, you have opened yourself up to such a cost from loss of business, from the lack of left turn out of here that I don't think the county could come up with enough money to pay the damages that they would come up with. That's my opinion. The safety issues, the median is there to get rid of the safety issues. We've already approved this corridor. We've already voted to approve this corridor in this study. What we're asking for is let's move ahead. And I just can't see any reasonable objection to not moving ahead at this point in time. The north section of this corridor where the access road is, there are several businesses currently looking very hard at moving in there. It is to their advantage to gain this right away, so it's also to their advantage to donate this right away and access. This is the way you do business. If you can't look forward, 20 years from now, you're going to have the same mess and you're not going to have anything. It's time we stopped looking at today and started looking 10 years from now. I'm looking also at other parallel roads to alleviate traffic. I don't want to see another Route 3. Route 3 is a disaster, and I don't want to see Thornburg become that kind of disaster. So I have a motion on the floor. I am ready to vote on it.
Mr. Chairman, I still want to hear the next presentation about the other project.
Mr. Chairman, the motion, Mr. Zabula, is only the additional money. We're just talking about the 1.2 million that we're able to shift over. And the other point is just if we allow that, that money's not going to be used right away, is it? I mean, it's something that in the future, if we discuss this later on down the road, and what that money specifically, when would it be used?
Oh, we would probably start using it tomorrow. If you say that you...
For what?
For preliminary engineering, it's got to be designed. I mean, you've got to have survey, the whole nine. I mean,
I see what you're saying, because the smart scale is out there, so you're using this money to
I mean,
get a step up on it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and that would be solely just for that service road. We've already got survey and everything on 606, so we're good down here. We got a lot of work to tie this thing down if we're going to move forward.
Okay. Thank you.
So, just one last question, because my only concern is that it's that exposure that we have, because nobody's been able to quantify how much that may cost the county. So looking at the drawing here, so assuming north is up, is that correct?
Yes.
So those business owners there, that it sounds like what Mr. Beulah says, they're willing to potentially donate that access for the road project. Are they also potentially going to come back and request loss of business money? Or is it only the ones on the south side? Or is it both?
I really can't. I mean, I really can't.
I mean, that's my question. I mean, if they're willing to donate or give us the right of way, are they still going to come back and try to hit us for?
One would, and I would hope that our right-of-way staff would argue that your damages are far less considerable with a service road than without.
Correct. Now, do we have the same problem on the south side?
There's nothing on the south side right now.
We shouldn't see any damages there. So you're saying by building the access road, we're going to limit our exposure. It still might be there, but it'd be less.
Yes. And we've looked at different options for the service road to lower costs. We had talked about putting a cul-de-sac here instead of connecting it back to Roxbury so that you don't have to build this portion also. So, I mean, we're trying to find ways to potentially cut the cost. And the thought was that by the time we get to the right-of-way phase, that the county, because I think the county was taking on the initiative to walk with the property owners for right-of-way.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair, I believe that part of the motion or part of what the board's being asked to do here is to authorize the county administrator to sign an agreement. And I just wanted to let the board know that I did confirm with Doug that we haven't seen the agreement in our office yet. So I need to inform you of that. Doug has represented that the agreement, the agreement may be very similar to ones that have been previously.
They've already been
authorized, but I haven't seen this agreement yet. So while we would certainly.
So the agreement has been signed for 606 West. What we're looking at is for a revision to the Appendix A. So the agreement is still going to be binding that you've already signed. It's that we're going to have to update the Appendix A to reflect the funds that have been transferred and the commitment of funding the rest of it.
So technically the agreement will be amended. You will be amending the Appendix A to the agreement.
Yes.
So I do have to note that for the board. So we, of course, we always see things before the board votes generally. So we'd appreciate if the board could, at least put it off to the first meeting in September. However, if the board does want to go forward tonight, we would at least ask respectfully if Mr. Sebula would amend the motion to at least make the authorization subject to our approval, so that Mr. Taylor wouldn't sign, unless we do approve it, of course. So we would ask for at least that if the board does decide to go forward.
Mr. Chairman, one question. Is there an issue if we wait until the first meeting in September to authorize the signing so that we have all the information before the board?
I don't think there's really much of an issue waiting, but for us logistically wise to get, if the board decides that this is a commitment they want to make, we would like to present it as such at the public hearing. So that means we have to get the boards printed out with the road on it and the whole nine. As of right now, we have it without the service road.
So, right, and so I'm asking, is that enough time between the public hearing and our next board meeting to get that accomplished, or not?
I'm going to say it's not enough time.
Gives you 8 days.
Gives you 8 days.
I mean, for us to have to go out and get the stuff procured to do it, I don't think we're going to have enough time to do that. I mean, we're up against the clock now.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any objection to hearing the Harrison Crossing or the Harrison Road Route 3 before we vote? Okay.
Skip over that. So Harrison Road between Old Plank and Gordon Road. This project is funded at $4.1 million through revenue sharing, $1.65 million with the county funds, and $1.65 million with state funds, with an additional $0.8 million from the Special Service District. Through the development of the project, in order to accomplish the desired intent that it was initially submitted in the revenue sharing project, we anticipate we're going to need between $12 to $15 million total. So the question that everybody wants to know, and why I was almost embarrassed to come here to talk about this, is why the estimate go up so much. The estimate, and I was reluctant to even bring this to the county, but the estimate went up. We developed our estimate for the revenue sharing project based off of a set of plans that the developer had built, that had designed some time ago when Harrison Road was talked about being widened the first time. That project was just essentially a 4-lane roadway. And the revenue, what we've looked at since we've gotten to design is that you really need a 5-lane section. If you only have 4 lanes, the property owners that are making lefts to go into their homes, because there's homes on both sides, they're going to be stopping traffic going through. So essentially, you're only going to have 1 lane in each direction, in theory. So, and plus the right-of-way cost associated with the project has gone up tremendously since we looked at this the first time. So before even coming to you all, I had staff, design staff, tell me what we can build for $4 million. And that is essentially a 3-lane section, which is 1 lane in each direction with turning in the middle. The 5-lane section is ultimately what you need for this area in the future. I've got some graphics here. Here's essentially what you have now. So when you come in Harrison Road to Route 3, you've only got 1 lane that goes through, and then you've got not even a turn lane. You've got a left turn lane. The through and the right is combined. You don't even really have much of a left turn lane there. And going back towards Gordon, you've got a left lane and a through lane. So the right, you have no dedicated right turn lane there. So what can be done for $4 million? Essentially not much. What we would be doing was be widening the intersection at Old Plank Road, so you would have at least a straight through, a dedicated left, and you'd have a shared through and right going toward Harrison Road. Going back the other direction, you're going to have a single through, and then you're going to get to the intersection, you're going to have essentially what you have now. Well, you're going to have an additional right turn lane. So at Gordon Road, you would have an additional right turn lane is the only thing you would have there. So what would be desired there is this. 2 through lanes all the way through. That connects the true 4-lane section. In the middle, you've got the reversible turn lane. So if somebody wants to go to their house on this side, you get in this lane, you wait for a gap, and you go. Same for this. You wait for a gap, and you go. You get a whole lot of improvements at the intersection of Old Plank and Harrison Road, which are quite frankly needed. You get a left turn, a through, and a through right, and you got the 2 through lanes coming from Harrison Road to go all the way through. So it's essentially giving you a 4-lane section all the way through Harrison Road. We've estimated this project to cost on the upside of $15 million, which is $11 million more dollars than you have now. The good thing about this project is revenue sharing applicable. It's already a revenue sharing project. You could apply for revenue sharing for the total of up to $20 million on this project. So this is the Harrison Road project that I've come forward today. That is an existing project that is being impacted by the revenue sharing issues.
Yes, I understand the increase in the cost of right-of-way and the need for 5 lanes. So how exactly does the changes to revenue sharing impact it? I mean, the costs have gone up, but
Well, it would have impacted, in the future, you would have had a limit that you're on.
In the
With this,
future.
you have a limit, and you can only give the $5 million per year. But this would fall within the limits of the new guidelines for revenue sharing.
okay, so that doesn't seem to be connected to the other projects, so I am prepared to support Mr. Sebula's motion at this point.
Mr. Chair, so if you go back to the other option, I mean, so is there any benefit to doing the smaller project first at 4 million where we can afford it and improve it later? I mean, again, this is the best solution. The biggest problem you have is a left turn onto Old Plank coming off of Harrison. That's where the traffic stacks up and you can't turn. If you're putting the 3-lane option, you're going to have that turn lane all the way back. I mean, it would be a significant improvement. The question is, if you did that, is the money still well spent? You can improve it or upgrade it later. I guess that's the question.
You could upgrade it later, but operationally, you're not going to be anywhere near what you need for the future. You're going to have to come back at some point in time.
Oh, yeah.
I can't give you a number or a date of when.
Right.
But
It's a huge problem today that, just trying to get the cars to turn left. I mean, anything today would help. If we don't have the ability to put 15 million on it today, 4 million today and 10 million tomorrow might be the answer. I guess that's the question.
yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to make sure, I wanted to get a design of what we actually could do with the money we had before I even came to y'all with an estimate of $15 million.
Right. So with revenue sharing, I mean, it's still 7 million.
Yes. Well, you've already got 4 there now, so.
Of all county or mix?
It's 2 and 2.
2 and 2. So we'd need another 5 million or so from the county side,
Yep.
and the state would, so that would be our target. Okay. Is this the last thing we're discussing? What's the other one?
Got 2 or 3 more. So those were the ones based on that we've got current projects established for. The next one is kind of come up with a request from the chairman, which are the Route 3 operational improvements. So we've been working on analysis to improve operations on Route 3 between Call D Silver through Salem Church. Earlier this summer, we made some signal changes, which at first were kind of hard to deal with, but I think we've gotten it tweaked now where it's actually working well. As a part of that, I reached out to the chairman and said he had been always concerned about the right turn lane that doesn't go all the way through westbound on Route 3. So I asked the consultant to see, based on the signal timings that we've got revised, how would the operations through the corridor improve if we converted the dedicated right lane to a right through lane on westbound Route 3. I met with the consultant on Friday. The preliminary results indicate that the timings and the changes to the westbound right through lane would provide immediate improvements to the corridor in the short term. But in the long term, unless you have grade separated interchanges and flyovers on Route 3, I don't necessarily know if you're going to get any better than this. So the county needs to be aware. This improvement is going to help you now, but in the future, as the area continues to grow, you're still going to have issues on Route 3. So the study is being finalized right now. I've asked them to put together a presentation for September for me to come to the Transportation Committee. At this point in time, I don't have any estimates of how much it's going to cost. It will require the relocation of some signals, which can be costly. We're hoping to stay away from having to obtain any right-of-way, but for some of those signal relocations, we may have to require some right-of-way. If the board wishes, this is why this is a part of the revenue sharing conversation, wishes to move forward with this as a candidate for revenue sharing, we'll start working on getting estimates and stuff ready so we can have it for the deadline in October. Next is kind of some graphics of what we're looking at. We're trying to avoid the National Park Service property by shifting everything toward the south on Route 3. So that would help us somewhat on being able to execute this project. Here's an area at Bragg Road where we're going to have to relocate a signal and probably acquire some right-of-way potentially. This is all still early on right now, but we do feel that converting the lane will help operationally. There may be some downfalls to it potentially, but we haven't really gotten into that. But we do feel operationally wise it will help. The next one is a project that came up at the July Transportation Committee meeting by Supervisor Skinner that was to look at improvements at the intersection of Lansdowne and Route 2 and 17. This project would provide a dedicated right turn lane from Lansdowne to Route 2 and 17 southbound. If this project is something the county wishes to move forward with, again, we can have design staff work on getting a scope of work and an estimate prior to the revenue sharing application deadline. Here's an aerial of the area. The location we're talking about is a right turn lane here, which there are going to be some issues with utilities. As you can see, there's a utility pole literally where the lane needs to go. So that would have to be something to be accounted for in the cost estimate. The next slide is potential projects from the corridor studies that the county is working on right now. So the county is working on corridor studies on Route 2 and 17 and on 208. And I believe that the county has allocated funds in their CIP to potentially, in anticipation of these being locations that are identified in those corridor studies for FY19 and FY20, which is the same fiscal years as the revenue sharing projects that we're talking about. So that's essentially the update. See the current projects impacted, the candidate projects impacted. So what I was looking for today, and I think county staff was looking for, is what would be the direction as far as revenue sharing applications for October, to kind of get an idea of what projects you want us to kind of focus our efforts on getting a good estimate, so I don't have to come back to you in a year from now and say I need $11 million more.
Mr. Chair, and again, I've discussed a few times earlier as well, because I've been trying to get the traffic circle and door and Old Plank into the mix as well, which is a fairly straightforward project. I would like that added to the list for discussion as well, if that's possible. To add them all, do they look at it?
Might I suggest we vote on Mr. Sabula's motion now and then discuss what other projects we want to?
Sure.
Mr. Sabula asked that I state the proposed amendment again, that the authority given to the county administrator to amend or execute an agreement be subject to the approval of the county attorney's office. Is that your adopted amendment?
Yes, thank you.
I do have a question before we vote on that from Bonnie. How would we fund this? I mean, would you have a recommendation for funding our additional costs that we weren't not expecting?
Well, I think revenue sharing is an option, and that's a $1.1 million option. Any potential savings that exist on projects that are being finished up, like the Hickory Ridge, Route 1 intersection,
Harrison Road.
Harrison Road, Route 1. Those projects, we could look at that. We could also look at proffers that are available and see what could be applied there. I don't know that any of that is going to get us the full $2.2 million that we would be looking for, but certainly it would help. And also Ed is saying Massaponax Church Road may have savings as well.
Mr. Yakubowski.
Yeah, question. Can we not use carryover funds to do that? I mean, I found out last month that we had like $7 million sitting in the bank.
Right, not the carryover process, but the end of year funding, yes.
End of year, yeah. Okay, so, I mean, we had 6.8, and then unless that changes dramatically, we should still have $2 million.
That would be an option as well, yes.
Okay.
Assuming that the year closes, everything is audited and closed out, and we still have that funding available.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to add too, with the 1.1 that Bonnie's talking about for revenue sharing, if we can find enough money on projects that are already completed, you would only need Mr. Hap Connors, the CTB member, to say, please transfer these funds to this project, in order for that to be facilitated. So it would not count against the cap of your upcoming revenue sharing cycle, which I think is kind of important to look at when you're looking at the grand scheme of all these projects and how you're going to prioritize them.
Any other discussion? All right, we'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Skinner? Aye. Dr. Trampy?
Aye.
Bevins?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Mr. Sabula?
Aye.
Mr. Jakubowski?
Aye.
The chair is aye.
Mr. Chair, as you've gone through those projects, Sean, what do we need to do as far as, I know that Mr. McLaughlin brought one up, I know that 2 and 17 is very important because of the traffic jam that gets all the way back to the railroad tracks on Lansdowne. So are you, if that's the case, I'm going to make a motion, at least for the 2 and 17, that we at least look at the cost, put that in for revenue sharing, see what it would be, and then other members who think their projects are important too, because I think what we need to do is probably find the cost of all of them, and then as a board decide which ones are where we prioritize them.
So what we're going to do is identify those projects to bring those forward to the September Transportation Committee meeting. They will come back to the board for an approval. The Lansdowne Route 2, that has already been identified. That's definitely one that's been identified in the CIP. It's part of the Route 2 and 17 corridor study, and we want to look at the other ones and make sure that we identify any projects as we move forward for revenue sharing. The ones that I have identified are same with Sean's, the Harrison Road and Gordon Road project, the Route 3 bump outs to create that through right turn lane, Lansdowne Route 2 and 17, and Andorra and Old Plank roundabout. So those are the projects that I'm hearing that we're going to look at to bring to the Transportation Committee meeting in September, and we would then bring those resolutions from revenue sharing back to the board in September for approval and for resolutions.
The clarification, when you said the 2 and 17 is already in the study, but we're actually looking at that as a separate project, just the intersection.
But if you look at the, can I have the floor computer, please? If you look at the potential projects from the corridor study that's already adopted for the county CIP.
We don't have it up here
Can we have the
yet.
floor computer, please?
Okay.
Installation right turn lanes, Lansdowne Route.
Thank you.
It's the first one. So it's already been approved by the board. That's already identified in the current CIP.
Thank you. Okay.
Are there any other projects that the board would like to look at or entertain for discussion at the Transportation Committee for revenue sharing?
So, Gary, do you mind if I just put a friendly amendment on there of adding the Andorra traffic
Absolutely,
circle
please
as
do.
well as the Route 3 operational improvements?
Please.
Okay.
I have that down to look at. The Andorra and Route Old Plank Road, correct?
And the Route 3 operational improvements that Sean briefed?
I have that as well.
Okay. All right, but you need a vote from us, correct?
Not today.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Just need a direction so I can.
Just
Okay.
direction.
Mr. Sabula?
Yes, well, if you guys are finished up, while we're on the transportation subject, I got an email just before the meeting with an update on the Massaponax Church Road project, which I think people would be definitely interested in. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's the completion date has been delayed. Probably it's going to affect either the first week or the first 2 weeks of school before they are completed. They ran into some difficulties on establishing the base of the road, and so they're looking for that delay. So that will impact the schools, and I see where that did go forward to the schools so that they can plan their bus routes and so forth, because that road is closed and it's a major transportation area. So, thank you, appreciate it.
Mr. Chair. I'll leave it up to your decision on this, but since we are talking about transportation, and I was there at the last meeting, there is a position open, I believe, And would this be appropriate if I at least make a motion to appoint myself to that third position on the Transportation Committee? Yeah.
Is there any objections? Okay. I have no objection, so.
Okay.
As long as you don't already have somebody there. I don't think you do. But do
I
you?
don't think I do.
Okay.
I will be the primary anyway.
Okay, so
Thank
let's just go ahead and vote on that. Call the question. The ayes?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The
Thank
ayes
you.
have it. Hey, thank you, Sean. Thank you.
Don't sit down, Mr. Roberts. Next is an update from Curry Roberts and the FRA.
Hey, good. How are you doing, Cree?
Touch his button, please, Tom.
Yes.
The floor computer, please.
Appreciate my AV specialist joining me here at the table. Tom and I interchange roles a lot these days with the projects that we've got going on. Just go ahead and go to that one, and then we'll catch up. I know you're running short on time, so I'll try to work through this pretty briefly. You've seen this sort of marketing metrics before. If you come down to 2017, a couple of things I want to point out. We continue to grow the pipeline of projects up to 48. That's probably the most important measure on this page. We did have 4 announcements this year. CapEx was $93 million and a little over 300 jobs. When those jobs are completely filled over the next 2.5 to 3 years, that'd be another $13 million in payroll into the regional economy. We also, if you look at the bottom there, we continue to grow the number of our private sector investors, and we maintain being right at 50-50 funding, public to private. In those announcements, and I'll come back to this a little bit later, 3 of those were in Spotsylvania County. I thought I'd anticipate a question. That's the good news. The bad news is it probably took off the market the 3 most marketable buildings that we had anywhere in the region for industrial development. On the next slide, Tom, if you don't mind, this gives you a flavor of the type of activity that we had. You can see the 2015 to 2017, sort of the mix of the demand for the types of space that people were looking for, and obviously industrial space is what's really going off the chart here. And then if you look below, you can see by industry type, more specifically the types of projects that we were responding to in 2017. And then over on the left is where the project activity originated from this year. So it was 50% direct to FRA, and then 50% came through VEDP. One thing I do want to point out here is you can see that we had growth in data center inquiries. If I gave you this chart brought current to today, we've got about 8 to 10 different data center projects and prospects that we are working with, looking throughout the region. So, we often get a question that there's so much data center activity to the north of us. Should we expect something here? I don't, or if. I don't think it's a matter of if anymore. I think it's a question of when. Tom? This is our tentative marketing calendar for the coming year. I'm not going to go through every one of these. I do want to point out a couple that I think you all will find interesting. We were asked to be the only partner with VEDP at the London Defense and Security International Conference. Actually, there are a number of contractors from Spotsylvania County who are going to be participating in that conference. The reason we agreed to do it, we did a trip with VEDP last year to CANSAC, which is the Canadian security arm of the Canadian Manufacturers Association. And out of that, we have about a dozen leads of prospects and projects that we're working with, many of whom are looking for U.S. defense contractor partners. And Hampton Roads took a pass on participating in this program. We didn't. It is a little out of our norm to be doing that sort of business networking, but we view it as almost existing industry assistance. And we did have a Canadian contractor in town today for 2 meetings with contractors here in the community where he has some products that help differentiate what they do. And then he's got a webinar with one that could not participate. And then you can see on here we've got a data center conference that we'll be attending in Texas in the spring. What's not completely on here, there are 6 other trade shows that we've bid into VEDP to attend with them. We probably won't hear back for another couple of weeks, but they're all, again, within the traditional marketing clusters that we've been working on. Tom? Remember I said something about buildings. That's still the number one thing any prospect is looking for. If you pull this chart up 4 years ago, Tom, it would be probably 1.5 million to 2 million square feet of availability. 2 buildings on here that probably will not work right out of the chute for the vast majority of the prospects that we're working on because either the zoning or the design would reduce the 547 actually down to 430,000 square feet of existing buildings. And then you can see the age there. Many of these buildings are pretty challenged from a maintenance standpoint. The Cleve building, by the way, is an old meatpacking plant in King George County. Ironically, they have had an inquiry on that building that we're helping them with. Next. One of the things, if you don't have buildings, you need shovel-ready sites. That's also an area where we're somewhat deficient. The good news is you actually have a shovel-ready site. There's only one other of any real size anywhere in the region, and it's about 35 acres in Stafford County. We have been working with with the owner of this pad site. We actually got him to expand his pad site. He was originally putting in a second pad site for another 40,000 square foot building. We got him to engineer it up to 80,000 because that's more in the sweet spot of what we're being asked for. The difficulty that private sector developers have in developing any sort of spec industrial basis or facilities is financing. It's kind of counterintuitive. You've got to in order to bank a spec industrial building, you've got to have it 50% full. Well, if I've got it 50% full, it's no longer a spec building. So it limits, our ability to market product. But we are working with this landowner to get it as close to as short a timeline to put up a building as possible. Next. I've shown you all a slide like this before. We just had this updated, if you recall. We are constantly making sure that we're differentiating ourselves from Northern Virginia. As you know, especially with your county and the city and Stafford being in the Northern Virginia MSA, we're oftentimes eliminated for projects because they'll simply look at the MSA data. They won't look at our sort of micro data. This is one way we try to address that. In the last time I brought this to you all, and what this is all locally levied taxes dispersed in or measured on a per cap basis. In the chart we did a little over 2 years ago, we were just pennies ahead of the Richmond region, and now, as you can see, we were actually lower cost than even Richmond. If I took this further out to the right, the region would compare with Roanoke and the Roanoke Valley as well as Harrisonburg. Next time. I'll pick up just a couple of things off this page quickly. As you all recall, a few years ago, we agreed to pay 75% of the cost of site audits, trying to identify more business-ready sites or sites that we could bring up to being business-ready. The last one of those is Stafford. They have finally selected their site, which is near their airport. In terms of the Business Ready Site Program, as you all had chosen and worked with Caroline County on the Oryx Sims property to do an original Business Ready Site audit, that we did obtain a matching grant in the first round. We have been successful in obtaining the wetlands grant to do the wetlands delineation. That is very important for us to try to attract a developer to that property. Right now, it turns out there's probably more developable acres available, but without the wetlands delineation, we don't know if there's a rational plan of development for an industrial developer. Dahlgren, something else I think, just quick run through there. We have been working with King George County and with the base to try to facilitate a more aggressive technology transfer program. Dahlgren has about 250 to 300 patents that have been approved for commercialization, but they've never had an ongoing program to push that off the base. So we have brought the Center for Innovative Technology and VEDP to the table, and we're actually going to be on the base discussing this this coming Friday. And that does play into Go Virginia. There does seem to be some desire to stand up in the broader Go Virginia region a tech transfer program, an acceleration program, not necessarily incubation, because at the far eastern edge of the region that we're in for Go Virginia, you've got NASA Langley, you've got the Jefferson Lab, and you have VIMS. So when you take that and you take Dahlgren on our end, there seems to be some coalescing around looking at that for potential grant funding. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop and be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Jakubowski.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. And I know that you're a regional organization, so it's hard to tell us as a county what we should do to stand out from our neighbors. But we have done our... Well, it is. I mean,
we appreciate you recognizing that before you ask the question.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm giving you an out. How about that? And the reason is that, you know, we obviously do compete against our immediate neighbors, but if something comes to Fredericksburg or Stafford or King George or Caroline, there is benefit for us. And so we never, they're always going to be here next to us. They're not going anywhere. So we do have, I think, a good working relationship. But having said that, we still do want to compete with them and stand out and stand above. But we do have limitations, obviously. Stafford has Quantico and Caroline has AP Hill and lots of empty land. And the city of Fredericksburg is the city of Fredericksburg. And so anything that your office can advise our county to do to continue, because now that we see our manufacturing supply of buildings basically be filled, which is a good thing, but it leads to the problem of now we don't have any. So how do we always stay ahead of what is going on without getting so far ahead that we're stuck in a space that we don't want to be in, such as having too much manufacturing space and nobody to fill it?
Mm-hmm. Well, first, most space today is built as industrial flex space, so that you can be flexible with the type of users that go in there. So they're not, they could be distribution, they could even be, in some cases, upgraded to a data center. It just depends on what it is. Pure industrial buildings, especially heavy industrial, really aren't built, on a spec basis anymore. Second, just in a couple of high-profile projects aside, much more often we are included or eliminated in a project based upon the region, not so much competition within the region itself, but most projects, they just choose to go somewhere else, some other region, even some other state. So you don't really, again, recognizing a couple of high-profile projects where there was competition within the region, that is more rare than the norm. Clearly, I think you've got a number of assets. You do have utilities with your land. I did not have in this slide, Tom has it, the county administrator has it. We worked with Dominion and then Rappahannock Electric to identify about 15 what we call data center ready sites. They're not shovel ready, but they have a lot of the ingredients you would want for a data center. You can get power to them, upgrading lines to deliver the power to the site without going through residential neighborhoods. So you're avoiding some of the issues that they're having north of us. There's water and sewer, if not at the site, nearby. And then we were able to identify at least primary dark fiber or fiber redundancy for these sites. We actually started out with about 60 sites and pared it down to 15. I think 5 of those sites, Tom? I'd have to go back and look at the list. I think including the OryxM site, which is on that map because of its close proximity to both utilities that you all have, as well as fiber along the 95 corridor, makes it a very attractive property. And all of these properties, save one, are 100 acres or more. You all are well positioned for that and that type of growth.
And to follow on that, and I know we've had discussions in EDA several years ago. There was a consultant in talking about ready sites and infrastructure-ready sites and infrastructure-ready corridors and those types of things. Is that the way to continue, or is that sort of ebbing? And years ago it was build a spec building, and everybody built a spec building. Then it was, I don't want to come in on the tail end of the latest fad and do what the latest fad is, and it's already gone past us.
I think clearly identifying what you want in terms of industrial sites and making sure that's what they're targeted for in the comp plan, where that infrastructure exists today, and you have to put fiber in there with it. I mean, fiber's the new water and sewer. If you don't have it, you're nowhere. I think that's the first thing. I think figuring out how to best partner with the landowners of those sites. What you may actually be doing is working with them to induce keeping it as industrial property, developing it as industrial property before they actually have a prospect. And there are lots of little ways you can do that would not be high risk. The high risk is if you go out on your own, buy a big piece of land and put up a shell building. Now, having said that, from a marketing and sales standpoint, I kind of wish you'd do that right now because it would give us product, and we do need product. But we're going to have to come up with some new models of how to do that. I know in discussions with VEDP, they're actually back revisiting the state had a revolving loan fund for shell buildings for 12, 13 years, and it was not general fund money that went into that. It was actually allocated money from VRS that if the locality built it to help with the development of a shell building, they'd have to guarantee it, and there was a rate of return so that you were not risking pension dollars. It was about a 7% rate of return. All of those buildings typically sold within 2 years. And even if they didn't, other things were attracted around the buildings. It became almost like a magnet because you had to do other things to make it attractive. They haven't done that. I'm not suggesting you jump into that. I think that would take some long, hard study to decide where to do it. You'd want to be very selective. So I think, Mr. Yakubaski, I think, we're, especially Tom and his colleagues, we're always talking about trying to figure out new ways to approach this that both mitigates risk but encourages the private sector to move forward in some of this in a tough financing time. It is tough to finance an industrial building. Very, very hard. So we've just got to get sort of creative in doing some things maybe differently, approving some vanilla building plans, anything that shortens the timeline to get a building up. And maybe what you do is you waive the app fees, you waive the design fees, you waive the review fees in order to incent someone to bring forward a building plan for a larger building. Maybe you either waive them or defer them. You get them back when the building sells instead of requiring them up front. Anything you can do to reduce that hurdle to get people to take the step down the road for industrial development would be helpful.
All right, thank you. And to sort of follow on with that, I would like to see staff in the next year's budget come up with some type of program that we can at least take a look at and see if we can do these types of things and squirrel away even a little bit of money so that we can start looking at how we try to get business here, because as I said all the time, you have to get people to leapfrog over everybody to our north. And how do they come down here? Why are they going to come here? And if we can stand out in some way, and this might be one of those ways. So, thank you.
Yes, happy to help with that. We do offer this sort of advisory to each jurisdiction. We engage each jurisdiction on the way they best want to engage with us, as Tom will tell you. So if you want our assistance in that process, we're happy to help.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any more questions from the board? Mr. Skinner.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank you for everything you've done. Since you've taken over the FRA, we have seen so much more from the FRA than we ever have in the past. and do appreciate IDX, everything you've done to help us bring that in. So thank you very, very much on that. Question I have for you is Caroline County, Spotsylvania County. How can I say, I don't know if you handle this or if you deal with this, but let's talk about the sand and gravel and the industry that we have towards the edge of Spotsylvania in my district, out towards Carolina and stuff of that. Do you ever get involved as far as between the two counties, how we might mutually benefit each other? As far as, and I gave you a subject there as far as that's an issue that is upcoming. I'm not sure if that's the road I go or stuff of that nature to help.
Without, I don't know the specifics of the project you're talking about, but I think Tom would say that, you know, we were quite encouraging of both counties in putting together and doing the Oryx Sims audit together. It did not make a whole lot of sense for Caroline to just look at their part and you all to just look at your part and not look at that whole. I can tell you there's not any 1,100 acre sites on the 95 corridor between Washington and the North Carolina line with water and sewer that close and fiber that close to it. That's the reason the state funded the grant request. They are, you know, they're excited about the size of that project because there just isn't anything like that in Virginia. And you know, I hope the counties continue to go down that road. We'd like to come back and tell you that there's a really logical development plan once we get the wetlands delineation and everyone go forward. Yes, we do, unless we do get involved in those kinds of discussions until one or the other counties tells us to go back to our office and shut up and mind my own business. But if it makes sense, sometimes we try to help folks look at things maybe a little bit differently than they would have otherwise.
Thank you.
And thank you for your kind words.
Well, thank you very much for your
Mr. Chairman, if I could
work.
add, we get tremendous support from FRA on virtually everything we're working on. They, specifically Curry, have adopted our two mottos, one of which is, what does it take to win? And the second is try to find a way to say yes. And we couldn't have a better relationship.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Mark, I think we don't have enough time to go closed door. I know you sent me a note that said you wanted to do that. Do you?
There's a short piece of closed session that Mr. Roberts is part of. We can do that now.
If we
with a
can make
quick
it back out
bite.
here by close to 6:30, I don't know how short is, then I'll do it, but there's a lot of people out here that came for the public hearings, and I'd like to start our public hearings pretty much on time tonight. You got more than 5 minutes back there? No? Okay. As long as we're back out close to 6:30. We got
we can do
7
that, yeah.
minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right, this will be your resolution to adjourn into closed meeting. Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, specifically discussion of real properties in the Berkeley and Lees Hill districts. And whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters, requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, specifically relating to board policies and procedures. And whereas pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A3 and 8, such discussions may occur in closed meeting. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors does hereby authorize the discussion of the aforestated matters.
So moved.
Ayes? Aye. Any nays? The ayes have it. It's beat feet.
To close meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2, 3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors hereby returns to open meeting and certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion to convene in a closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Mr. Yakubowski.
Aye.
Mr. Sebula.
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Aye.
Mr. Benton.
Aye.
Dr. Trampy.
Aye.
Mr. Skinner.
Aye.
And the chair is aye.
That brings us to 6:30 public presentations. Amy. That was her on the other side of the door. Mr. Cole, can you see if anyone signed up for public presentations? Guidelines for public presentations are as follows. Public presentations are an opportunity for citizens to present matters you believe deserve the board's attention. These are not part of a public hearing. Public hearing sign-up is separate, and please sign up for each public hearing separately. Public presentations are one-way comments from citizens to the Board of Supervisors. This is not a forum for dialogue or debate. To make a public presentation, please sign up on the provided form, and please print clearly. Come to the lectern when your name is called. Clearly state your name and address and voting district for our record. Address your comments directly to the Board of Supervisors. State whether you're speaking on your own behalf, in which case you'll have 3 minutes to speak, or on behalf of a group, in which case you'll have 5 minutes. Public presentations shall not be used to address matters subject to public hearings or to make political campaign speeches, private advertisements, or personal attacks. Your written comments are always welcomed by our Board of Supervisors. Amy, there you are.
Yes. The first citizen signed up to speak is Martha Mastar.
Good evening. My name is Martha B. Maston. I live at 6627 Harrison Road, Salem District. A long time ago, I sat in chancellor chair right there in the 90s. And that's what brings me here tonight. In the 90s, the county school board and the people who sat here made an agreement that the county would take over the Marshall Center. I was no longer on the board, but I was appointed to be chairman of a committee that put together a lot of the work that was done for senior citizens, teenagers, and that side of the building. I'm a member of the Spotsylvania County Women's Club, and we want to keep that building. We're selfish, but we've worked for it. A lot of our older members graduated from that school. A lot of our older members are there on Senior Citizen Day for the seniors, and they're there and they're working, they're playing cards and they're dancing and they're line dancing. They're doing a lot of things. And in the past few weeks, there has been a lot of talk that you all might be thinking about selling the Marshall Center. Please don't. We older people need a place to go that is centrally located. Please keep that building, we ask you. By the way, on a different subject, could you all put a no U-turn allowed on Route 3 at the 5 Mile Fork intersection? We've got so many little roads coming up off, I come up off of Old Plank Road to get on it, on Route 3. And I have the right to turn right, but I can't because people making U-turns, and they're coming from all the way over to the turning lane over to the lane that's going to be a slow lane so they can make one of the turnoffs that have been made for Cherry Road or the old one that's there for the Fastmark subdivision. Thank you all very much.
The rest of the citizens are for public hearings.
Is there anyone else that didn't sign up for public presentations that would like to talk on this time? And there will be a public hearing on the sheets and on the IDX plant later. But for anything else? Okay, we'll close public presentations, start the public hearing.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. First is R17-0001, SH Development Company, Inc. It's a C2 rezoning, and it's ordinance R017-0001 in the Cortland District. Good evening, Mr. White.
Good evening, sir, and good evening.
Staff is recommending approval of ordinance R 17-0001 with proffers dated March 17th and revised May 30th. The Planning Commission recommended approval on the 5th of July by a 4-0 vote.
And Mr. White, sorry to interrupt, but
No, of
could you
course.
highlight the distinction and the logical progression between this case and the one immediately following it, which is the special use permit 17-0001?
Of course,
which will
sir.
be taken separately.
The two are two separate cases. The first one before you is a rezoning to the C2 zoning district. The second is a supplemental special use request to accommodate a fuel dispensing service on that property.
So that use under the special use permit is impossible in the existing zoning district, so the rezoning goes first, and then the SUP may be considered.
That is correct.
Thank you for that clarification. Please proceed.
The applicant requests the rezoning of 4 parcels. One is addressed, an unaddressed 01 parcel, and 3 parcels currently have a rural zoning. The 4 parcels are being requested to be rezoned to C2 to accommodate the special use request for the fuel dispensing service. The parcels are located at the northwest corner of the signalized intersection of Plank Road and Spotswood Furnace Road in the Cortland voting district. Staff attended a community meeting held by the applicant in early November 2016. It was well attended with about 30 attendees. Concerns related were largely noted as transportation, traffic, pedestrian connectivity. Another topic of concern was that the Route 3 had an abundance of gas stations already. The 4 parcels are depicted on your screen in blue. Together, they make a 3.31 acre site. They're adjacent to the Riverbend High School, immediately northeast of the site. The site's approximately 1,400 feet west of Harrison's Crossing. It's within the primary development boundary. It's within the Reservoir Protection District, and the majority of the site is within the Highway Corridor Overlay District. The current zoning map depicts the largest parcel, 2.5 acres being 01, and the remaining 3 being zoned RU in light green, which are approximately 1.25 acres. RU zoned properties exist to the north and the east, and commercial 2 zone properties are located to the west and the south. The site has a future land use designation of commercial along its Route 3 frontage and employment center on the back end, approximately 22% of the site. The commercial designation is intended for a variety of retail and office uses. The employment center reserved more so for industrial, office, and business parks. Commercial future land use designations are mapped largely along Route 3, and the employment center is along Spotswood Furnace. Some additional institutionally designated future land uses are mapped over existing nearby schools and churches. The applicants included a proffered GDP, or Generalized Development Plan. That plan depicts a 6,000 square foot convenience store and a fuel dispensing service with 12 fueling stations. The fuel pumps are proposed under a 20-foot fully lit canopy depicted on your screen in orange. The convenience store is farther north on site. A right-in, right-out is proposed on Plank Road, and a full access entry is proposed on Spotswood Furnace. On-site landscaping includes a 15-foot buffer on Plank with 4.5 canopy and 1.8 understory trees per 100 feet. A smaller 10-foot buffer is proposed on Spotswood Furnace. A 35-foot buffer is proposed to the north, consisting of 10 large evergreens, 20 medium evergreens, and 3.3 deciduous trees per 100 feet. There is an existing private utility easement I've depicted in orange, which runs through that buffer. The applicants proposed to include shrubs at a minimum height of 4 feet in order to fill in this buffer area where we cannot plant trees due to the underground utilities. Additionally, Highway Corridor Overlay District interior parking and peripheral parking landscaping will be installed per code. The applicant has provided their required sidewalks on site. I've depicted them in red, and has proposed additional connections eastward across Spotswood Furnace at the signalized intersection. They've also proposed an additional crossing further to the north to address potential needs of pedestrians from Riverbend High. The northern crosswalk will have notification signaling and signage to assist in safe crossing movements. The applicants proposed a new southbound turn lane on Spotswood Furnace Road. I've depicted that with a 1 on the screen before you. the reconfiguration of the intersection to allow a dual left and right through lane combination, a new northbound turning lane into the site, and a new westbound turning lane into the site. The applicant's proposed improvements will improve the intersection during AM and afternoon peak hours, but an increase in delay is created during the PM peak hours. Overall, the signal will improve with the new lane and timing proposed. The applicant has proffered the elevations depicted over the next two slides. The top is from Plank Road. The bottom is the view from Spotswood Furnace Road. The rear is depicted on the top and below the left elevation. In summary, the applicant has proffered the following. They've proffered site developments in conformance with the GDP. They've proffered the following 12 land uses, which are depicted before you. There are over 30 permitted uses that do remain. Those uses are generally light to medium density commercial in the form of offices, retail, and restaurants. 22 special uses remain available to the site. The applicant has proffered no buildings taller than 40 feet. They've proffered the transitional screen 2 along the property to the north, the extension of a sewer line, and they proffered to provide an interparcel connection to the western C2 zoned property. Section 6 of the proffers prohibit flashing, revolving, or intermittent light. It also restricts searchlights, lasers, and strobes from the property's use, except as part of a security system. Lastly, it requires that any LED signs, which none are currently proposed, but if they were in the future, they must have auto-dimming technology and may not exceed 0.3 foot candles above ambient conditions. Transportation proffers include the new southbound lane, the modifications to Route 3 to allow for such a configuration, a northbound left turn lane in the property, restriping of the eastbound left turn lane to extend the queue, and staff reviewed the case and found the following. From a land use perspective, a commercial zoning is appropriate at the location given the future land use of commercial and employment center of the subject properties and within the surrounding area. Limited commercial uses may be found west of the site, including a small commercial center, and the Harrison's Crossing Retail Center is approximately 1,400 feet east. Another large unimproved commercial site is located immediately south. Furthermore, the subject site is located at the intersection of an arterial and a collector roadway within the primary development boundary and the Highway Corridor Overlay District. Comprehensive plans related to access management and pedestrian connectivity are met due to the interparcel connection and supplemental pedestrian connection that the applicant has proposed. Staff did discuss this case with the Spotsylvania School District staff. They were supportive of the dual left and right through turn lane configuration. They did request an additional crosswalk to the school, a sidewalk along Sheets, a crossing at Spotswood Furnace, and a sidewalk on the east side of Spotswood Furnace Road. The applicant has provided these with the exception of the additional sidewalk on the east side of Spotswood Furnace Road. The applicant has, go to the next slide. Staff also found two unfavorable findings. The levels of service standard for the intersection are not met. The intersection of Route 3 and Spotswood Furnace is currently functioning at a level service E, D, and C during the AM, midday, and PM peak hours, respectively. Although it's not a high crash location, the intersection is overburdened to this being the end of 6-lane traffic flow and the high flows related to entry and exit during peak school hours. The traffic impact analysis submitted by Ramey Kemp and Associates within your packet. The applicant's transportation consultant analyzed 4 different scenarios: the current or present situation, a no-build situation, an option 1, which was a dedicated right, a left through, and a dedicated left, and an option 2, which is the present one, dual lefts and a right through. The analysis demonstrated that option 2, the dual lefts and right through, along with the new lane proposed, was superior to the 2018 no-build, the option 1, and the present. The consultant's recommendations noted within the TIA were adopted by the applicant and are included within this proposal. The second unfavorable finding is that although 12 uses were proffered out, there remains over 30 permitted uses which could ultimately occur on the site in the future if the rezoning is granted. Should the site redevelop from a gas station, any of those permitted uses could be proposed, administratively approved. So some level of uncertainty results if the rezoning is approved without a full proffered restriction that this will just be a gas station in perpetuity. It's staff's analysis that the new gas station with its proffered new lane and the intersection improvements should, on the whole, improve the intersection to a state that would be better than that which will naturally occur over time. Delays can still be expected at the intersection, particularly for eastbound lefts onto Spotswood Furnace Road, northbound throughs on Spotswood Furnace Road, and southbound lefts onto Route 3. The TIA indicates that the improvements proposed will slightly improve the existing conditions of the intersection. Based on the findings noted within your staff report and the proffers submitted, staff is recommending approval of the rezoning proffers dated March 17th, 2017, last revised May 30th, 2017. The applicant is present along with their traffic consultant. Unfortunately, our traffic engineer could not be with us tonight. I'll stand by for your questions.
Does the board have any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So I've got a few for you to start. Could you bring up the drawing of the proposed? So, and again, I think what a lot of the folks' concerns here is that the intersection on Spotswood Furnace and Route 3 it's a horrible intersection. And last time we've asked VDOT, we've done some changes of lighting and sequencing of lighting and all that because the questions always come up. We've asked them, is it worse than other intersections? And VDOT has told us that it has a slightly higher accident rate than other intersections. So it's above that average. So the problem is now, what do you do to fix that? And so the one question I was going to ask the consultant when he comes up, or the applicant, is how many more vehicles are we putting on the road into that intersection by putting the sheets in there? Because now I drive past this every day, a couple times a day, and because of the school, that's the biggest issue right now. It's the traffic going into the school. So if you go any later than 6:45 in the morning, you are jammed up in traffic. So adding all those folks getting coffee and gas in the morning is not going to make it any better. And the way I'm looking at their drawing here, the right in, right out, the new lanes really don't do anything for traffic that I don't see. Because once you've gone west, why would you go west to enter Sheets if you can enter from the main intersection at the light? And then going out, people aren't going west on 3 in the morning where the biggest problem with traffic is. But I guess the problem is what are they doing? How does that improve the intersection? Because right now the school has what, 2 lefts and 1 through right? Is that what it is? Do we have a picture of the current?
Yeah.
That sounds right.
So what are they doing to make that flow better, and how does that improve the safety characteristics of that intersection by adding another right turn lane? Because what I have seen, and I know 2 people personally that have been injured, it's cross
I
traffic.
think it's only 1 left. Oh, it's 2 lefts and only 1 right.
It's 2 lefts and 1
There's only
right
2
slash
lanes.
straight through,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's 3 lanes, right?
Oh, there's only,
It's 2?
If you'll bear with me,
2
I'll
left?
pull that from the
Okay.
GDP and we'll depict it.
So one of my concerns, regardless of it's 2 lanes or 3 lanes, is the majority of the accidents are cross traffic, whether you're turning right or left into the school or you're turning left into Royal Oak subdivision. That's where the cross traffic accidents occur. And we're throwing a whole bunch more traffic in there in the morning at the worst part of the day with those student drivers. How does this make it better? So that's a question we can bring up. Is this the existing?
This is the existing.
Right, so can you?
I'm fairly certain there's only 2 lanes there.
There are only 2 southbound lanes there currently.
I mean, when you're coming off of Spotswood Furnace to Route 3, there's only 2 turn lanes.
So there are 2 left turn lanes, and then you can turn right and
Yeah,
straight?
In the right lane, you can go left, straight, or right, and then the left lane, you can just go left.
Okay, so we're adding an additional right turn lane?
We're adding an additional right-through lane, and the other 2 existing lanes will be left-bound only.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That doesn't help then.
Well, honestly, how does that help the intersection and the traffic safety by adding another lane into the intersection?
I'll defer that to the engineer.
Yeah, for now, go over to Paul for now.
If we pass the rezoning, there are, you said 30 other uses that they could do by right. So other than the 12 that they've proffered not to do, what would be the other restrictions if they don't build the gas station? The maximum height of 40 feet would still be in effect. The landscape buffer would still be in effect. Is there anything else?
It would be anything within the existing proffer document.
Right.
It's unlikely, though, that they would propose anything apart from the gas station, based on the conversations we've had.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I'd like to follow up real fast.
Sure.
Mr. McLaughlin, I did get to speak with VDOT today about the crash data. VDOT reported to us that they had changed the, basically it was a flashing yellow light. They removed that flashing yellow light, which would allow left turns from Route 3 to Spotswood Furnace to only be allowed during off-peak hours when Route 3's traffic was not at its peak, in order to reduce the potential for those accidents. Doing that did reduce the this year's crash data. The district average crash data was 0.54, I guess that's crashes per 1,000 trips. This intersection is below that number. It's not considered to be a high crash location presently by VDOT or by our engineering staff. And thank you. I'll stand by for other questions.
Any other questions from Mr. Benton?
And just to clarify, so I'm clear, this actual intersection will actually be downgraded to even worse intersection by 2018, but with the improvements that they're willing to do, it would actually keep it from downgrading?
Right now, just today, in the situation that it's currently in, with the improvements they're proposing, it gets a little better during the AM and the afternoon peak hours. It gets a little worse during the PM peak hours. On the whole, it gets marginally
But
better.
the AM and afternoon hours are the hours of the school kids, right?
Right.
So they're actually getting better?
Barely.
Okay.
Any other question, Mr. Yakubowski?
Thanks. Just one. We dealt with the old Spotswood Furnace Road cul-de-sac. I think was that last year? I forget. But
Sounds about right.
Okay. And since then, I don't think that has been opened up onto Route 3. And my question is, has VDOT ever taken a look or been asked to take a look at this section of roadway and find the solution? You know, because we play around with a turn lane here and a this over here, and we never find what is the fix. And so has VDOT ever been asked that? And if not, I know they're gone now, I would like to ask them to take a look, because I have other intersections in the county in mind too, because, you know, it gets a little better, and that's fine, and I know you're looking just at the data, but my concern is always, well, until when? You know, is that 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, and then how bad does it get? And then we have nothing in the pipeline to then address those issues. So I'm assuming that VDOT hasn't done a study in that area to find the solutions. And so I would ask at some point if we could do that, not just on this, but on others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, the applicant has 10 minutes.
Is on? Sorry. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Chris Hornung. I'm Vice President of Planning and Engineering for the Silver Companies. We are the applicant in this project and the contract purchasers for the property. I also have with me today Alan Stevens with Sheets, in case you have any questions for him, Justin Franklin with Fairbanks and Franklin, who is our engineer, and Mike Bailey with Ramey Kemp, who's here if you have to address transportation-related questions. As many of you know, up until about 5 years ago, there were no Sheetz stores in Spotsylvania County. There was one located at Route 3 and 20 in Orange County. There was also one in Central Park. Over the past 5 years, and those were the old model stores that Sheetz had. Over the past 5 years, you working with local developers, including ourselves, Sheetz has developed 3 new stores on the Route 1 corridor at Lafayette Boulevard, Cosner East, and Massaponax Church. Those sites have been very well received by county residents. They're their new model store. They're different than the old Sheetz, and they've been a success. We were asked by Sheetz to look at Route 3, try to see if they could find a location on Route 3. This particular location would be the first store on Route 3 in Spotsylvania County. It's located approximately 4.5 miles to the west of their Central Park store and 8.7 miles to the east of their Route 3 and 20 store. The prototype they're using doesn't really fit the traditional understanding of what a convenience store is. If you've been to one of their new stores, these stores have gone away from just simply being gas and snacks to providing prepared foods. The exterior provides outdoor eating areas. The architecture has been elevated significantly with uplighting on the building, brick facades, and stone at the base at the water table. Also, you'll see on the interior of these stores, they don't look like your conventional convenience store. They're geared primarily to providing breakfast and lunch and dinner, prepared foods. They also provide indoor seating, free Wi-Fi, made-to-order and made-to-go meals, and grab-and-go meals. Sheetz has been very responsive to their customers' demands, and one is healthier eating choices. So you will find on their menus now a wide variety of healthier sandwiches, salad options that weren't there 10 years ago that have now come up. When we were looking at this particular site, what was intriguing to us, first of all, is that your comprehensive plan calls for it to be commercial. And that commercial is defined as medical facilities, shopping centers, restaurants, automobile service and sales facilities, and similar uses. This use fits within that definition. It's also located on Route 3. It has good visibility, and it was at an existing intersection where some of the other key components of choosing this site. Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back real quick. I'd also like just to point out that all 4 quadrants of that intersection have that same designation. And if you look at the property across the street in red, that is all zoned commercial already. So it's already been designated for commercial use. The 2 properties to our west have also been designated for commercial use. So that is certainly the trend, the land use trend that's going on in this part of the county, and will most likely continue. One of the comments that we received during our presentation was that there were too many gas stations along Route 3. And if you look at the 4 miles between 95 and this location, you can count 13 businesses that sell gas, which sounds like an awful lot. But if you really look a little bit deeper at those uses, I think it tells a little bit of a different story. First of all, 3 of those uses are more club uses. So the Costco Fuel, the BJ's, those are not convenience centers. They are gas only for their customers who can stop and get gas when they're moving through the area. Sheetz is primarily focused on prepared foods, quick foods, and gas nowadays is a secondary use to that building, which is primarily focused on food. In addition, the Quarles, which is in the middle of this map, is a fleet services vehicle, for fleet service vehicles. It's not open to the general public. In addition to that, you have 7 uses that are really old model convenience stores, the 7-Elevens, the Villeros, and others. The youngest one of all of that group is a 7-Eleven, which was built in 2000. It was 17 years ago that the last convenience store was constructed. Direct competitors to Sheetz include Wawa and Royal Farms. The closest Wawa is 2.15 miles from here, from this location, and you did approve earlier this year Royal Farms, which is, I think it was last year, 1.7 miles from this site. The Wawa, which is 2.15 miles, was constructed in 1999, and that is the earliest, the youngest competitor to Sheetz. As far as too many stations, we believe that competition is good when it comes to commercial development. What you've seen with Sheetz and Wawa's is it has raised the bar on what customers expect as far as value, cleanliness, appeal, and food choices. And that's what has happened, and I think that's what you see in these stores. There are older stores that, in order to compete, do have to elevate their services, and we feel that is a good thing for the citizens of the county. Just as an example, Wawa recently started an overhaul of all of their stores, and that was primarily to stay current, to stay modern, so they could appeal to customers. And they themselves are also providing better service and better offerings in their menus. The number one issue that we looked at in this site was transportation. We've been working on this project for a little over 2 years now. Transportation was the biggest concern that we heard from everyone. The other issues that we attempted to address through this, because this whole corridor was shown as commercial, was to provide interparcel access, adequate and large buffers to our neighbors, pedestrian access to and from the store, and access that does not further degrade the intersection. I'll get to that in just a minute. From a traffic standpoint, the worst movement that you all have, there's two movements that are really bad. It's the left turn coming out of Route 3, out of Spotswood Furnace onto Route 3, and also the left turn from Route 3 onto Spotswood Furnace Road. The current configuration, there are 2 lanes that are coming out. The 2 lanes that are coming out, the leftmost is a left turn lane. The rightmost is a right through and left. What makes this somewhat challenging is that school buses are only allowed to make a left from the rightmost left turn lane, which means that your outside lane, your rightmost lane, is where all of your buses line up in, and what they end up doing is clogging up the intersection and prevent people from making rights. They prevent people from going straight through when the signal turns green. What happens if you do nothing on this, with this road intersection is it continues to degrade. From our calculations, based on the growth rate of traffic in the area, roughly the delay at the intersection increases by roughly 3% for every 2 years. You have a degradation of about 3% at the intersection. This is a drawing showing the configuration as it exists today and with the proposed turn lanes. What this will enable people to do, and what has occurred if you look at the traffic study, is the stacking distance of people trying to make a left onto Route 3 has been reduced significantly. So when the light turns green, more cars can get out and make a left, a right, and a through for the same amount of time. And that's how you improve the functionality of the intersection. You move the same number of cars through, you get them through the intersection so that the other directions can then have more green time to go in their separate directions. The results of the study, I beg to differ that they're marginal improvements. We're showing at the AM peak hour 7.5% increase in the delay. Now that's for the entire intersection. So you have one project coming in and improving the movements and the delay from all 4 directions by 7.5%. In the midday, which is when the school lets out, that's 13.5% as far as an improvement. Directionally, that impact is even greater. If you look at the left turn movement coming out in the morning, the delay improves by 18.5%. And in the midday, it improves by 10.3%. Those are very significant improvements, particularly when we were proposing and trying to put forth a project that did not degrade the road. We've actually been able to improve the functionality of the intersection with one project. I'd also like to mention that we're estimating that the cost of these improvements are somewhere between $350,000 and $400,000. Will not require any public money to do these improvements. We will do those improvements as part of this project. Further, the through movement on Route 3 in the morning improves by 11.6% and in the midday by 19%. That's the delay. And in the other direction, in the morning, the delay is relatively light because the major movement is the left turn going in. It doesn't oppose this straight through movement. That improves by 4.5%. The midday through improves by 22.5%. So in closing, why we believe this is a good project for the county is, first of all, it is absolutely in conformance with the comp plan. This is what your comp plan shows: commercial uses, including vehicle sales and other types of uses that are very similar to what's been being presented here. We are projecting $275,000 a year in tax revenue to the county, 17 full-time and 11 part-time jobs, between $350,000 and $400,000 in improvements that will require no public money to bring those improvements and improve the intersection for the county, and an improvement of the level of service for all of the traffic movements. If you don't mind, a couple of the comments that were asked. Okay, sorry about that. I'm happy to answer questions you have.
And you get 5 minutes at the end. Any questions from Mr. McLaughlin?
Couple. Could you pull up the proposed changes to the intersection? So what about Route 3?
On Route 3, we are proposing to extend the left turn lane. One of the concerns that was raised during the public meeting was that cars during the peak period are backing up into Route 3.
Correct. So how far back are you?
We're adding another 100 feet to that turn lane.
It's about 7 cars? 6?
100 feet is probably less than that. You're probably 18 feet per car, so you're
So I mean,
probably 5 or 6.
again, that's one of the biggest concerns that I see. When I drive by 6:30, 6:45, the car, or well, 6:45, 7 o'clock, the cars are stacked up on Route 3, and then you have cars in the flow lanes, the eastbound Route 3 lanes, the kids turning left. So it goes back to the concern is if you don't bring that lane far enough back, and how many more vehicles are anticipated to be turning into the sheets, particularly in those peak hours? Because I just envision if you build it, people are going to stop and get gas and coffee in the morning at a higher rate than maybe anticipated. So because this will be the first stop on Route 3 West, where, you know, a lot of the folks live.
Yeah, a couple of comments on that. First of all, in those peak hours, and again, the problem you have is with about a 30-minute peak in the morning and a 30-minute peak in the afternoon. It's the highest travel. We do not believe that the average consumer driving down the road, seeing 500 feet of cars stacked up, is going to make a decision to get in that turn lane to wait to turn into a Sheetz when there's a Royal Farms right down the street and other uses right down the street.
Right.
However, our traffic study does not take into account drivers' choice and desire whether or not they're going to wait. So our analysis shows, I believe, in the peak hour, somewhere around 15 additional vehicles that would be turning because of the Sheetz. And that's primarily because the directional distribution that we are looking at, and one of the reasons why Sheetz is on this side of the road, is that they're primarily looking to capture the westbound traffic. There are other, the Royal Farms is capturing eastbound traffic. Doesn't mean someone can't turn from the westbound, and certainly not going to turn away those customers, but that's the primary focus is those.
So the evening crowd?
Yes, on the way home, correct.
So the plan only shows 15 additional cars an hour?
In that peak period, I believe the number of that left turn was 15. It was not total traffic. I thought you had asked about that left turn.
Well, that's one of the words. What's the total traffic that they anticipate into the Sheetz?
I would have to ask our consultant to give you the total number. I do know that the vast majority of those are pass-by trips. People do not, jump in their car in the morning just to drive to a convenience store. They're convenient. They're there because they're convenient. People are stopping on their way somewhere.
Right.
So new trips versus people actually going to it are two very important concepts. One is, what is the traffic going to be? And if it's people who are on their way westbound, who are coming into the right in, right out, and coming out, those people at least are not really having a big impact on
So I guess when
functionality.
the Sheetz representatives can just, how many new customers per hour do they anticipate? Because they're not walking for the most part. Even the high school kids a lot of them are going to drive there on the way and get their coffee or whatever on the way into class or something. So when he comes up, he can just, how many per hour? Because they just built a new Sheetz on 610 as well. And so it's fairly busy. It's right in front of my office. So what is the daily count there as well? So maybe we get an idea how much actual impact per hour. You can answer it when you get a chance.
Okay. I can ask him to answer that question if I'm on.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Alan Stevens, and I work for Sheetz. It's a very good question. I do not know the answer. Our traffic engineer would probably be the best person to answer that question. My job primarily is to identify new locations for Sheetz stores. And
So I guess the traffic engineer is on his way up then.
Yeah, he's the best guy to talk to.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Bailey with Ramey Kemp & Associates. We did the transportation study. We did not analyze other intersections other than what is shown in the TIA. But just to go over the left turn, you were concerned about the left turn movement and people that would be entering and exiting. I don't know if you have the TIA in front of you, but if I could point to a couple of things. As far as the number of people that will actually be accessing the site, this specific site, if you turn to page 3 of 9 on the TIA, we have a trip generation table.
So I don't have that in front of me, so just try to explain what you can put up. Okay.
Okay. In the trip generation table, there are two types of trips. There are pass-by trips and primary trips. Pass-by trips are people that use the Route 3 corridor right now or Spotswood Furnace that would stop to get coffee on their way to work or fuel up or something like that. So those trips are discounted because those volumes are already counted in the existing traffic.
Okay, I'm going to stop you real quick.
Yes, sir.
you're still going to use the intersection. Even if you consider yourself a pass-by, like I am, I'm going to drive right by the high school every day. I'm a pass-by, so you're discounting me. But if I turn left into that new facility, how am I a pass-by at that point? Why am I counted as a full
So
trip?
hypothetically, every morning you pass the proposed site going, let's just say you pass the site going westbound every morning. When we do the traffic counts for the existing traffic conditions, your trip is reflected in that, correct? So then when you would pass, so the additional volume is only from people that are going to the store that are primary trips.
Okay,
not
so
from
you're going to have to clarify to everybody in here, it's not, I understand what you're saying, okay, and you're discounting me because I'm driving by and I'm already part of the volume of flow going east or westbound on Route 3, correct?
Yes.
So you're discounting me, but the fact that I'm turning into the new sheets, I'm impacting the intersection itself. And that's what the complaint here for most of the folks out here is that we're going to screw up the intersection even worse. And if your traffic study has discounted me as a new customer, even though I drive by every day going to the sheets, then your traffic study's off.
Well, no,
So then I would ask you to go back and do your study, not discounting those passerbys that are going to use the store.
I think there's been a misunderstanding. So in the capacity analysis, all trips that go in and out of the site are counted. They're all reflected within the study, everything's accounted for. What I'm saying is, as far as volumes are concerned, you're already passing through that intersection currently. So there's no additional trip.
On Route 3.
3.
It's counting all the turning movements in and out that you're talking about. Those
Okay,
are
but
all
now you're
counted.
adding me as a new customer or adding new turning movements, one in and one out.
And that was the next part of what I was getting to. There are additional trips on top of the pass-by that are added in as well. Those would be, what's shown in the bottom here, the primary trips, 679 in and out daily, 40 in the AM in and out, 45 in and out in the midday, and the same for the PM. And so if you look at, would you please turn to figure 7. This shows the new trips that would be generated specifically by the store that would not be there should the store not, if the store were not developed. So you can see, for instance, you were asking about the eastbound left. The U-turns and the lefts would both use that left turn lane, so that you'd have to add those together. So that's 8 additional vehicles in the AM, 9 in the PM, and 9 in the midday as well. Yes, in the peak hour.
Okay. I mean, I just, I don't believe your numbers.
Seems a little bit low.
8 people turning left going east on Route 3 into
From
the
that
brand new
particular
sheets.
movement.
But that's the primary movement into the sheets, because if you're going eastbound on Route 3, okay, the volume of the traffic, they're going to work in the morning, going Interstate 95, I see a new sheets there, I'm going to turn left into it. You're not getting a ton of cross traffic from Royal Oak subdivision, and you're not getting a whole lot of people going westbound on Route 3 turning into sheets. So the vast majority of your traffic and your new customers are going to be going westbound into that new sheets from Route 3. Eastbound.
Mr. McGoggin, I just
Yeah.
want to make
Yeah.
a comment.
Sure.
The study was done per VDOT requirements.
Yeah.
It was reviewed by your staff, it was reviewed by VDOT, and it
Yeah.
was found to meet all the criteria.
I'm
for study.
sure
So I
that-
think there's some
yeah.
confusion here, and I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that, if we
Sure.
do need to, after the hearing, ask for deferral to make sure there's clarification so your traffic guy can be here, we're happy to do that.
So I just want to make sure that, I drive this every day, and I go past that intersection both in the morning and the evening. So I just can't imagine that you're only getting 8 cars turning in left on that lane. So I just got to put some realism into your study. So, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Benton.
And your projections are they'll collect mostly the westbound travel?
Our projections are that the bulk of the traffic will be coming from the westbound direction, but I think the distribution, do you remember what the distribution was?
Yeah, if you go back to figure 6,
It-
one, this shows you the distribution.
So 56% westbound,
Or using the right in, right out.
right in, right out, okay.
And this is per VDOT. VDOT, this is the distribution that they require.
Yeah, it was, but overall, the trips going to the facility on Route 3, what's the distribution from Route 3? Is it 60/40? Is it?
It would help me if you identify AM and PM when you're talking, because it's a big difference.
Okay.
For the purposes of reading the diagram before you, the AM numbers or percentages don't have any brackets or parentheses. The midday figures have brackets, and the PMs have parentheses.
Is there 2 lanes that turn left?
So the distribution is 60% northbound in the AM, 60% northbound, 40% southbound.
That's
on
Spotswood.
On Spotswood, yes. And then, where's page 3? For Route 3, it's 20% eastbound, 80% westbound in the morning. The same for the midday and the PM peak.
Okay.
And the other part of that, the other part of that is there's only so many vehicles you can get to turn left during that peak hour. So in theory, you have somewhat of a throttle there. So as far as if you were going westbound, would you make that left? It's actually a function of how many people you can actually make that turn.
But with the, can you put it back to the street diagram of what you've proposed improvements?
On my presentation.
Sorry.
Coming right up, sir.
That's all right. Let's see. Okay, so in that, when you're heading, even if I were, which myself, I would not be turning left to go into a Sheets. I'd go down to the other gas stations in my travels. But even if I decided to stop at your Sheets and I was going eastbound, I could always hook the UE and go down to your other entrance, or depending on traffic flow, which I could probably observe, I could make the regular left and do normal travels. So there's actually two modes of entrance into your establishment from that left. All right. But I know personally, in our travels with my family, we go down east and we try to either fuel up at Costco if we're there, or we head down Route 3 westbound and we turn into a westbound servicing facility and do our business. But all right, that's the main thing though. The left, you can hook the UE and either go in the further down west entrance or the main entrance at the intersection. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Sabula.
Yeah, Mr. Benton just mentioned something that I wanted to ask a question about, and that's this hooking a UE. Why are we even allowing U-turns at this intersection? That is the most dangerous thing that can happen anywhere at any time. And you're showing 7% of the people are going to, morning, noon, and night, are going to be making U-turns there.
No, there actually are not 7. I believe it's 7% going into. What do you have as far as?
Well, it shows that a U-turn 7%.
I'll just say that there are currently U-turns allowed at that intersection. We have no problem if there's U-turns restricted at that intersection. That's not our call, that's VDOT's call. So
right,
certainly if
I
there's a
understand that, but I wanted to.
But the relative amount of traffic for the Sheets that are making a U-turn and then going into the right, heading eastbound, making a U-turn, we can get you that number, but it is extremely light.
Yeah,
this traffic analysis.
I don't care what the number is. That wasn't.
4 people per hour.
My concern is that people do make U-turns at that intersection, and you're adding additional left turn traffic that's going to confuse that even more. Yes, they are allowed, but that's my concern from a safety aspect.
We're happy to ask VDOT about the possibility of restricting that.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? I just have one. I'm looking at the crosswalk right there. It's right at the bend. So that's really a crosswalk. I'm taking it mostly for the students, tentatively. So would there be any improvements over on the Riverbend High School side? You can leave that one up. Well, and I'm concerned that the crosswalk's right there in the bend of the road as well.
The crosswalk has been a matter of discussion that's gone back and forth for about a year.
Okay.
Our original proposal, after talking with the principal of the school, actually the debate was whether or not it was better to provide the access or to discourage the access. Challenge we have is we have high school kids, and discouragement is usually an attractive nuisance, and they're going to do it anyway. So the thought was, on our side, that it would be safest to bring the students down the opposite side of Spotswood Furnace, put a sidewalk on the east side of the road, and then have a crosswalk at the intersection where you can have a controlled pedestrian signal at that location. That request was, when we talked to VDOT and the county, VDOT and the county collectively asked us to put the crosswalk that you see up at that location. VDOT had looked at it. It does meet sight distance requirements. There will be advanced detector strips which have lights that flash and a detectable warning when you go over it. Currently there are no provisions for where that sidewalk goes on the other side, but we're happy to make a connection if the school can tell us where they would like to see that come out.
I guess my concern, if VDOT said the sight distance is okay, I still have a little concern about it, but also I know just walking up where it's in front of the Riverbend High sign, it's just a grassy kind of area there. I'm not sure if the kids would funnel to the crosswalk or not. But
You actually have a crosswalk on Route 3, and there's no sidewalk to get the kids from the school to Route 3. So we're certainly willing to do what we can to help with that.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Yep.
Specifically with the schools, do they support this?
I spoke with school board staff. They were supportive of this. They did ask for one thing the developer could not provide, which was an additional sidewalk on the east side of Spotswood Furnace. Otherwise, they provided everything they asked for. And
Why
we're generally
can't they do it
supportive.
on the east?
Well, they're providing one on the west. They're providing the crosswalk. I imagine it's for financial reasons.
And we don't own the property.
Oh.
And there's that.
It's
I would say
off-site.
that was the main one then.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but the
Mr.
principal and everything supported this? As best you know?
It was their facilities staff that commented on this, but the principal was CC'd on the email.
I did have meetings with the principal. He expressed to me his concerns. He told me that the school is not in a position to support rezonings for different types of uses simply because that's not their mission, but that he didn't see any issues with what we were proposing. So I don't want to speak for him, but he certainly was not going to support any rezoning project. But we addressed all the concerns he raised to us, met with him a couple of times.
Okay.
Mr. Yakubowski, did you have a question?
Yes, I did, thank you. For the traffic guy, did you also include the opening of the old Spotswood Furnace Road that's now a cul-de-sac?
Yes, sir.
So that's included in your traffic study?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we'll open up the public hearing. Amy, has anybody signed up to speak?
Yes, sir. The first citizen signed up to speak is Sarah Toy, followed by Dorothy Braun.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Toy. I live at 12903 Mill Road in the Cortland District, right behind Riverbend High School. I have lived there almost 30 years. I know that development is inevitable and that something is going to be built on the 3+ acres of land at the intersection of Spotswood Furnace Road and Route 3. My concerns about this specific rezoning request and the planned construction of a Sheetz convenience store/gas station are traffic and safety. I'm not speaking of just the intersection itself, also the area around it. Because I only have a few minutes to speak, I'm going to restrict my comments primarily to that part of Spotswood Furnace that lies between the stoplight at Route 3 and Riverbend High School. Based on the large volume of materials that I have read, the discussions I have had with folks from Silver Holdings, Ramey Kemp & Associates, VDOT, the Spotsylvania Planning Office staff, members of this board and of the school board, and a lot of neighbors, I am deeply concerned that Spotswood Furnace Road in particular will bear more vehicular traffic and vastly more pedestrian traffic, particularly students from Riverbend. This intersection and Spotswood Furnace are already classified as failing, and I believe they will continue to fail even with what is being proposed as improvements. I wish I had a picture that I could save you at least 1,000 words, but I don't. So I ask that you envision with me what that section of Spotswood Furnace Road looks like now and what it will look like once Sheets is open. We are standing at the intersection. Looking up Spotswood Furnace toward Riverbend, there are 3 lanes of traffic. One goes up the hill, as you know, and bears sharply left. It also allows a right turn onto Spotswood Furnace Lane, which I will refer to as Spotswood Lane. There are 2 small gravel driveways as you look up the road, one on the right and one on the left, each serving 1 house. There are 2 lanes of traffic coming down the hill toward the stoplight. The right lane allows traffic to go right onto Route 3, straight across the intersection, and left onto Route 3 toward I-95. When Sheets is in place, there will be 5 lanes of traffic on Spotswood Furnace instead of 3. There will still be 1 gravel driveway as you go up the hill, but the gravel driveway on the left will be replaced by a new, much wider paved driveway serving Sheets. There will be 1 lane going up the hill on Spotswood Furnace as it does now. There will be a 2nd lane going up the hill that will carry traffic into the new Sheets driveway. There will be 3 lanes of traffic heading toward the stoplight. The right lane will include traffic entering Sheets at the new driveway, going across the intersection, or turning right onto Route 3. The 2 left lanes will be for traffic going left onto Route 3. It is worth noting that most people who want to head toward I-95 after leaving Sheets will have to use the driveway at Spotswood Furnace and cross 1 or 2 lanes of traffic to get into a left-hand turn lane. The only other option is to turn right onto Route 3 and make a U-turn at the crossover by the fish restaurant, I don't know what else to call it, or at the light on Corder Avenue. I understand that the fish crossover is scheduled for closure at some point, so Corder Avenue it will be. One more thing that has to be added to this equation is
Ma'am, please sum up. Your time has expired. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I have someone who has offered to give me her time to speak so I can finish my comments.
Without any exception from the board? Okay.
Okay, do you want me to introduce her? Or?
Who's giving up your time?
Her name is Joanne Bean.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you. Okay, across 1 or 2 lanes of traffic. The only other, okay, I've got one more thing that has to be added to this equation is the addition of a crosswalk in front of Riverbend that will allow pedestrians, think Riverbend students, to cross Spotswood Furnace, walk along a new sidewalk on the Sheets side of the road, and enter and leave Sheets via the new driveway, which will have traffic going in and out. The new crosswalk, I won't go into the flashing lights, but I think you get the idea here. Yet another addition to the mix will be the reopening of Spotswood Lane. That road will be a right in and right out, which means that traffic heading toward Riverbend or Spotswood Furnace in general will be able to turn right onto Spotswood Lane, go to the Episcopal Church, the few houses on the lane, the high school, or the light at Spotswood Furnace in front, or the stop sign at Spotswood Furnace in front of the high school. I have been told by several people that they do not expect the general public to use Spotswood Lane as a shortcut to Spotswood Furnace, but I can virtually guarantee the public will use it that way. I am probably one of them. The stop sign will not deter me, especially when I am confronted with a 5-lane road if I turn right at the light at Spotswood Furnace. Finally, I ask you to envision, if you will, there is traffic coming off Route 3 onto Spotswood Furnace and going up the hill, crossing 3 lanes of traffic onto the new driveway to Sheets, preferring to make a right turn there, and so on and so forth. At all this and Riverbend students and other folks crossing Spotswood Furnace in front of the school and using the Sheets driveway to get to the convenience store and then reversing the trip to get back to the school and its parking lot. As I mentioned earlier, this is a failing intersection. I cannot see how adding more traffic to Spotswood Furnace Road is going to improve the situation. I hope I have conveyed to you why I am so concerned about this rezoning request coupled with the construction of Sheets. I ask that you deny the requests or at the very least postpone the vote until the matter can be studied a bit further. If I have, I don't know if I have 16 seconds. I would like to add that the turnout tonight seems to confirm that the policies used to publicize rezonings and related matters is at best in need of review and updating. Mr. Chairman, thank you for speaking with me about this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dorothy Braun, followed by Nancy Lee Cole.
Thank you for allowing me to have a few minutes to speak. I'm a 9-year resident. My name's Dorothy Braun. I live at 12910 McNeil Court in the Glen Haven subdivision behind Riverbend High School with the Cortland district. We've lived here 9 years. My daughter attended Riverbend as a senior. I've watched the traffic pattern, and I really appreciate the comment earlier about having really ultimately a good fix for the intersection, because it's a long time been a very dangerous intersection. I think it's already been adequately explained about the problems with even how the new traffic pattern is proposed. My one concern as a nurse practitioner is certainly the health and safety of everyone involved, not only the students who attend Riverbend, but also the school bus drivers, the other people who travel east and west through that intersection. As you can imagine, Sheetz has a financial vested interest in this, so that's their primary goal. I would also add that the selling of alcohol and cigarettes close to a high school is of great concern to me. I don't know about the other district high schools and their proximity to convenience stores that sell both of those products, but that would be a concern for me. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Lee Cole, followed by Dick Toy.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Nancy Cole, and I live in the Cortland District at 13603 McLean Place, County of Spotsylvania, for 27 years. My child has already graduated from Riverbend, but I am here because I am concerned for the children that will be attending, and also that us living on River Road, we use Spotswood Furnace quite often, and that will create more chaos and danger at that corner. Would like to say we who live here should be given a say in what is done in our county, and this commercial development must stop. You work for us, not the developers. And there is a lot of retirees in this area, and it is your responsibility to keep us safe. Tonight, I'm addressing this rezoning, and I request that you deny it because it does not make any sense putting a gas station next to a public high school where the kids can go and get cigarettes, alcohol, dirty books, also hang out, eating there instead of eating at the school. Also, it will generate a lot of trash, which I have already had to address in that neighborhood on Spotswood Furnace Road. It will also bring the home values down. The corner of Route 3 and Spotswood Furnace Road is dangerous enough without a commercial establishment there. Who comes up with these ideas? But now I know it's the Silvers Company. That explains it. They care nothing for the safety of our kids, only lining their pockets. The intersection of Route 3 and Spotswood Furnace Road is already chaos, and to add a gas station is more chaos. And having walkways built for the school to go to the gas station is not in the best interest of the county. It is dangerous and leaves you open to lawsuits. Why would you promote a gas station by making a walkway for the kids to go to it? And the public entering the Sheetz from Spotswood Furnace Road would only add more chaos. And I was saying that the kids, they cross at that light on Route 3. And if you have more traffic, that jeopardizes their lives. Recently, a young woman crossed Route 3. That's a dangerous highway, and she was hit by a car and is in Richmond on a life-saving machines. And at this point, we have no idea how the new Spotswood Furnace Lane that they are presently doing as a proffer for a developer, how does that work? And is it even legal? It will impact Route 3 or even the Sheetz if approved. We already have a Giant, a Royal Farms, a Valero, a Wawa, a 7-Eleven, which is in close distance. And I'd like to know why Giant is building another gas station when they have one in Harrison Crossing, just not even a mile
Ma'am.
down the road.
Your time has expired. Please sum up briefly.
Okay. Wake up, supervisors, and start making the county citizen-friendly instead of catering to the developers and causing more gridlock who don't even live here. You should be catering to our rich history and beautiful Rappahannock River. Thank you.
Dick Toy, followed by Howard Johnson.
I'm Dick Toy. I live in the Cortland District, and I'm here this evening to voice my opposition to the rezoning requests for the purpose to construct a sheet gasoline station and a convenience center on the northwest corner of Route 3 and Spotswood Furnace Road. Mr. Chairman, my concern is for the safety of students at Riverbend High School and Chancellor Elementary School. That concern also extends to the bus drivers who transports them. I'm also concerned about the many citizens who egress and ingress Spotswood Furnace Road at the intersection of Spotswood Furnace Road and Route 3. Mr. Chairman, if I continually refer to you, I'm not singling you out. I'm referring to all of the supervisors. I just have a tendency to do that.
That's fine.
I recognize that the improvement and opening of Spotswood Furnace Lane initially was separate and apart from the rezoning request by Sheets. However, it has evolved as part of the equation. Spotswood Furnace Lane is designed for right turn and in and right turn out onto Route 3. I'm going to assume that some of the 31 buses at Riverbend will use the lane to enter Route 3. I will also assume that there will be some sort of signage at that intersection that will aid the school bus drivers and others who will use the lane to turn right onto Route 3. For sure, there will not be a traffic light because the intersection does not meet VDOT's requirements but for between traffic signal lights. That is, they have a specific requirement that requires a specific distance between the lights. That intersection will not qualify, and there will not be a light there. Therefore, it is extremely dangerous for those buses to enter Route 3. You have a situation there where cars come from the east, traveling west, right at that intersection, and they're traveling anywhere from 45 to 55 miles an hour. That slow buggy bus coming out onto Route 3 is subject to be rammed right in the middle. I believe that you're setting yourself up for lawsuits, and particularly a lawsuit for cause of death. I believe those buses should remain on Spotswood Furnace Road, where it is safe for both the drivers and for the kids. It is not safe for them to enter Route 3 from that Spotswood Furnace Lane.
Mr. Toy, please
Yes,
do sum up. Your time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, may I approach?
Sure. Any more minutes for you, Bob? Unless anybody on the board has an issue, Mr. Toy has other people that would give up his time and has requested an additional 3 minutes. Is there any objection from the board?
No objection.
Oh, Mr. Benton?
As long as he can give the name of who's given up their time.
Mr. Toy, can you identify who you're getting the time from?
Yes.
Yep, okay,
For
we got
those
it.
people who
We got
will
it.
give me their time, would you please stand
Yep,
and
we
give
got
your
it.
name so they can scratch you off
We're-
of the list?
That's good. Thank you.
We didn't get a name.
That's okay. We just won't.
All righty.
Okay, so could we get the clock set for 3 more minutes?
3 more?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there's a house on the northeast corner of Spotswood Furnace Road and Route 3. A school bus stops there to pick up and discharge students. Many times, traffic behind those buses back up on Route 3 almost to the Harrison Road Crossing Shopping Center. The record shows that several companies' representative talked to the schools, the school administration, and the Virginia Department of Transportation. I have also talked to the schools and Don Upperco, Executive Director of Operations. My wife has been in conversation with the Virginia Department of Transportation. Dr. Wright, principal of Riverbend High School, states that because of the improvements to be made, he approves of the project. Mr. Hudson, principal of the Chancellor Elementary School, states that his students are not affected, therefore he is not bothered. I disagree with both. First, Dr. Wright believes that 2 crosswalks and a sidewalk leading to Sheets and the opening of Spotswood Furnace Lane, among other changes, gives his reasons for his support. I disagree with his assumptions. I believe that some of those so-called improvements are antithetical and enhances the complications to the traffic problems at the State Route 3 and Spotswood Furnace Road. Mr. Hudson's students are affected, and he should be bothered. Some of his students are picked up and left off at Spotswood Furnace Road at the house on the northeast corner of Spotswood Furnace Road. And as I said, it backs up onto Route 3 when that happens. Dr. Wright appears to be in conflict with the school administration policy. Don Upperco informed me that it is the school administration's policy not to take a position on matters of this nature. He said that the school administration recognizes the Board of Supervisors has responsibility and authority in such matters. Dr. Wright apparently is an able and competent education administrator, given the fact that he has a doctorate and has long tenure with the as principal of Riverbend High School. However, he is no transportation expert, nor am I. I guess that puts us on somewhat of an even keel. What it comes to these matters, that is to say, he doesn't know any more than I do. The specific changes that he is referring to are 2 crosswalks, one from the school over to across Spotswood Furnace Road. In addition, a sidewalk leading to the gasoline station. In addition to that, there's a sidewalk at the bottom there for the students to go back on the other side. Prior to that, right at the bottom of there, at the sidewalk, there is a button for the students to go back across Spotswood Furnace Road. Once they get on the other side, there's another button for them to push to go across Route 3. The question is, why are we diverting the students over there? Mr. Chairman, the Ramsey Kemp Associates Traffic Impact Analysis report states that there are no approved developments near the site that will generate a significant amount of traffic. I do not question that statement, given the fact that it was made on May 30, 2017. I must call to your attention to the fact that the Planning Commission will consider a rezoning request on August 16, 2017 to allow for 39 single-family detached residential units on property located at 13-2110 Spotswood Furnace Road. Mr. Chairman, there appears to be nothing standing in the way of approval of that request. Based on the pattern of approving requests of this nature by the Planning Commission and the Board, I am of the opinion that the zoning request will be approved. Therefore, it will increase additional traffic at the already troubled intersection of Route 3 and Spotswood Furnace Road. There are no grocery stores, etc., at the location where the project is proposed. Those people will travel on Spotswood Furnace Road to Harrison Crossing. You have a request before you to rezone a property. I believe you control the rezoning in Spotsylvania. This property is zoned officially as zoned Office 1, which is documented in the comprehensive plan. It is my opinion that that is the Supreme Court's decision with regard to you cannot deny a business of any kind simply because of its kind. I don't think that situation with regard to the Supreme Court's decision applies here. The thing that you have is a request for rezoning. I believe you are free to make a decision with regard to your rezonings. The Supreme Court decisions I don't think is applicable here. I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Howard Johnson, followed by Danny Pemberton.
Good evening, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. My name is Howard Johnson. I live at 8604 Lee Jackson Circle in Chancellor. Most of the things that I was thinking about to say has been said tonight. The issue's been raised, and I guess my only concern is that the silver company talked about a small or limited amount of traffic. And I would say that if you look at some of the sheets in the area, there's a tremendous amount of traffic. It's not a limited amount. And I would ask you to look at the business plan, follow the money. Look at the business plan, and based on the business plan, you can backdoor yourself into how much traffic we think we'll have, because that would dictate, if you could take the money and break it down by cars or people, that would dictate the traffic that will be expected. Because I can't believe that Sheets will put a business model together where they're pushing cars away or pushing customers away. I think they are encouraged, they know that they will have a significant amount of customers, else they wouldn't put the business plans together. They're not in business to lose money. So I would ask the board to follow the money, see how much money they expect to make the first 5 years in business, and then determine how much traffic you'll get from the money, okay? Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening, and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Danny Pemberton, followed by Dick Carmichael.
Thank you. My name is Danny Pemberton. I live at 6206 Plank Road. I live with my wife, and we are in favor of this project. We also have property that is in sight of the proposed Sheet store. The Planning Commission, 4 weeks ago or so, voted to approve the project. Also, Spotsylvania's planning staff has asked for approval of this project. On traffic, adding 2 lanes to Spotsylvania Furnace Road will certainly be a big help, even if the little bit of traffic that is generated by Sheets, the asset for these two new lanes will be a tremendous amount of help in the traffic in that area. Adding sidewalks will also be great. The sidewalks should have been there long ago when the supervisors voted to build the Riverbend School. They should have put sidewalks there then. They make everybody else put sidewalks. So that will be an asset, and it will be paid for by the Sheets Company. The value of the property now is approximately $600,000. The new value, if this goes through, will be approximately $2,750,000. That is a big improvement, and as you know, there will be tax dollars that goes to the county. For the real estate tax, it will generate $24,000 each year for Spotsylvania with sales tax and meals tax. Each year, they will be generating approximately $277,000 annually. Gas stations are needed in this area. Of course, we live there, and we buy gas at 7-Eleven and Wawa, and these stations are getting so you have to wait to pick up fuel. So we are in need of another gas station. What should the property owners do with their land? They certainly do not want to farm it anymore. We certainly don't want to have homes built there. We don't need apartments, and we don't need townhouses. So what are we to do with this land? The property owner should use their property for the best and most usable profit for them. Therefore, Sheets would be a good project in this area. Spotsylvania County is in need of more commercial following to achieve the county's 30 to 70% mix, that being 30% for commercial. Sheets is a good, clean store and will be a good station for Spotsylvania County. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Dick Carmichael, followed by Noel Alwalagankar.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Dick Carmichael. I live at 13112 Hickory Court, Fredericksburg, Chapel Hill subdivision. We are right off of Spotswood Furnace Road. Hey, I'm a Sheets junkie. I travel the whole region as a sales consultant, and I go on a lot of Sheetses. Let me tell you, they're the cleanest, nicest stores around. Somebody mentioned trash. There's no trash at Sheets. They got plenty of receptacles. They're there picking up trash all the time. I'm in line behind kids. They card people. Those employees are well-trained. They card. They scan that driver's license every time someone looks like they might not be old enough. So, yeah, you got a high school close, but those kids ain't gonna catch cheating employees, I tell you that. It's one of the best places I know to stop. It's clean all the time. The employees are happy. They always want to greet you nicely. They wait on you quickly. Their products are good. They offer a good product in there, and it's always well kept, well lit. Piece in the paper, I don't know if you know it's not, but trade publication rated Sheets as one of the best convenience stores by their magazine. It was rated top 100 in Forbes magazines. It was rated one of the 12 best places for women to work. So you're bringing a good company here who treats his employees well, who's going to pay a good tax to the county, and is well needed in that area, like previous person said. Those gas stations on Route 3 right now are full. They're always full. You can't get into them early morning or late afternoon. So I think it's a good choice. Sheets is a good company, and they would be a good neighbor to me on Spotswood Furnace Road. Thank you.
Noel Alawalagankar, followed by Eileen Charters. Thank you. Eileen Charters, followed by Jean Olson.
Good evening. I'm Eileen Charters. I live in the Cortland district behind Riverbend High School, and I have just a couple things to say. I appreciate property owners' desire to benefit from their property. I appreciate the county's need for revenue because we all benefit from that, the schools, of course, being one of the largest recipients. But I do feel that this is a poor location for a Sheets. I feel that the proximity to the school, and I reiterate many of the things that others have said in regard to the fact that this is a serious, confusing location with regard to transportation. And also, as was mentioned, and I thought was a very good point, it seems strange to me that you're going to have a business who's seeking to locate at this particular juncture, but they are expressing the fact that there will be so few people availing themselves of their business. And that seems a strange contrast to me if you're in business to make money. Again, I will thank you for your concerns, your consideration, and your leadership, and I hope you will make the right decision in opposing this location. I do not oppose Sheetz as a business, but I do oppose its location at this particular spot, right at the front door of a very fine high school that you all have provided for our students and families. Thank you very much.
Jean Olson, followed by Craig Ross.
Good evening. I'm Jean Olson. I own a home in Royal Oaks subdivision. I'm also a civil engineer. So I was hoping to come tonight, having read the 95-page traffic study, and have some words of wisdom and recommendations. However, that was not the case. I work for the Army. I've been pretty busy, but we received an email back in November about this Sheetz store being constructed on that corner, and I sent an email out. I couldn't come to the meeting at that time. I sent an email to the planners and the Board of Supervisors expressing my concerns about putting a Sheetz at that intersection. I'm not really opposed of a Sheetz. You know, I like Sheetz. They do have good food and great coffee and all that, but I'm opposed at putting it at this intersection. I had 2 students graduate from Riverbend 3 years ago, and taking them to school in the morning was a big headache. The buses were always backed up. If you got in, you couldn't get out. So even if, you know, the developer will put in an additional lane, like one gentleman said, VDOT, if they do a study and they find this intersection is in the poor condition that it is, they should put that lane in anyway, and they should pay for it. It should be state money and not come in line with the Sheetz. And as far as the sidewalk, you know, those don't cost that much, really. That could be something the county would pay for. So I don't really see any true benefit from the developer and these small offerings that they're expressing. And also, if you read the traffic study, they'd asked for some exceptions. It is a lot of reading. I didn't have time to really absorb it. And like the developer said, or I believe it was Chris with the county, mentioned that this is a higher crash rate for this intersection already. We do have a pedestrian crosswalk from the Royal Oak side over to the school. And one thing that I didn't see anybody take into account was on Friday night football, you've got a bigger mess than you do at rush hour. So I don't think anybody looked at that in the traffic study. I didn't see anything that accounted for the other school, the visiting school coming with their parents and their football kids and all that. Accounted for in any of the study. And I'd also like to say, what's going to happen at that intersection during the construction? No one has mentioned what's going to happen at that intersection when they're ripping up the pavement and they've got concrete trucks going in there to pave 3 acres of concrete. Your typical Sheetz is going to be 3 acres of concrete. It's not going to be a lot of green space. And there's also going to be a big marquee right up there on Route 3 with the gas prices. And I realize my time's run out, but I'd also like to just say, you know, we do have a Wawa. We have a new Royal Farms going in. There's a Valero right next to the Royal Farms. And I just really think that if this Sheetz is that important to the county, that it would be best served at a different location. Why not a little bit further down in Harrison Crossing? Thank you.
Craig Ross, followed by Ed Coe.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Craig Ross. I live at 12218 Spotswood Furnace Lane, right there on the corner where all this will be taking place. It's going to be right in my lap. And I didn't have knowledge of it. I hadn't been following it close enough. I didn't even know they were opening up Spotswood Furnace Lane. So that's going to heavily impact my day-to-day normal living and travel. On some mornings, I'm off every other, I work for the federal government, I'm off every other Monday. On those Mondays when I have to deal with the school, I may have an early doctor's appointment, but I'm fighting. I have to fight to get out because for some reason they think they can block my driveway, folks going to the school, so I can't even get out to get. So we're opening up that road now. I'm gonna have to contend with that traffic. And then if you put that sheets on that corner, that's gonna really make life miserable. I heard people talking about all the lanes coming out toward 3. What about the traffic that's coming in? If you think about the left turning in, you're not only talking about the left traffic turning in to continue on Spotswood Furnace, you have the people that's going to turn left into Sheets. And then you have the folks that will be turning into the school, which will be Spotswood Furnace Lane, and you have the people that got to come out, the people in the buses that have to come out. That's a whole lot of activity in that small little area. Like I say, there's nothing against Sheets. There's nothing against the business. There's nothing against the homeowner. I mean, the landowner that wants to sell his land. That's all fine and good. But let's take everybody else in consideration also. I have to live there, and I'm going to have to contend. I already got to contend with this. I missed the meeting about that lane being opened up, made a through lane now. So it's going to impact me directly. I'm born and raised Spotsylvania County, paying my taxes here all the time. So I've been here this whole time. So please consider that there's folks here. We've been here. You know, I didn't come from somewhere else, move here, and been here a few years. I've been here my whole life. Thank you.
Ed Coe, followed by Kenneth Olson.
My name is Ed Coe. I live at 9951 Talley Road, Spotsylvania, Virginia. I'm here tonight to represent my mother. She's 95 years old. I lived on Spotswood Furnace Road for 40 years. My mother lived on Spotswood Furnace Road for 50 years. 17 years ago, a representative of the county came and laid a map on my mother's desk and said to her, "We're taking your house." And they took my mother's house, but she was told, "You will be paid fairly for it." My mother had 1.7 acres of land with this house, and Spotsylvania County did take her house. They left her with 7/10 of an acre. For the last 17 years, she has been paying tax on this 7/10 of an acre that she can't do anything with. She's 95, and she would like to go ahead and sell this property so she can spread the money around to her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Thank you.
Kenneth Olson, followed by Kelly Young. Okay, Kelly Young, followed by John Carlson.
Hi, my name is Kelly Young. I live behind Riverbend High School in the Cortland District. My husband and I are opposed to the building of sheets at Spotswood Furnace and Route 3. We brought all of our kids tonight to show them how local government works. I don't think, my main concern as a parent is the safety issues. I see a lot of kids from especially Royal Oaks across the way riding their bikes or walking to the high school from the houses over there to get to Riverbend High School. My kids aren't even high school age yet, but you see a lot of them walking or walking over to the businesses there to get a snack after school, and it's just a concern, especially when you're taking high school kids that are walking and then also driving. My concern also with the driving is coming off of 3, turning onto Spotswood, and then trying to cross traffic to get into that Sheets. And you're talking about young, inexperienced drivers crossing those lanes to try to get in there and get something and then get back out and get to school on time. I think it's an accident waiting to happen, and I do not agree with it being built right there. I also remember when the old Giant on 3, there are people coming up Bragg Road there, and that's a busier area there near Central Park and the mall, but people coming across to get into that Giant off of 3 and would cross all those lanes of Bragg Road to get in there at that Giant, and they had to build a solid median up there to keep people from crossing in front of there. And I see similar thing happening at the Sheets if it's built there when you're talking younger, inexperienced drivers trying to get in there before and after school. I also have a concern with the building constantly down Route 3. My husband and I used to live near Old Plank Road, and we purposely moved over to behind River Bend because we enjoy the privacy and the quiet, and there's less building. And now it's constant build, build, build down Route 3, and it's becoming like we don't want in Northern Virginia. There's reasons people live down here. They don't want to live in constant traffic and buildings everywhere. But we just wanted to voice that we are opposed to it and do not agree with the build at that location, mainly out of a safety concern for the students in the area. Thank you.
John Carlson, followed by Peggy Carlson.
Good evening. I'm John Carlson, 28-year resident of the county. I live at 7011 Cedar Hollow, Cortland District. Because we live outside the 2,000-foot notification radius of this project, my wife and I did not receive notification initially, but we did see the posted notices and came to the Planning Commission meeting. Because Spotswood Furnace Road is the only practical road providing access to Route 3 for all of the residents of Turkey Run and Palisades subdivisions, as well as all the residents in the subdivisions along Spotswood Furnace Road, what happens at this intersection, I think, is of vital importance to us all. Since the construction of Riverbend High School, the intersection at Spotswood Furnace Road and State Route 3 has been a recognized substandard and stressed intersection. At peak hours, traffic on Spotswood Furnace Road is at a standstill, and while priority is given to the school traffic, and traffic turning off of Route 3 sometimes backs up well onto Route 3 and up towards the Harrison Crossing Shopping Center. It's a real mess. From the Planning Commission meeting that my wife and I attended, I took away the following. First, it is a well-known fact that Spotswood Furnace Road and Route 3 is a problem intersection. Second, there are no funds or short or long-term plans to correct this situation. Yet the Planning Commission approved this proposed Sheetz gas location at this very intersection. I heard only 2 proposals presented to the Planning Commission that sought to address the inevitable major increased traffic volume that would be generated from building a Sheetz gas station at this site. First, reopen Spotswood Furnace Lane egress and ingress to State Route 3 to accommodate some of the existing school bus traffic. This will not fix the problem, and more importantly, I believe it will create a hazardous situation on Route 3, as now a stream of school buses will be entering Route 3 and must almost immediately move left to merge into heavy Route 3 traffic. The approval of a plan with the potential for accidents involving packed school buses is quite difficult to comprehend. The second traffic mitigation proposal is to add a short third right turn lane from Spotswood Furnace Road onto Route 3 westbound. The Planning Commission acknowledged that these changes would do nothing to improve the situation at the intersection. A bad situation is going to remain bad. I asked the Board of Supervisors to consider the following. Despite the assurances that this gas station would not change the situation for the worse because of these 2 minor road alterations, I don't believe this to be the case. The very essence of Sheetz gas stations is to attract as many vehicles as possible around the clock. It is how Sheetz ensures success and garners profits. You don't choose a location to build a gas station hoping to attract only a moderate number of cars and customers. If a commercial enterprise is to be built at this location, it should not be one whose very goal is to attract as many cars as possible and flood an existing problem intersection with even more traffic, especially during existing peak hours. I don't believe that any projections or assurances of no net change at this stressed intersection are valid and will be proven correct.
Sir, your time has expired. Please sum up.
Okay. I asked the Board of Supervisors to either disapprove the zoning and special use applications, or at a minimum to return the project to the Planning Commission for further work with Silver Holding Company, develop a new plan that will improve the intersection, not the current plan, which under a dubious and benign best-case scenario acknowledges that it leaves the existing substandard intersection just that, a problem substandard intersection. I fear we're only going to get one chance to try to fix the situation at this intersection. Once the development is in place, there will be no practical or affordable way to claim the land for the state and fix an acknowledged problem intersection. Thank you for your time.
Peggy Carlson. Okay. David Schneider, followed by, I cannot read the first name, the last name is Williams.
Well, I'd first like to propose if people have brought prepared statements, we should just let them finish their statements instead of assuming it'll fit into 3 minutes. A lot of them would only go to 4 minutes, as the gentleman just now showed us. I had not prepared a statement, but in response to the presentation from earlier, I think they're being a little weaselly with their data and the gestalt of putting this gas station here. So in response to the presentation, they're telling us kids are clearly going to break the rules, so we're going to put in a crosswalk, at which point they're going to follow the rules. Kids are going to take the shortest route. Everybody is going to take the shortest route, which is going to be more dangerous with increased traffic. The gentleman earlier said, oh, the study meets our criteria. A study meeting criteria for a study does not mean data is valid. And a couple of questions were, do the improvement figures account for increased traffic? And the crash rate of an intersection is not the same as the mortality and the injury rate. We've also said that VDOT has analyzed this intersection, but VDOT gave us the failing intersection for the school. Is VDOT going to give us a great intersection suddenly when there's money on the line for a business? We've also sold this as a really great food joint, more so than a sexy gas station. Well, if it's a food joint during the day, Harrison Crossing's already there. There's a lot of businesses already there. There's 7-Eleven. There's the Giant gas station, which is not just for people with Giant memberships. And further, people driving west are going home. Do they really want to stop at a gas station? I can't read their minds any more than the gentleman earlier admitted he can. But what I suspect, and that we should just put on the table, is that this is clearly targeting the kids when they're at school. There are several lunch shifts, and they're expecting them to walk over. So we should consider that as well, and the foot traffic, which hasn't been stated yet.
Last name is Williams, followed by Cheryl Snyder.
I'm Linda Williams. I live in Royal Oak subdivision. I'm in the Chancellor District. And I'm coming to you first as a parent who has children at Riverbend High School, and secondly, as a resident of Royal Oak subdivision. We don't need to reiterate a lot of the things that have been said already, but just from a common sense perspective, we all agree that this intersection is not safe now. I've had neighbors who have had their cars totaled going out into the intersection, and personally know several people that have been injured there. When I take my kids to school, there are often police cars there. What we do need to consider, though, is some things we haven't talked about. The left-hand turn, we've talked about U-turns and left-hand turns onto Spotswood Furnace. Once you make a left-hand turn onto Spotswood Furnace, I'm imagining all the traffic that's there, and then you have to go across the 2 or 3 lanes, however many there are going to be, to actually get into the Sheetz station. That's another aspect we haven't really even thought of. I've driven the intersection. I've driven my kids to school the last 6 years. It's not ideal. I don't think that, I'm not opposed to Sheetz, but I am opposed to a business like Sheetz, a 24/7 business, being put in this location. If something that was more of a 9-to-5 business was there, it wouldn't impact the traffic the way that something like a Sheetz would. You know, the school traffic is at 7:35 and around 2:20 in the afternoon. If you have a business that's a 9-to-5 business, the traffic isn't impacted nearly as much as something like this. And someone else mentioned, what about football games, graduation, all the other events that occur at the school that are not even part of the traffic consideration. As a resident of Royal Oaks, this is a secondary concern. And for anybody that lives south of Plank Road, it's not my dream to drive up Big Bend Boulevard every day and stop at the stoplight only to see neon lights and a Sheetz gas station staring in my face. I do think it affects the county. I think that we have a lot of urban sprawl going on, and I think that I hope that you all consider the types of businesses that we're allowing to come into our beautiful county. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you will think of safety first and vote no for the rezoning.
Cheryl Snyder.
Well, you know my name, 13015 Mill Road, back behind Riverbend. Everybody's pretty well stated what I would have said tonight. What a nightmare. No disrespect intended, but what was the Planning Commission thinking? Have you tried to think about trying to go up Spotswood Furnace Road and turning left into that Sheetz, coming with the traffic coming out of Spotswood Furnace Road? It's going to make an incredibly dangerous situation. Reopening Spotswood, what was closed when Riverbend was built, the sight line as you come down Route 3 is very short. I can't tell you how many times in the 27 years I've lived there, I've come close to being rear-ended at both those intersections. Just because you have accident data, it doesn't show how many close calls there have been for people over the years. People pulling out of Riverbend are jumping out, trying to get in, and there's been so many T-bone situations or come close. It's just dangerous. Football nights, one of my neighbors is here where he's pulled cars out of the ditch on Mill Road, where Mill Road is blocked because of the traffic. I just can't believe that the Planning Commission thought that this was a good idea. I'm asking you to deny this because of the left-hand turn into the access onto Spotswood Furnace Road. I don't have an issue with Sheetz per se. I don't think it's a good location for it, and certainly the idea of having an entrance and egress for that on Spotswood Furnace Road is just unacceptable. And I do hope that you will think about the citizens of this county and their safety. It's a bad intersection. It's going to be made worse with the old Spotswood being closed. It was closed for a reason. Those reasons are now becoming a danger. They're opening it right now. The construction is going on right now. Please, please, please think about the safety of those kids at that school. You had a graduated Riverbend speaking to you a few moments ago. Those kids don't, did they want to go over there, going to go over there. They're already over at Sonic, they're already over at Wendy's, and they're already over at Starbucks in the morning. They're going to go to Sheetz, and then they're going to try to cross that road. I just really, again, don't know what the Planning Commission was thinking. Please send it back to them to reevaluate. You want to I don't want a Sheetz right there. I think down the road past Quarter Avenue and getting past all of that traffic that we have right there would be a much smarter plan. I do understand the landowner's desire to sell the land and move on. I get that. I came from Franconia Road 27 years ago. But this isn't right for the county. So please, if you can't vote no tonight, please put it off for reconsideration and have the Planning Commission reevaluate it. Thank you.
There are no other citizens signed up to speak.
Is there anyone that didn't sign up that would still like to speak at this time? Yep, come on up.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Dawn Shelley. I live at 11804 Duck Circle, Spotsylvania, in the Chancellor District. I am a school board member, but I am not here as a school board member. I am here as a resident of Spotsylvania in the Chancellor District. First off, I want to thank you, Mr. McLaughlin, for all of the questions that you asked about this project. They were very strong, and your comments were very strong, so I want to thank you very much for that. What's happening with this project, My concern as a former Riverbend parent and driving down Route 3 and having used that intersection multiple times with my two children who were students at Riverbend, is the traffic. And looking at the plan, the lanes coming out of the Sheets, for students who go into Sheets, they have to cross the lanes, 2 lanes of traffic or 3 lanes of traffic, and then they have to cross them again to get to school. The crosswalk, you said that there's people from the school division who said they like that idea. Maybe it was because there's something needs to be done to make it better. And if there's going to be a Sheets, there needs to be something there. But I know the traffic is bad there. Mr. Ross, we received an email from you September of 2016 about the new road coming in and stating that there may be a Sheets coming in as well. So thank you for that and for looking forward with that road coming in. We appreciate that. But I do know in my heart, just as a mom, as a driver, worried about kids always, that it just does not seem like a safe place to put a Sheets. I love Sheets. It has nothing to do with Sheets. It's just the location of it. Thank you so much for your time. Have a nice evening.
Yeah, thank you. Is there anybody else that did not sign up to speak that would like to speak at this time? We'll close the public hearing, and the applicant has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of quick comments. First of all, you all have an issue with Spotswood Furnace whether we develop or not. It's currently failing. It's at a failing level of service. There are by right uses that are allowed at that intersection, many of which would not be required to do significant road improvements here. The entire area is shown on the comp plan as commercial uses, that entire intersection. So whether the Sheets comes in, puts the Sheets there, and is willing and able to pay for some of those improvements, versus waiting for development to continue and trickle on and hoping something happens, it's going to end up on you. It's going to end up on the county to make those improvements down the road. We had put forth a project that we feel is safe. We think we've been done a little bit of a disservice that your traffic engineer was not here tonight. You have a process for traffic studies. The process, you meet with VDOT, you meet with the county, you go over the requirements. It's very specific, types of use, existing counts, everything. We followed your rules. We went through your process. VDOT signed off on the study. Your staff signed off on the study. So as far as the safety, we're certainly concerned about the safety. That's why we went to the school. That's why we met with officials with the high school and with the school board. There were no significant concerns raised at that time about these improvements. We're happy to request a deferral so that you all can take a further look at the study, maybe have the transportation engineer here to advise you a little bit better on that. I will make a couple of comments. There were a couple of comments about our company not caring about safety. $33 million over the last 12 years is what we've put into road improvements in Spotsylvania County. And we've built commercial developments that annually generate roughly somewhere in the neighborhood of about $15 million a year in revenue to the county. That's a significant amount of revenue to the county. We're very proud of Harrison Crossing and the road improvements we did. Proud of Route 1 down at Massaponax Church. We're very proud of Cosner's Corner and how that worked out with the road widening done there. So I take a little bit of an issue with us not caring. We started this process meeting with the folks involved that were the ones that would sign off on whether or not they would permit this and in reviewing the study and giving you comments. And we felt we've met that criteria. A couple other real quick. On alcohol and tobacco, that problem exists with every store that sells alcohol and tobacco that you have in the county. Sheets cards everyone. There's no exception. Regardless of age, everyone is carded. I will say that I was in high school once, and the last place you want to buy alcohol or cigarettes is right in front of your school where everyone knows you. Typically, you go out into the country somewhere and try to find a place that does that. So I don't believe it's going to be a significant issue here. It's a problem that exists no matter where you put a store that sells alcohol or tobacco, and there are laws against that. What will happen during construction? We are committed to maintaining the existing lanes open during school hours the way they are. All lanes will be open, and any construction that would divert any traffic at all on a lane, again, the lanes will be open. But if there's work that needs to be done on one of the on the outside of the lane, it'll be scheduled outside of school hours, so that would not impact it. I guess in closing, you have a road improvement that needs to be done now, just to benefit the school. The properties that were in this area were shown as commercial use long before the school was put there as well. So you have uses out there that have been shown as commercial land uses for quite some time. The property behind this is shown in your comp plan as employment center. An employment center needs access, needs road access. So if this is not a project that the county would support, I guess the question is, what would you? Because the questions I have, or the comments I have heard are all transportation related. And there's no plan to fix transportation problems that would come from your existing development under the existing by right development, as well as any future development. We feel this provides that access, and it does it in a safe manner. Otherwise, your staff wouldn't have reviewed the comments and recommended approval of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Now turn it over to board discussion. Any comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, everyone here who wanted to speak had their chance. We bent the rules for a couple people. And after that, hand gestures and other gestures behind the back of the applicant as he is speaking is disrespectful and inappropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Benton.
Okay. I got a number of things to say. Fortunately, most of you in the audience probably aren't going to like me when I'm saying. First off is property rights. You know, I guess you heard from a relative of a individual who owns 0.7 acres. You know, and from everything that I've heard, we're basically wanting to pick and choose what we put there. And as the applicant says, you have a number of things that can go there by right that would not have to do anything to this intersection. Just prior to this public meeting, we had a discussion on roads, and at no time was it ever mentioned about this intersection and what needs to be done there. This board pretty much wasted $800,000 in proffers to do $400,000 of work estimated by the construction company, nobody else from the county or VDOT, to now do a right in, right out, which I think you've heard from several I did not vote for, and I argued the fact that it's going to create more issues at that intersection. And then you hear several from this audience saying the same thing. The buses are going to have to maneuver, make several maneuvers to get out in traffic. You got, I would say 55 is probably an underestimate at times on Route 3 westbound. But anyway, that's going to create an issue. We already have the issues there. The intersection is horrible. You have kids already walking up and down. They're coming from Home Depot. They're coming from Royal Oaks. We already have that. And just so y'all know, I'm not going to give much information because I don't think it's out there yet, but I know there's more development coming out in your area. More homes, and if you take the history of this board, not me, they're going to get approved. I guarantee you. So that's going to be even more traffic, more backup. You already got a gentleman that's blocked in his driveway, and then he already admits that's because of the school traffic. The school and its design for this road is horrible. The county did this. We did it from the very get-go. The improvements to this road should have been done before this school was even put in. But there was no consideration put in that. The school supports it, whether we like it or not. I think the principal there has voiced, whether he should or not, I would say not, but has voiced support of it. The principal voiced support of the right in, right out. you know, and back to the property right. What are we going to approve there? For Bojangles or Burger King or anything like that, that's going to create a lot of traffic. There are the kids that like to go eat. How many more things are we going to deny just because of what it does? And if you want to do improvements, let's use that tax revenue. I think in one of the things here, it was $275,000. That's probably on the low end of total income that we'll get from this facility. Use that and put it in the road to better it even further. Sink it all in there. Designate every dime that comes from that business to go to the intersection and its improvements. 2 years with $550,000? Well, heck, we gave away $400,000 to do the right in, right out, which was ridiculous. And then $400,000 more, we said, okay, we'll let you get away with, since you're doing this great work for us, we'll let you forego the $400,000 more that you are supposed to owe us. Like I said, there's already more planned development coming in your area. There's going to be more traffic on Spotswood Furnace Road coming out on the Route 3. I have seen nothing and anything in the near future or anything close to a future where there's going to be improvement to this intersection whatsoever. Zero. There's been no discussion of it with VDOT as far as I know. Zero. So the lines are going to get longer, more and more traffic accidents. And we're already saying it's a bad intersection with the accidents already. With the improvements there, at least on a very short period of time, hopefully they'll improve with what they're doing. If you don't let them in, you ain't going to get nothing anytime soon. I hate to tell you, it's not coming. Unless this board does something very spectacular to change what we're doing and what we're focusing on, especially if it's that bad. And like I say, I'm willing to 100% put all that tax revenue into the road issues there, widen Spotswood Furnace, whatever we need to do, add some lanes on Route 3 as far as the turn lanes or whatever we need to do. Let's use that money, use it as a benefit, and in the very short term, make the improvements that we need there. Instead of picking and choose, well, which we can't legally do, pick and choose what goes in a location, but use what they're going to be giving us to improve what's there. And because if we don't, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse regardless. And when it boils down to, you might as well condemn the property altogether. Go ahead and pay the residents a very menial amount that they would get from any county or state government. They certainly wouldn't get what it's worth. And never build there. You know, it's been our mistakes, the county's mistakes, for allowing it to get to where it is. We built a school, we knew the population coming and what was there at the time, and we made zero effort to make any improvements to make sure the ingress and egress of these kids and the families that live in the area will get in and out adequately and safely. So we can either take these improvements that we're going to get, and like I say, use every tax dollar that comes out of that business and make improve it probably faster than we'll ever do on our own. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so a couple of things I just want to point out, and those that watch the board, I mean, I think most of this board's pro-business, pro-growth, tax increases. And I'll tell you, just in perspective, I mean, I probably fuel up 3 times a week, so I spend a lot of time at the gas station. I had Mr. Ross, we both have Sheetz tags on our license plate, so we frequent Sheetz quite a bit. But the unique thing, I have 2 kids at Riverbend currently, and they both athletes, both in school, one of them drives. So I have a different perspective. I see the kids going in and out of the school. I drop the kids off I attend sports events. There's a huge volume of kids there. I drive the intersection every day, sometimes twice on a weekend. I understand. I can make a study. I'm not saying you did, but you can make a study pro or negative based on your point of view, but I drive it every day. I see what the actual intersection's like. I see the issues we have because as board members, we end up at school events for other school events. I have no problem with this being a commercial property, but I don't know that a high volume business, a high traffic volume, because that's what it's about. It's about turnover of customers, whether it's fuel or food. If you don't turn over customers, you don't make a profit. That's, I think we said earlier, $2.7 million piece of property. Well, and the tax rate's going to go up. So you have to turn over a lot of income to pay the bills, to pay the salaries, to have a successful business. And to say we're only going to get 7 cars turning left, I don't think that's a realistic estimate. I think that's very rosy based on driving on it every day. I just think that, you know, when that intersection was built years and years and years ago, that was probably put in place before Riverbend High School was put in place, and now more and more kids drive, so we've added more and more volume to that intersection. And it's nobody's fault. I mean, we can't blame each other for what happened in the past or the growth. You can blame people for the growth of the county, but it's going to happen. The intersection's not going to get any bigger anytime soon, but we can make it worse by putting high volume businesses at that intersection. I just think it's the wrong thing to do right now. I looked at stuff in the past. I thought maybe there's a way you could move the traffic off of Spotswood Furnace, but that's a significant investment. You know, and I would even consider a deferment at this point. But the fact that the applicant is not willing to put a sidewalk in means they're not going to put in the significant amount of infrastructure would to make this a viable project. So I don't know, there may be more comments, but with that, I'm going to recommend denial or motion for denial.
Any other comments from the board? Discussion? I've got Mr. Yakubowski.
Thank you.
Before you do that, Mr. Gluffin, I think you made a mistake. You said we were a pro-tax board.
No, pro-increase tax increase.
Pro-tax increase. You want to, yeah, you want to get that on the record, I think.
Business tax.
All right, Mr. Yakubowski.
Thank you. Well, the road was reconfigured because of the high school, and then the other part was opened up, and I'm glad Mr. Benton had mentioned he voted with me on that one. The issue that we have here is I think, what I had stated before is that we are putting Band-Aid fixes on an area that we already know is a problem. And without a significant improvement in that area, and without a significant improvement, it is going to continue to deteriorate. And so taking what you can get simply because you can get it, I don't think is a way that we should plan our infrastructure. I'm fully supportive of, as I had been in the past with bond referendums for infrastructure and transportation improvements. I'm disappointed that there hasn't been a study in that area to take a look at what can be done and what needs to be done. I think it's well past its time, but I think that we still need to do it. And so with that, for traffic and safety concerns, I just can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments from the board? So I have a couple. One, thanks everybody for coming out. It really is what makes America exceptional country to live in and a free country. We saw both sides presented here tonight, and I can't thank you for your participation. We're going to have a long night after you guys leave, but that's what we're here for. And so that's good. As Tim was saying, I love Sheets. When I first heard it was coming out here, I was excited. But I think the points that everybody's brought up here tonight, it is a bad intersection. I would like to say for Mr. Yakubowski, there was a VDOT study that was done on this, and I've reviewed that with Sean and the principal of Riverbend High School. It is dated, but it is out there, and we'll get it over to you. We should get it to the whole board to review, but it is dated. It's about 10 years old that we need to look at again. And clearly, in my mind, what's at a minimum in that intersection is a right-hand turn only lane added. And, you know, we just had tonight, we talked about an $8 million increase to something we weren't expecting before everybody got here down at the Thornburg intersection. I have to think a right-hand turn lane only is something we can tackle between $350,000 in the future. So we definitely want to look at that, and I'd like to look at that on our next round at the Transportation Committee. It is a bad intersection already. I too question the morning. eastbound traffic coming in of only 8. I think it's going to be a lot more than that. And the points that the citizens came up tonight that I represent are greatly appreciated. The turning right if you're westbound and then having to take across 5 lanes of traffic, and its location in the school. And I can't underestimate or take the importance down of the safety of our kids. I mean, I don't know, I know how I would feel if any children got hurt or injured out there. Thank you for bringing that up too. Something that's always on my mind too, having 6 children. So with that, there's a motion to deny on the floor, I believe. Is that correct, Tim? Yep. Any other discussion? We're going to do a roll call vote. So Mr. Yakubowski. So it's to, yeah, this is to support the notion. So it's a yes, it's a yay to deny.
Right, yeah.
Okay. You okay?
Yeah.
Mr. Benton?
No.
Dr. Trampy?
Yes.
Mr. Skinner? Yes. And the chair is yay. So motion to deny passes 6-1. So with that, do we need to go to the second one? We don't.
Mr. Chair, no, the special use permit is moot. It's a legal nullity. It's an impossibility for the board to take up and approve a special use permit in the current zoning. The rezoning was necessary to be able to grant the special use permit, so there's no need to take the second matter up.
We have another public hearing.
We have another public hearing, Mr. Chairman. That is on the question of whether the board shall authorize the county administrator to act on behalf of the county to exercise its option to purchase 48.07469 acres, more or less, of current tax parcels 25-1-1 and 25-1-2, property located at 11032 Tidewater Trail. This is in the Lee Hill District. Mr. Chairman and board members, very briefly, there was this spring, April 27th, 2017, made it entered into a contract between the county, the Economic Development Authority, and 11032 Tidewater Trail LLC, which is a company that holds property, property being the former GM plant, which is now the IDX plant under renovation on Tidewater Trail. The rear of the property includes residual property not useful to IDX, consisting of 48.07469 acres of land, and per the agreement, that land that we colloquially refer to as the back 40 is set to transfer to the Economic Development Authority or to the county, the Board of Supervisors, later this year. Pursuant to state code, the board is required to hold a public hearing if the board intends to or would make the decision to exercise its option to take the title to the property itself. And to be clear, no action is required following this hearing. Action, if the board wishes to exercise the option, is required by the end of October. And if no action is taken by the board, then title to this back 40 property would pass to the Economic Development Authority of Spotsylvania County under the existing agreement. So that's background for the public hearing.
Okay. So we'll open up the public hearing then.
There are no citizens signed up to speak.
Okay. Are there any citizens that did not sign up to speak that would like to speak on this time? Are there any questions from the public as what we're talking about? Okay. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Discussion amongst the board.
Mr. Chair, since we have talked about this, I think we should deferral. If you would, we've closed the public meeting. I myself would like more time, more information on more decisions, so I'd like to make a motion that we table this action until the next meeting in September, sir.
Do you want the first meeting in September?
First meeting in
Okay.
September, sir.
So we'll have a discussion on it the first meeting in September. That's what the motion is. Any other discussion? Call to question, roll call vote. Mr. Yakubowski?
Aye.
Mr. Sebula?
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye.
Mr. Benton?
Aye.
Dr. Trampy?
Aye.
Mr. Skinner?
Aye.
And the chair, aye. That was a quick one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings us to the end of public hearings for the evening. Cycling back up the agenda, this brings us, Mr. Remora, to a status update regarding Lidl.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I hope you have a fact sheet in front of you from which I will cite a few pertinent items. For the record, I did request that Lidl provide a spokesperson, and they were unable to do that this evening. So I have taken some of their comments and simply put them on the fact sheet that you have. First of all, I remind the board that there have been various pronunciations.
Excuse me, but do you have any copies of the fact sheet? It was not attached to the agenda. We can
They're coming
come around. Oh, thank you, Tom.
Yeah.
Sorry.
As I was saying, the correct pronunciation is Lidl. I've heard Little and Lidl and other names, so just so that we're sure of mentioning the right company name, the pronunciation is Lidl. As you all know, the distribution center is completed. It is serving 21 stores in several states. The fundamental question that I'm sure you all have on your mind is, when does the Route 3 store open? The best answer for that is sometime this winter. The second most important question is, when does the black fence come down? And the answer to that is within a few weeks.
Oh, good.
So I don't have precise dates, but I at least have those notional answers to the question. I've summarized there the job total and the requirements for the facilities that the distribution center obviously is completed. The Route 3 store is essentially completed. It served as a prototype, and I apologize for using the word training center. It really never was going to be a training center. It was going to be a prototype, a training center, if you will, for the construction and materials and the interior design, the operation of the store, not for employees. Employees were trained in Richmond, and this was not clear to us early on. And I'm partly guilty of using the words training center, and I meant well, but I was not accurate in saying that, so I apologize for that. The requirements are, again, to build a distribution center, the first store. The second store is not underway. It was intended to be in the South Point area, in the Walmart CarMax area. That is not proceeding on a specific timeline that I know of at this point. The job requirements were 200. The company has submitted documentation to the finance department that's being reviewed now to verify the investment of $125 million and the hiring of the employees that were committed. The representative from the company did indicate to me that they're very confident that the information they submitted will verify those numbers. We have not gone through them yet, and I cannot assure you that everything is in order. I would be surprised if it was not. So that's the compliance statement. The company is growing quickly. The expectations is that there will be 100 stores on the East Coast within a year. That's incredible growth. The openings are listed there. The communities closest maybe is Culpeper, if you want to go to one of the stores, or there are several in other locations, a couple in Richmond. And I do have the contact information for the public relations person that I spoke with and invited to come to the meeting. He's obviously very busy running around all over 3 states, but I'm hoping that maybe we can have them come periodically in the future and give us updates specifically on, let's say, the second store that has not yet been started. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
So you answered a couple of them I wanted, because I just got an email at the beginning of the meeting from a constituent, actually Mr. Ross's. But the question came in, when are the fences are torn, they're ripped, the fences are broken, weeds are growing everywhere, so the concern is it looks bad. And it sounds like they're in the process of cleaning that up, or if you could relay to them that it looks bad. And the
Yes.
sooner they could clean it up, I think they'd be a better neighbor.
Yes.
Thanks.
I haven't seen many trucks on the road, and I haven't heard of any complaint, probably jinxing us, sorry, of any traffic issues with trucks and stuff. Are they running them at night, or do you know how they're doing that?
I do not. My presumption is that they are running at night, although that might have generated comments from the neighborhood, and I haven't frankly heard those either. So
I was just
can't-
curious. Thank you.
I can't answer the question.
Mr. Skinner.
Well, first of all, the black building, the black fence, is it going to stay a prototype, or are they going to actually make that into a store someday?
That will be a store. It is a prototype, and actually, interestingly enough, not being first allows us to benefit from the issues at the other 21 stores. We might actually get a slightly revised store or layout or efficiency than had we been the very first store.
Is that the store that will be the first one?
That is there are 21 stores existing now, so this would be the first store in Spotsylvania, and it is expected to be a store and to open this winter.
Okay. I think a lot of people were sort of disappointed because in our negotiations and everything, we thought one of the few stores or one of the first stores would be here in Spotsylvania. That was my take on it. I don't know how the other supervisors sounded on it, but perhaps maybe you're correct that we benefit by it because our store is probably going to be better prototype since they've done the experience. But I was very disappointed. I think they should have had a little bit more clarification on that for us. And I know that we've talked, and I know that you've tried to talk, and I don't think the response is good enough, to be honest with you. I'll be very serious with you. The Spotsylvania citizens need to have a better response that we've been asking for quite a little while, Tom. Okay, and so I'm very disappointed in their public affairs officer who's running around. That's fine, but we're the one that made the deal. We're the one that got them here, and we appreciate them coming here. But I think their communications have been weak, and I hope in the future that when we respond as a county, especially from one of the supervisors, that we get something better than, no, we don't want to come here, we don't want to talk to you, or stuff of that nature. And that's exactly what happened. And so, we pride ourselves, I think, on Spotsy, doing good things, doing what we say we're going to do. And I'm just, like I said, I hope the communications is better in the future for this people. And so you're saying the second one is supposed to be over there by, in South Point? Okay. Do we have any idea when that might be? I mean, I think for myself and for our side of the county over here on the eastern side that we'd like to know, and because we have citizens that heard what they were going to do here in the county, and yep, it's up in the air. So if you could, Tom, please tell them, at least for myself, is that I'd like to know at least what their plans are. I mean, it may not be something in the near future, but we need to know because we've got citizens that are very interested in them.
I have pointed that out and will continue to do so, and I appreciate your concern. I've invited them to come in the future and certainly to keep us updated, and they've agreed to keep us updated as best they can. But as I would say from the beginning, this is a incredibly competitive industry, and anything that tips off the competitor of what you're doing and when is, and that's part of the black fence, is not showing people exactly what the design was going to look like or what kind of materials were coming in and out. Although some of us may have thought that seemed like overkill, it's not typically done. It was done in this case by an organization that has 10,000 stores in Europe. And so at some point, I had to answer the supervisor who asked me one day, "What's the black fence?" I don't know, sir. I'm surprised as you are that happened. So I will do my best to convey every amount of information that we get from the company.
Tom, what I'll say about that too is this, very simple. It is, they've told us things up front. Okay, I'm not asking them to give secrets away. I'm just asking for follow-up on what they've given us already, information they've given us, because they know they're coming here. People know they're coming here. We've dealt with them. We know that now the black building's going to be their first one. I don't see why there's any reason, or, I mean, they've committed to us. I believe that was the agreement. And when we're talking and what we heard, I'm concerned, are they going to back out?
I would say if the fence comes down in a few weeks and we get more specific answers on the opening of the store, those will be steps in the right direction, and we can build from there.
Well, and, okay, and I'm saying that I think this board deserves more than just a public affairs officer that pushes off to the side.
Okay.
And that's the way I feel as myself, my own person.
Okay.
Any other questions for Tom? All right, thanks for the update, Tom. Much appreciated.
Next up, we have our friends from IT with a discussion of formation or reformation for some of us older staff of an IT steering committee. This is something we used to have and now don't have, and maybe we'll have again. Right, Jane? Microphone?
For those of us who have been around for a while, we have worked to try to implement this IT steering committee in the past. And this time we're coming to you for board support of the formation because of these tremendous amount of money and time and resources that we're investing in technology throughout the county. First, I want to let you know that you'll be having in a board communication our fiscal year status report that gives us your accomplishments and the projects we're working on. We have dozens of CIP projects, fiscal year projects, and emerging projects, which is the segue into why this IT steering committee is so important. And if I can have the floor computer, please. We recommend that this committee be mandated by the board. It's a best practice to aligning any organizational goals and strategies, and it helps us make sure that we're making the right decisions in the implementation and investment of technology. The primary focus for this committee is to align the organizational goals and strategies, project prioritization, and project approval. This is something that is being highly recommended by our financial auditors. They ask us about the status each year, and it's also recommended by other auditing entities such as the FBI, the state police, as well as accreditation entities as well. It helps us balance our organizational constraints, whether it be time, whether it be resources, whether it be money, with what this organization really wants to do. It is imperative that we have senior leadership participation and commitment to make this committee successful and to make sure that we are investing properly in the implementation of technology across the county. We're recommending this committee be comprised of 7 to 11 directors and from administration. What we have here is the cornerstone of the folks that we think should always be part of the committee, and we will appoint others as time dictates and make sure that we have some representation from the smaller departments that may not always have a voice to make sure that we have a good, well-rounded approach to what we are doing and how we do it. We do propose meeting at least 6 times per year, probably more so in the beginning phases if it's approved. And we will be developing rules and policies for all technology initiatives to make sure that they're being approached in a consistent and progressive manner that is sustainable, that it's a best practice, and that it's a wise investment in technology. That is the end of my presentation. I am looking for the board to give me a nod of approval to move forward with this and to begin the formation. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Yes.
Mr. Bett?
What? I don't understand what kind of input, like, put up the people that are going to be involved in there. I mean, I know the sheriff's office has a person that's IT savvy, but utilities, fire chief, finance, county mission administration. I mean, other than picking and choosing what task could be primary or come first, their knowledge of IT and best practices, I can only assume, which quite often my assumptions are, when I assume I'm totally wrong, but is not going to be as savvy as
It's a good question, and it's a fair question. And what we're looking for is not for this committee to evaluate the actual technology of the program. That's going to be for us to represent to the committee, along with whatever sponsoring department is trying to move forward with the project. What we're trying to do is make sure that as the prioritization of projects come through, as our allocation of resources, whether it be time, money, or human resources, that we're putting it where the organization thinks is most important. And for example, a couple meetings ago, finance was here, basically saying that one solution, our financial applications, are our top priority project for the county right now, and that's where we're moving forward. We want to make sure it's not Jane, the IT director, making the decision on what projects we're going to work on and where the priorities are. We want to make sure that it's being done as an organization.
I just assume the county administrator or the administration could kind of direct, or with your knowledge and stuff, kind of direct instead of having but if that's what y'all want.
Understood.
Mr. Skinner?
Hey, Jane, are these, specific, or can they, like the fire chief, can he designate a representative?
As long as
So
it's
this
not
is just-
designated too low down into his organization, we really want someone in a senior command level. It can be one of his deputies, but we don't want someone that's further down, and that's what's happened in the past. We started having office managers show up for these meetings, and we want to make sure this is being driven by the directorship and by county administration and by the board versus being driven at those lower levels.
I agree with that. I mean, but I certainly hope we have some type of leeway there, because
Yes.
I would think both the sheriff, the chief.
It'll be a delegate.
Will be an
They have the
alternate,
option to make
and
it a delegate,
utilities.
yeah.
But we do have to have someone with knowledge in
Yes.
that, and so.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And Mr. Skinner, just to address that point, Jane, I believe this is kind of an initiation directive from the board, and you would come back with, obviously, bylaws for the committee, and the board would
Absolutely.
be able to prove, whether there's
Right.
any delegation, who can be delegated. You can certainly work your way through all of that eventually.
Mr. Sibulo?
Yeah, so we're not looking at designating who is going to be on this committee. And I don't mean that as individuals, I mean as a structure that you have here. This is just a
This
kind
is
of a,
just the structure that we're recommending to move forward with the committee. It can be smaller, it can be larger. And as we begin to pull this together and pull this initial group together, we will make the determination, does the group need to be smaller, does it need to be larger, and how to begin to drive that.
so what we need to do is as a board, is just agree to mandate the committee.
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion to do that.
Any other discussion? Do you really need a motion from the board to do this? That was my question when I first found out. I was like, why don't you just do it? But
Because we've done it, this will
Okay.
be our third attempt in the past, Mr. Ross, and we want to make sure that it does come down from the board, that this is board mandated.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Any other discussion? All right, I'm going to be brave here, and we'll call the question. The ayes?
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
Next up is an update from Ms. Hayward on the compensation, our compensation status and the benefits status. While she's coming to the podium, I want to acknowledge Rich Maidenbaum. Just wave, Rich. Rich, this is a great debutante moment in a way for Rose. She's able to be seen in public again because we got the implementation done of the first phase of the Evergreen pay adjustments, and that has all gone well, and thank you, Rose, for the hard work on that. Rich played a key role in providing IT support in a critical time in getting that implementation finalized timely so our employees could be paid. Thank you, Rich. I wanted to thank you publicly for that help, and Rose, thank you for all your hard work. And now I will let you proceed with your short update.
Yes, it's very brief. You could probably time me, and I'm sure it'll be under 3 minutes. So, and I do want to mention, if Mary's still here too, she was a tremendous asset and helped quite a bit. And so, thank you. I would be remiss if she wasn't mentioned as well. This was definitely a comprehensive effort. I do want to say thank you to the board as well as to county administration. to our HR team, finance, information services, our department directors, constitutional officers. There were many, many, many people, countless hours that were spent. As I have said many times, you don't hold off in doing something that's supposed to be done every 3 years for over 11 years and have it not be a really arduous effort. And so it took a lot of manpower, it took a lot of commitment, and I'm very thankful to have worked with a lot of very competent and committed people in this effort. Certainly behind me is lots and lots of people and lots of hours and maybe even a few tears every once and again. So with that, I did want to spend a little bit of time, and it is going to be extremely brief, to give you an update on our total compensation study as well as a little snippet about what's going to be happening in benefits. We have concluded the total compensation study, as was mentioned by Mr. Taylor, and the study was conducted by Evergreen Solutions. We've implemented the pay adjustments that were approved by the board, which incorporated a cost of living adjustment, longevity adjustments, and market adjustments that all went into effect on July 17th. These adjustments actually appeared in employees' paychecks on August 4th. I went out of order in my notes, so bear with me. Along with the salary review, we did also have a review of the benefits that were done, and that's going to be sort of our second phase, if you will, is to really look at the data that was gathered and then make an assessment as to how we want to move forward with recommendations for any refinements to our benefits plans, both for active employees and for retirees. I will note, and please underscore, that no changes, we're going to be doing some additional analysis. There won't be any changes that will impact this current plan year or the upcoming plan year. Any changes that are determined would definitely go into effect in 2019. In the upcoming weeks, you'll see posters and meetings that will be happening around the county. That's because we're actually entering into open enrollment. So our open enrollment period will be for the October 2017 to September 2018 plan year, and that will begin on August 4th and conclude on August 25th. During open enrollment, employees will have the opportunity to make changes to their coverage level or plan elections without a qualifying event. During the upcoming plan year, as I had mentioned, there'll be no changes to the current plan design or any premium rate changes. What that means basically is everything's staying flat and nobody's going to see an increase in their premiums. Along with that, there'll be no changes to the plan design. So exactly what we have today in terms of our health plans and our optional benefits that are available, those will be available in the upcoming plan year for the same cost. So that's pretty much it. I think I made the 3 minutes, and I welcome any questions or comments you may have.
Mr. Skinner.
Rose, the question is, what's the future for us? What process do we hold for future as we, instead of getting behind or some of this nature, how do we follow the process for the future in case there are departments that may be falling behind of localities or stuff of this? How do we monitor that? And when do we have a plan to do this every 5 years? Do we have a plan to,
well, in
3,
accordance,
whatever?
I mean, right now we have an established compensation philosophy and guidelines that actually recommend every 3 years. As well as when we actually brought on Evergreen, they've put in place like tools that are going to be available to us. And part of what we purchased is for them to come on site and actually train us on the utilization of their tools. So we do definitely have both some resources and, some plans that are available for the future.
Well, and as the board will recall, this year's implementation was the first third. So we're anticipating, subject to appropriation and the budget, of course, that the next 2 years will include the second third and the third third, and they will be refined over time of pay adjustments per this first round of study. But as Rose pointed out, we also bought the Evergreen study tool. We'll get trained on that, and that as we near the end of this 3-year cycle, we can pick positions to study, just as we picked positions that we felt most concerned about needing study in this cycle. We'll pick a different set of positions, perhaps, or we have the freedom to pick whatever position we want to study in the next 3-year cycle. So we can keep this up as a good habit to, in fact, effectuate what is already in the board's adopted compensation philosophy.
So the question I have is that, are we going to wait until the end of 3 years to start?
No,
Or
sir.
will we, as the years go on, we should be using the books, the tools that we've got then, so that we're prepared at the end of the third year, as you said, the third year, that we're ready to go into the fourth year with a whole new knowledge of what our employees should be getting paid, close to it, right?
Absolutely, Mr. Skinner, and it's also important. There's a wonderful advantage for us in the moment of stability because our claims experiences have allowed us to keep all of our rates the same. Our plan design is the same. So we are in open enrollment, as Rose said, but for the upcoming plan year, nothing will change for our employees. But we're planned, and we already have some meetings scheduled, and we're going to be diving further into the comparative data on how our benefits compare to our comparator localities, and we're going to look at how we can refine to improve and realize best value for our benefit design. And there'll be more heard about that this fall. A couple of board members have expressed interest in hearing about or even participating in focus groups and having engagement with the employees to discuss the benefit side of the total compensation equation. So we're going to be looking at that, and the nice thing is that nothing is changing in our existing benefit package for the coming enrollment year. We have this moment this fall to look at benefits, and then soon after that we'll be looking at, very soon after that, we'll be looking at the budget for next year's third of the implementation, and then following that, beginning to look at identifying, so what positions maybe got through the cracks a little bit or need attention in the next round, Mr. Skinner, so that this becomes, and we will develop as we go, the calendar for how do we develop management habits that keep abreast of market by using the Evergreen tool and staying healthy relative to both our pay and benefits.
Dr. Trampy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As has been mentioned several times, we're about to enter the enrollment period in 6 days. So our plan year is October 1st to September 30th.
Correct.
Our consultant from Aetna, or Anthem?
Or Evergreen? Or is it?
No.
Well,
no.
what are you referencing?
For the health
it's
insurance.
Anthem.
For
Blue
Anthem,
Cross Blue Shield.
suggested that plan benefits changes begin on January 1st. So we're really talking January 21st, 2019 then for any benefit changes?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Benton?
I hope we're still going to get some input on the 2-year implementation and not just a 3-year. This is about the third, fourth time I've mentioned this. I'd still like to see that, and maybe in the budget, Mr. Taylor, if we can at least have that seen on what it would cost or what it's going to take, instead of just focusing solely on the 3-year. I would like to see the 2-year, just to see whether we'll be able to do it or not. I have no idea. Also, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to let you know, I've made a note here that I will keep that option alive and identify that cost as we go. Do our best.
And I guess I do want to be a part of the focus group. I think I've mentioned that to you. What feedback have you gotten from the directors as far as because I know the employees have been given information on what they'll see or not see?
Correct. We actually gave a customized letter to every employee.
Yep.
And our process was that I actually gave those letters to each director so that a person could actually meet with the employee to talk about how the COLA and the applicable longevity and market adjustment impacted their specific wages. And I think that's actually been a really good process because we've had questions certainly, but it's been somewhat minimal compared to, I think, if people just kind of saw that in their paychecks or just, found a letter in their mailbox and had to interpret it without any guidance. To answer your question about how it was received by directors, the
employees, not just directors, employees.
Right. Employees, I think it's been favorable. I've yet to find an employee that says, you know what, I'm paid too much. So, I mean, you're going to have employees that are not, they would have hoped for more. But I think that most employees understood. A lot of them dialed in and looked online or, sat in and came to the meetings and really knew kind of what to anticipate even before the directors sat down and met with them. And I think all that information communication has been really helpful because it's kind of level set the expectations for people. So the feedback I've gotten has actually been pretty favorable. I haven't had employees go, oh my gosh, don't pay me that much. But I mean, have people felt sore about what they were getting? No. The response I've gotten was, I understand, even for part-timers that were only eligible for the COLA and not eligible for longevity or the market adjustment, the response has been positive.
Okay. I guess I would still like for us to look into the, since we're looking at benefits and stuff, the sick leave being used as part of the retirement, if we could look at that. And I guess lastly, just to remind, this may have changed. I don't know whether it has or not, but I know in the budget, in our pay discussions, at one of the meetings, I did bring up the fact that Mr. Udaly and our retired Chief Udaly and retired Chief Albert had brought to our attention the tax benefit for the health, and that I think at the time, if I'm remembering correctly, all board members shook their head yes, that they would like to see that move forward. This is a packet that I've given each of you, I think, several times, and I'd like to see that move forward. I know VRS said we couldn't do it; they wouldn't start taking applications again until October, but I think the board had agreed that would have been a good thing since it's allowed by, I guess, by Congress, number one, and it would give another benefit to the retirees. It may not be much, but $10 is $10, $25 is $25, and it's applicable to public safety only, I guess, which is unfortunate, but I wish it applied to everybody. But if they can get those a little extra savings by that, I'd appreciate it being
Understood.
pursued.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Questions? Okay, thank you, Rose.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, board members, next we have Ms. Parrish here with a follow-up. This is on the vehicle sales zoning ordinance amendment and has been under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. May I have the floor computer, please? So jumping right in, the definition in the zoning ordinance is vehicle sale, rental, and ancillary service establishment, and this has to do with both new and used car sales. They're permitted in Commercial 3, Industrial 1, and Industrial 2 zoning as a by right use. In speaking with Larry Sparks, who is our Motor Vehicle Dealer Board representative for this region, he has 109 independent dealers, which would be the used car dealers, and 10 franchise dealers, which would be the new car dealers, but they also sell used cars as well, that are permitted within the county by the state. The concerns that brought this about were the fact that dealers are locating on legally non-conforming sites. So these are properties that were zoned Commercial 3 or Industrial 1 or 2 when zoning was established in 1973. These may be sites where it was an old development, it may be a residential property, but it's zoned commercial. And because they're legally non-conforming sites, they're able to accommodate a permitted use in these zoning districts without going through formal site plan process and improving the site to current standards like you would see for other properties. And safe access to the site was a big concern. I heard cited a couple of times incidents of vehicles being unloaded on Route 1 and driven onto the lots. Sufficient area for loading and unloading the vehicles on the site. Display of vehicles on grass right up to the roadway in drive aisles so that it's difficult for customers to maneuver, know where to park their cars. So basically overloading of the sites. March 30th, the board adopted a resolution directing staff to prepare a code amendment for your consideration, and so that's what we're here tonight to discuss. The focus of this was really on those smaller sites. This is really kind of split between, do we have sufficient size of sites to accommodate the uses and the number of cars that they're proposing to put on the property, and then it's an enforcement issue as well. So the proposal before you this evening is to change the definition, divide it basically between large scale and small scale. Large scale would be 2+ acre sites, and of those commercial and industrial parcels in the county, there are 512 parcels that are under the large scale. The small scale would be less than 2 acres, and that's about 70% of the parcels. The large scale would continue to be permitted uses. The small scale would trigger a special use. As well, we have proposed established standards of review. This would be supplemental information that would be part of the special use review. Vehicle delivery statement, which deals how stock vehicles will be delivered onto the lot. Certified parking plan shows ingress, egress, loading zones, parking spaces, which ones would be for customers, employees, vehicle stock. The state requires a minimum of 10 spaces. And indicating safe ingress and egress to the site. So essentially what would happen is this would go through a special use process, and then these statements would be part of the approval process and enforceable. The Planning Commission did review this topic on June 7th, and they did recommend moving forward to the board for consideration. There was a question about boats being included. Originally, we thought they might be captured in this definition, but in fact, they're in a different definition. And when I looked at whether to include boats, I think the negative impacts were too great to approved boat dealers at this point in time, that it wasn't worthwhile to go down that road. Really, I think the issue is more with the automobile dealerships. The other big concern was about the 2-year window to reestablish a use on a legally non-conforming lot. And currently, the way our ordinance is written, with these non-conforming lots, if there is a vehicle sales establishment that moves out of that property, another one could be established within a 2-year window without any additional permitting required. So that right there was a concern that the Planning Commission expressed, that we wouldn't see as great a transition over on these lots to a higher development standard that would address some of these safety and fit issues with the community. The way our ordinance is written right now, it allows for that 2-year window. As I understand that, that's a discretionary item. But if the board desired to eliminate the 2-year window, that would apply across the board to legally non-conforming lots. It wouldn't just apply to the vehicle sales. So that would be a completely separate code amendment to consider. But without making any changes there, we still would have this 2-year window. So at this point in time, staff is just seeking direction. If the board desires to move forward to public hearings and consider this code amendment, I would just ask that you approve the resolution that was included in your packet.
Really quick, so could you go back to the slide one? I think it was. So basically what we're saying, and this didn't jump out at me, I just want to clarify it, is that we already have commercial 3, industrial 1, and industrial 2 zoning, but if it's less than 2 acres for a car lot car sales to happen on it, it'd have to have a special use permit.
Correct, and this would not affect businesses that are already established. This would only affect new ones coming in.
So they would still have to pay premium price for a commercial zone property, but they'd need a special use permit on top of that in the future if it's less than 2 acres.
Correct.
Okay, that answered my question. Any other questions from the board? Mr. Cibulo.
Yes, on the 2-year limitation, if a business leaves the lot, okay, and then another business could come in within 2 years without a special use permit.
Yes, and Rick Robertson is here from zoning. They deal with non-conforming lots and uses, so he would probably be the best person to answer your question in any detail.
Okay. Hi, Rick.
Yes, sir. There's a part of our ordinance recognizes non-conforming uses, and that is a 2-year window. For example, you would come in and I'm selling cars. Let's say I have Rick's car lot, and I leave, and then it could be Mr. Cibulo's car lot comes in behind me, and because that 2-year window is still open, you could in fact bring your business in there.
And can we change that?
Well, I would have to defer to the county attorney on that.
Well, what my question is, we have the 2-year window. This is something that's established?
Well, if you, for example, my business leaves and you come in and you say, well, look, I'm grandfathered in here for the use, we still have a development standard that we'd have to follow with them. And that could change. I mean, we could, I believe I'm correct on that.
Well, I think what my concern is that we could have 3 or 4 different businesses running in and out of there in a 2-year period.
Happens all the time.
Without a special use. Well, that's what I would put a stop to.
I hear
without
you.
the special use permit.
I hear you.
So what we're doing right now doesn't cover that.
That's correct.
And then my question, I revert back to my original question, what do we need to do to change that?
Well, I think, well, first of all, it would be a code amendment, but there is some state law out there that regulates non-conforming uses out there, and I think we're compelled to follow that. Again, I'd have to defer to the county attorney on this one.
I think Wanda's already stated that if you want to change that, you can change that. I mean, that's the law now. You're allowed to do that per the Virginia Code. You don't have to do that. But right now, there's a 2-year window grace period, so that if there's a non-conforming use that's on a parcel, they leave. It doesn't automatically revert to prevent anybody else from coming on. You have a 2-year grace window so that somebody else can come back in, and that's across all uses currently. And I don't know that you could parse that out to different uses. I think it would have to be across the board with respect to non-conforming.
That answers my question. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
A motion to move this to public hearing.
So there's a motion on the floor to move to public hearing the need for a special use permit for less than 2 acres on currently commercially zoned C3 and I1 and I2. Any other discussion?
I do, sir. I have a question for county attorney, please. Carl, if we, what Mr. Cibulo was talking about, so obviously what we're trying to prevent here is we're trying to cut down on our used car lots here. Okay, and what you've just told us is that we can't be prejudiced against them. If we do a 2-year non-conforming part of the code, we got to do it for every business?
That's something we'd have to look at, whether you could parse that out or not. But I would.
And I'm sorry, but I would say that I would really rather know what we can do before we go to a public hearing on this, because my intent is to cut down on these small, ugly-looking car lots that we have out there. And if we can't distinguish between them, then let's really look at what impact we're having to again, you've located this with 2 acres. The small part are 2 acres let. What happens if there's a business out there that is 2 acres or less, or 3 acres? Does it go into the larger category for non-conforming? Because
Well, non-conforming would apply to any acreage. So yes, if there was a non-conforming lot that was under 2 acres that had an existing used car lot on it, they vacated the premises and another used car dealer came along, within 2 years, they could locate there without the special use permit.
is there a difference like for a franchise? Is there
No,
any
not
difference
under
for
the-
franchise? So what we're saying is
It applies
if a
across the
large
board.
franchise dealership leaves town, somebody can come into it within a 2-year period without a special use permit.
Correct. And if it was large, it probably wouldn't require a special use permit even under this proposal because it would be on more than 2 acres.
Oh, okay, so, yeah, okay, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. I would like to know prior to going to public hearing, I mean, if you think we can have it prior to public hearing, but I would like to know that before we go into it because we need to get rid of some of these, especially on Route 1. You cannot get into some of these things to even park your car. You have to park them, and that's just, I believe it's south of Thornburg is one of them. I mean, we just really have to look at that, and I would like, but if you want to take it to public hearing, that's fine, but before we do anything after that, we need to know what we can do on those 2 acres or less, non-conforming.
We'll certainly answer that question for you. Whether you want to delay this from going to public hearing before, while you await that answer, you can, but we'll certainly, we'll get that to you pretty expeditiously. So I would think that you would have that by the time it came back to y'all.
Yeah, we could move forward with authorizing the public hearing and have that question answered as a part of it.
Sure, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Wanda, the resolution to actually initiate this has already been adopted. This was more of a work session to essentially gain and make sure you are still comfortable with this before going back and doing the public hearings for the Planning Commission, so.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion? We have a motion on the floor, roll call vote. Mr. Yakubowski.
Aye.
Mr. Sebula.
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin.
No.
Mr. Benton.
Aye.
Dr. Trampy.
Aye.
Mr. Skinner.
Aye.
And the chair is nay. Okay. It takes us to informal matters. Thank you, Wanda.
Thank you.
Information, Mr. Chairman, there were 2 items I wanted to address particularly. One, Supervisor Skinner had requested consideration that we hold that the board hold its September 26, 2017 work session at the Shannon Airport. This was a item or an activity discussed earlier in the year, and we had problems with the date. Now we're looking at September 26. Wanted to remind the board estimated cost from IT would be between $3,000 and $4,000. That could be, I believe, expended from tourism funds to the extent that this would promote tourism by showcasing the airport and the airport museum. As a benchmark, public hearing for the budget at Cortland High School cost us $3,700 and some dollars to produce at that location this year. So that's about what it would cost. And the direction of the board is sought on the matter because we would need, check me on this, Carl, a resolution by the board to be adopted at your first meeting in September in order to authorize advertisement and noticing for the second meeting to be held at the airport. And we would strive to keep public hearing matters and other more complex business off the agenda so that we could keep that a simple and enjoyable meeting in a unique environment.
Any discussion?
just say that this is really for tourism. This was not for really, when we did it, we were going to do it strictly to keep tourism there, have, economic development here, tourism here, and just leave it to as a subject of tourism that night. It's not to really cover business. I mean, if we had an emergency, that's fine. But I think we have to think out of the box here in the county and display some of the features that we have around this county. I will also say that right now I will not vote on this. I will abstain from any vote tonight because, as you know, I am an employee of the Shannon Airport. Okay? So I will not vote on this. I will abstain.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm not in favor of this for the cost, for one thing. But at our budget hearings, there was a lot of people upset when we said we were moving down there. Granted, that was during the public or the budget season or time, but I just don't know that this is worth spending another $3,700 at the airport. Didn't we give them $50,000 in the budget to help them along this year? So I think we've already done our fair share of supporting the airport, and I'm not going to support it, moving it, just because of the reaction from the public in the last time.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Or anybody going to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to have our September 26, 2017 work session at the Shannon Airport.
Okay. We'll do any other discussion?
And that would be to direct staff to prepare a resolution for y'all to consider at the next meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other discussion? Roll call vote. Mr. Yakubowski.
Aye.
Mr. Sabula.
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin.
No.
Mr. Benton.
No.
Dr. Trampy.
Aye.
And the chair is no. So a 3-3 fails, right? Okay. Okay.
Next item, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to bring back and highlight for the board's attention a board communication that was sent out by our planning director, Ms. Parrish, that was providing detail on the record pertaining to discussions of special service districts in the context of the Jackson Village and Alexander's Crossing rezonings. There were varying recollections of representations of the developers, and that information was provided by Ms. Parrish to clarify the issue. I wanted to bring that forward and also to take note of the fact that Supervisor McLaughlin was not at that meeting, and he was one of several supervisors that had requested that the item be brought forward. So I wanted to bring this information back for any direction from the board.
Well, for the benefit of the public, could I get Wanda to come up and rehash what was stated and send out to all the board members an email, but I don't think the public knows.
Certainly. So the board communication was related to the Special Service District as a follow-up to the board report. What I did was I went back and looked at the two board meetings where those statements were made by in both cases it was Charlie Payne representing the developer.
And that was for Alexander Crossing
And Jackson Village.
Thank you.
So Jackson Village was on 6/23 of 15, and Mr. McLaughlin asked about the Special Service District, and Charlie Payne responded, quote, "At our last meeting, we were agreeable to be part of a SSD if the county passes one regarding our commercial footprint." And then for Alexander's Crossing on 12/8 of 15, Mr. McLaughlin again asked about the Special Service District for Alexander's Crossing, just as had been asserted for Jackson Village, and Mr. Payne responded, quote, one of the comments was that the rate may be upwards of 40 cents. And Mr. Payne responded, quote, "I don't recollect 40 cents, Mr. McLaughlin, but you may have a better recollection than me. Certainly a project of this size in that region would participate in a regional SSD, as would Jackson Village."
All right. So again, for my fellow board members, I remembered that they had agreed with an SSD on their commercial property, and that's why I had asked for it to come up last time. So now I guess we can open up to further discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, when these large rezonings came before the board, part of their overall presentation and was to, not to offer up or voluntarily submit to an SSD to help put roads and various infrastructure within those areas down there based on the impact of those things. So, I guess I was under the impression based on that we would institute an SSD on those Jackson Village and Alexander's Crossing per the developer's agreement, somewhere in that 25 to 30 cents on that area for infrastructure projects within there. So we haven't done that. And I don't, obviously from the previous public hearings, they're not objecting to it. That was part of their overall, I guess, incentive for the county to approve those zonings. So what I was hoping that we would do is, we would move this forward and have some suggestions, whether it's whatever the target SSD value is, that we bring forward some projects that SSD would fund, whether it's some of the different infrastructure and bridges and roads down that Massaponax area that are going to be impacted by these projects. So of course, as that area grows, the larger it grows, the bigger the assessment, the larger that potential SSD pays for the infrastructure. So that's what was stated. So I just hope that we'd move forward with that. So I don't know if there was any issues.
Yes, sir. I agree with what you're saying. If you're considering commercial.
Yes.
Okay, remember, it gotten to the point where we're going to do residential. I believe that
Actually,
people-
Mr. Skinner, we were just talking about it.
Well, no, no, we're just talking about it. But when I said when residential was brought up, we'd be setting a precedence if we put an SSD over residential.
You are.
So, okay, that's all our discussion was. I just want to clarify that. In any commercial thing like that whatsoever, if you want to put an SSD, and they said to entertain the idea, I'm sure, and whether or not it was specified commercial, because when you talk SSD, you're talking commercial. We have never done the SSD in residential. So I just want to clarify that question.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And I agree. The developer was specific. I mean, they did not want to entertain anything other than commercial. And that's what I think we should move forward with on these, is bring back a plan, is if we implemented SSDs on the Jackson Village, Alexander's Crossing at, is it 30 cents?
And now I ask is that we need to look at what they proffered also. If I'm not mistaken, they proffered a 4-lane highway to a certain position. They also proffered the bridge going over 95.
That's right.
So what I'm saying is let's look at the additional infrastructure that may be affected, that we need, and let's come up with, if that's what we're going to do, let's do it on stuff considering what they've already proffered to us.
Correct. So, Mr. Skinner, and my understanding of SSDs is the infrastructure or the funds from that SSD must be spent inside that SSD. So whether you develop one that's over, maybe encompasses Jackson Village and Alexander's Crossing as one SSD, all of those those proceeds from that SSD would be used to fund infrastructure within that SSD. So based on what Mr. Skinner just said, they've already proffered bridges and some roads and stuff like that. Well, we can use the SSD to enhance or to expand or extend what they've already proffered. And that's kind of what I like to see you bring back to us, is if here's what was proffered, maybe on a map of Alexander's Crossing, Jackson Village, here's what's already been proffered by the developers, and here's what we could do with an SSD. Here's how we would offset. Maybe we fund it initially, or we borrow the funds, and then we use the SSD to, pay the debt service on the loans or on the bonds or so. But that's kind of the plan I'd like to bring forward, because we're not going to have any opposition because the developers both agreed to it as part of their development.
And really, that's okay. I'm just saying, remember, we'll take the, I believe the Cosner East is because of the bridge that we put over 95 for HCA, and that SSD is specifically to pay off the bridge that we did, if I'm not mistaken.
And Harrison Crossing still has an SSD to date that was paid for the improvements to the Route 3. And there's still an SSD in place there to help pay, or they're still paying on the debt service, I believe, on the road work that was done to expand Route 3 and along Harrison Crossing. And they never did finish that $14 million section, which was...
Dr. Trampy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned the last time we discussed this, my concern all along has been that the commercial side of Alexander's Crossing will never materialize. So I guess my concern at this point is if we put a 30-cent SSD on that property, will that discourage businesses from coming in?
Mr. Benton.
Yeah. Is it just for the commercial?
That would be a board decision.
As me personally, I'm hesitant to do anything on the commercial there because, as Dr. Trampy said, I think it would put, especially if you go 20 or 30 cents, 40 cents, whatever it is, I think that's going to have implications in bringing business in there from the get-go. I'm more interested in seeing it on the unbuilt homes and apartments that are not even there. The folks coming in that are using all the services and putting the drain on the roads and everything else pay for it. And I'm certainly not talking 20 cents, 10 cents, or anything, maybe up to 5 cents. That's what that would support. But to tax business that's going to come in and bring revenue, and then they have to compete with with other businesses in very close proximity. I know if I was a business, I know where I'd go, and it wouldn't be at Alexandria Heights or whatever the two were called. I wouldn't be there. So,
Mr. Chair, two things I want to clarify is that this was part of the overall proposal given by the developer, who's done his math and he's done his numbers. And the fact that he's paying an extra 25 or 30 cents on an SSD because the revenues are going back into the infrastructure, which makes this project more attractive to developers. So Harrison Crossing has an SSD, and it's been on since the beginning, and it's grown throughout, and it really hasn't been that much of an impact to it. And I pay that too, so I have a property there, so I understand what an SSD is. One thing, I asked a question about that in the past about residential, and they said probably one of the better things might be an impact fee, where you assess a new residential property with an transportation impact fee, vice an SSD. That way you can, assess a transportation cost for new homes or growth. And I think it's basically getting to the same point without putting an SSD.
are we able to do that now, or is it too late for any of that?
My understanding, we have to request that impact fees, right? We have to request it from the
I think
legislature.
Mark sent something out to the board on, did you send to the?
The board does have some authority regarding road impact fees.
Correct. Transportation only.
Yeah, it has to be implemented in certain, there's restrictions on it and things, but the board does have, authority to implement road impact fees.
If we're doing SSD though, with one, you might as well do it with all. I mean, like I said, and this would be on the unbuilt, I don't think either of these have really got anything on the roof right now, do they?
There are 2 apartment complexes in Jackson Village that are moving forward. They're in the site plan process. They're moving earth.
But nobody in them, right?
Yeah, nothing has been constructed, nothing vertically.
Are apartments considered commercial?
I believe they would be, yes.
Okay.
That was going to be my question.
All right.
Mr. Jakubowski.
Thanks. A couple issues. Number one, I was the one who brought it up that I don't remember them saying anything about an SSD. It wasn't part of their proposal. It wasn't in any of the packages, was it?
No, I don't believe it was. It was part of the presentation, the question and answer period of the presentation.
Legally, they can't.
Right. So at some point, a supervisor asked if they would be amenable to an SSD. And they said, sure, according to our previous discussions, which I was not a part of. That's number one. Number two, has anybody talked to him since? It's been 2 years. So we're going to approve something 2 years ago and then 2 years later say, oh, by the way, here's 40 cents on top of that. You already sold off 2 apartment buildings. You're trying to, get commercial to locate there. But by the way, you agreed to it 2 years ago. Has anybody talked to him?
Mr. Chair, I have spoken to their attorney, and he says that's what they offered. And part of it was that their proffers, like you've argued many times, that the developers aren't proffering enough. So this is, in a sense, their offer of enhancing their offer to the county to approve these large developments. So I'm not sure why we're resisting. It's not like we're asking for this specifically. They volunteered this as part of their rezoning applications.
Okay.
Particularly in that area where we have the, some of our biggest transportation issues.
Right, so we don't take the proffers, but then we put a tax district on them, hoping that that tax district generates enough money to do the work that needs to be done in there. So, and what you had said, Mr. McLaughlin, was that the county might front the money, hoping to have the tax district pay it back, which I think is an awful idea. Remember, Lee's Park still has commercial parcels on prime corners that are still not developed 17 years later, or 15 years later. So banking on commercial coming in there, I'm just not sure what we're going to generate. And then according to your memo, we're losing out on about $50,000 over the past 2 years, I do believe, is roughly what the number comes up to be. If they, the developers come and say, sure, you can put this on top of us, I have no problem with that. I am just very concerned because I did hear from a mutual friend that one of the developers, when they heard about this, said, I had no idea that you were coming after me 2 years later. And so I think there's some miscommunication that needs to be cleared up, because if they're already moving ahead without this on there and they don't want it, that's completely different than them agreeing to it today. If they agreed to it 2 years ago and we didn't do anything, that's up to the county. It's not up to them.
Mr. Sabula.
Yeah, I'm concerned that all of a sudden, we're going to be collecting a tax. For what? What are we collecting this tax for? What are we going to do with this money? What is the specific proposal or improvement that we're going to do? That concerns me. It just, I don't know. You just don't tax people and don't even tell them what you're doing.
Mr. Chair, part of the SSD is you're required to identify what the project is, and the funds go to that project. So it would be part of it. That's why I'm initiating this discussion. If we're going to move forward with it, you have to determine what the projects that you'd want to do, what rate it should be. And since both developers agreed to this when they got the rezoning 2 years ago, I don't see why the situation's changed. If you made the proffers, they don't get to wipe those out because it's been 2 years.
So again, that's a process, and Carl, correct me if I'm wrong, you have to have a public hearing to move forward, identify those projects, and that's where we're at. So that's the process, Mr. Sabula, that we follow. So I'm not sure where that's coming from, because you do identify what that's going to be used for when you go through the public hearings and set that rate. And for me, just to say, I have been on staff at least 12 months to bring this forward. I do not know why it hasn't, and that's a separate issue. But I have been ever since this discussion came up and those zonings were approved for some major impacts to traffic in the area. We talk about needing extra funds. We talk about needing, and here's like, why didn't we do it? I don't know. Do you have other comments, Mr. Spula?
Yes, I do. I believe that there were significant proffers for transportation within both of those projects. And again, identify to me what's there. One of these projects is in my district. I don't see anything that needs to be done at this point in time. Nobody's ever discussed it with me. So
you have no transportation needs in Berkeley. Is that what you're saying? In this
transportation needs within Berkeley, SSD, you must use that money within the project.
So you don't have any needs there?
I don't know what those needs are at this point in time. Okay. I know that there are.
I'm sure there are.
There are transportation projects that were in that package, and they were identified at the time, and they're not extra. If we're wanting to put something extra in, tell me what they are, and then I can support this.
So, Mr. Ross, I was going to say that's what the process is right now, is I'm asking staff to identify those projects, identify the projects that have been laid out. Are there other areas within those potential SSDs that we would apply those resources towards? And this is the first step in that process. Really, it's a second step. The developers, part of the rezoning request, said, yes, we would be amenable to entering into one of those because it's going to enhance our developments with that new infrastructure. That was all laid out. So this is nothing new. And again, SSDs aren't new to all of us because we've all voted in support of SSDs since we've been on the board. Cosner's Corner, Harrison Crossing. Every time we've increased them before on both of those. So these aren't new. So and both of those are tied to existing projects.
You're right in what you're saying. What we have to do, you've asked the process to identify the need. Right now, we can't identify a need in there because they really haven't started to build, to see what it is. I mean, I'm sure, just like we did with HCA. When HCA needed the bridge across the 95 to get open, that was an identified thing. We put an SSD so that every acre brought $50,000 to the county to pay for it because it had to be there. It had to be done. So what we're saying is, I'm not disagreeing with your process at all, but there's no way right now that I could identify in Jackson Village what the needs are because we have nobody living there. We've got planned development. You know, they're coming up. Let's see what it is once we need. But with the proffers that were given to us, we think we have met our transportation needs with the 4-lane highway, with the additional bridge over 95 and stuff of that nature. And that's already paid for. That's already in the profits. So I don't know, Wanda, how you're going to identify in that area what the needs are. I mean, if you're talking about Route 1 traffic and stuff like that, there's still, you know, we're going to have to look at that closely before we go to that. We've got a 4-lane highway. We've got lights coming down there. I mean, there's been all part of the proffers.
I'm just curious though, because on one side of me here, I hear it's been 2 years, you can't do it now. On the other side, I hear it's too soon, nothing's built. We need to wait. So I'm just going to point that out to the board that we have some logic flowing here that's not conclusive.
No, David,
with each
that's
other.
not the truth. That's
It's
not
not
the
logic.
truth at
What
all.
that is are two
That
different
is not-
opinions, sir.
Excuse me. So, okay, there's two different opinions here. Mr. Skinner, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I do want to say something, and that's very simple. On Route 3, you have a need. You have identified a need over there, and that's why you got an SSD over there. I do not have a need yet. If you will identify a need for me, then bring it to it. And I don't think you took the other explanation or opinion in the right manner of what we were speaking.
So, as we've discussed, doing this process is part of identifying the need, correct? And Mr. Yakubowski, did you have something you'd like to say?
Yeah, I did. Let me clarify if it was muddled. I'm saying that if a developer who's developing land at the time agrees to an SSD and then nothing is done for 2 years, let's double check with them to make sure that they don't have projects going along that all of a sudden now, what do? They have 2 apartment buildings that are going up. Those, are they now going to be thrown into the SSD? Or are they going to back out and hurt deals? How are we going to do this is my point. And so I think that we need to check, and what I had stated was one of the developers was floored that this was being brought up 2 years later. So there's miscommunication all over the place. This has been handled, I think, in a very poor way, and I'll be kind with that. That, number one, there were discussions apparently going on about this that the board was not privy to, that some supervisors were having with the developer, but not having with all supervisors, because I did not have any of these discussions at all with the developers at all. So, and so I'm just saying and I think that it does get back to what Mr. Sabula was saying. You have 2 undeveloped parcels of land that had identified proffers in there for the transportation issues. How do you then identify what is needed in those rezonings when they were apparently not only identified but fully funded with those proffers? So I'm not sure what is going to be going on, and I think that we can go through the process and find out. That's fine, but there's many questions that are here, and I think a lot of misinformation that needs to be cleared up.
So, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, and that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm asking the staff to come back with a recommendation as far as, based on the rezoning hearings that we were all attended, that we wanted to just read back what was stated by the developers themselves agreeing to these, regardless if you agree with it or not, that was stated. All right, now let's try to implement them based on the discussions and the rezonings we had. If you could come back with, this is a recommended SSD. These are based on the proffers. These are the additional projects, because there were a lot of other road connections that were laid out there that weren't part of the proffers. It was connecting, is it Spotsylvania Parkway or Spotsylvania Avenue, all the way over to Jackson Village, I believe, was a road that would be paid for by the county, not by the developer. So there are other opportunities out there to pay for some of these things. But that's all I've heard, and Mr. Yakubowski, you harp on this a lot, that the developers aren't paying their fair share of the proffers. Well, here's an opportunity for the developers who voluntarily agreed to enter into it. Now you're saying, no, we don't want those additional resources for the county. So all I'm saying now is, let's do the process. It can come back to us, then we can have a logical discussion and ask all of those questions that you think haven't been answered. That's all I'm asking at this point.
If I may. Number one, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying that there's questions that need to be answered. And I've asked, have you talked to the developers? You said you talked to their lawyer. So if they're agreeable to that, that's fine, but I have different information, and I'm saying we need to nail that down before we go through this process and look like bigger fools than we currently do by coming here 2 years later and trying to implement something down there. Number two, I voted against both of those projects. Number one, because they were underfunded, in my opinion, and we did have funding for things that shouldn't have been done. For example, we have land down there. When can we access that land? Well, you can't access it until the infrastructure is put in. Well, when is that? We don't know. We can only use it for civic reasons. We can't sell it, even though it was given to us at prime cost. There are reasons that I voted against it, not just because of that. And I do look for ways to pay for infrastructure. The road that you're talking about from Spotsylvania Avenue down to Germanna, that's not even close to being in this SSD unless we throw Germanna and all of those businesses in there, because it can't be outside the SSD. So I'm not against looking at it. That's fine. Let's take a look at it. But let's get some of these questions answered, because we have miscommunication going on. And if the developers are not still agreeable to it, I'm not agreeable to it.
I've got a question for our attorney. Back when we had proffers, and back when we did proffers, they had to be written and included in the package. I don't see anything in the package that says anything at all about SSD. It was merely a discussion that took place.
That's right. There wasn't anything in the final proffers regarding an SSD. It was verbal comments made by their attorney at the hearing. That's correct.
Carl,
Yes.
can't put SSDs in the proffers, can you, legally?
No, they wanted to actually put some of that language in the proffers, but legally there were comments offered that wasn't a recommendation that our office would make. So those were actually removed. But I do recall that they were part of it at some point. But yeah, what it ended up being was there's nothing in the written proffers, but there was a verbal representation.
So, Carl, your recollection is that the developers actually wanted to proffer an SSD, but you took it out because it was illegal to do so.
I believe that was the legal recommendation, correct? And like I said, this is just to my recollection. I'll have to double check exactly, but to my recollection, I do recall that.
So what does staff need from us right now?
The object in bringing the matter back, Mr. Chairman, was to get direction from the board on whether, and if so, how to proceed with the formulation of a suggestion, I will call it, of an SSD for consideration by the board. What I've heard from the discussion, if I can extract a couple of pieces, one is that it would apply only to a hypothetical SSD to be brought back for consideration, would apply only to Jackson Village and Alexander's Crossing, would apply only to the commercial portions of those projects, and they would, a key piece of the undertaking for staff is to identify what additional infrastructure beyond the road improvements that were proffered, what additional infrastructure might be considered for funding through the SSD mechanism. That's what I've got so far, and given, and if I may, an SSD is a supplemental exaction on the real estate tax, and I appreciate that that is a significant. Dr. Trampy made a comment last year on the enormous power of government to tax. It is a significant action to take. It is one that the developer clearly on this record, or his counsel agreed to, even wanted to proffer to. So I want to be clear to have direction of a majority of the board to do the work that's necessary to bring back such a proposal. And if there are any other parameters that I've left out, please let us know.
I would still like some sort of information on the residential. If, you know, I'm questionable on the commercial. I'll tell you that now. I don't know. I'll definitely hear the information, see the information, and go over it, but that's my own personal.
Might it be helpful to identify the potential additional infrastructure projects beyond those proffered, and then look at potential application either to the entirety of the two developments or to the commercial portion thereof, which was the part that was apparently, at least in one of the two cases, agreed to, or agreement was expressed by Mr. Payne, and I think that would be a doable task. Wanda, please comment as you see fit.
Yes, it would be doable.
Okay. Well, do you need more guidance than that?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, then, thank you, Wanda.
Carl, that brings us to your report.
No report.
Board reports, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we got board reports. Mr. Skinner.
I'd like to hold my board report until after our closed meeting, possibly. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Trampy.
No report.
Mr. Batten.
No report.
Mr. Yakubowski.
Thank you. A couple of things. I'd asked staff about this before, and if we can check into this again. A couple of things were mentioned this evening from residents who came and spoke at the public hearing, and it was about our policy regarding rezonings, land use changes, all that kind of stuff. And one of the issues that I hear from people when I go to community meetings, which I went to back about a month ago, was how do they stick with the process? Something is going on. How do they keep notified? Because the community meeting is one thing, but then there's little contact for them unless they're, within a certain range about what is going to be happening. So my question was, could we have some type of web presence on our website where you can click on the projects and currently see where they are in the process, so that the residents out there could, check the website when they see something going on, they see the signs that are posted. Perhaps we can do something else with the posting, maybe push them towards our website with some signage, something like that, just to open up the process and be easier to access for our residents. Two other things. There was, last year, we had done a regional legislative agenda, and I'm wondering where that might be, if we're going to continue to do that, if we're going to do our regional dinners and get-togethers or whatever that, whatever form that might take. And then the other thing, and I still have questions about, is FAMPO. I think it was on Facebook, and somebody else had told me about it too, so I went and looked, and they're sponsoring an ad asking what people think of VRE running on the weekends. And so I have no idea where that is in the process, what that would look like, what that would mean for our county. But I've heard nothing of it. I saw a Facebook ad. So if there's any information or somebody can point me to where that information might be, that would be great, which leads me to, again, push for a FAMPO agenda of what we want out of the Regional Transportation Authority when it comes to what this board is looking for. Thank you.
Mr. Sabula.
Yes, in going over committees and so forth recently, I'm going to say it came to my attention that the annual report that's supposed to be given by the chairman of the committees on attendance of the committee meetings throughout the year, I don't recall seeing one in the last 3 years. And there may have been one. I don't recall seeing one, is all that I'm saying. And having thought about that, you know, we appoint people to, reappoint people to committees or appoint people to committees 1 January normally. And I would like to see that annual report done and positioned, given to the board the first meeting in December, so that the action could be taken 1 January to make decisions on who needs to stay on a committee or who needs to be replaced, et cetera. And then secondly, having thought about that for a while, I thought, well, one of the things that I've noticed in the minutes of meetings is when we have absentee members at our Board of Supervisors meetings, there's never any reason given due to the absence. And we're all elected officials, and I believe that if we're going to be absent at a meeting, that that should be reported in the minutes as why the absence took place. It just makes common sense. I think the general public needs to know that. If you're elected to be at a meeting and you're not there, then they need to know why you're not there, whether it be a work-related or a sickness or a vacation. I think it just makes common sense. That may call for a change to our bylaws, but I would like that to be looked into and move forward. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McLaughlin.
Just a quick, I got a letter in the mail here, and this is really for Paul, but I'm going to, Mark, if you could look into this. There was just a single piece of paper, no return address. Trash at Salem Fields Townhouses, Taney, furniture, mattresses, etc., some since May. Can you help? Can you have somebody look into that or address that, or just, so I want to pass it on to Paul. That's yours.
Here you go. Here
Thanks.
you go, Paul.
That's all I have.
Okay. I have one thing, and I know my fellow board members are going to call me hypocritical now. So I do not like when board members hand out things at the last minute, and I just handed out something at the last minute. So what I will say is I will not make a motion to change our bylaws tonight. But if anybody else wants to, off of what I'm going to propose, I'd like to at least consider it at our next meeting. And I do know that because it's not the first of the year, you do need 2/3 of a majority to do this. So I just happened to be talking to Bob Thomas, who's also a supervisor up in Stafford County. And we have our daytime jobs. We sometimes intermix with that. And Section 6.6, I've handed out to all the board members from the Stafford County bylaws, basically say action on certain matters in election years. And I'll read it out. And again, if no action's taken tonight, I would ask that this be put on our agenda for our first meeting in September. In any year in which members of the board are elected in a general election, the board shall not take any action or vote in November or December regarding any of the following types of matters. 1, rezoning applications. 2, conditional use permit applications. 3, comprehensive plan amendments. 4, zoning text amendments. 5, land acquisitions, excluding those acquisitions associated with approved projects in the CIP. 6, borrowing money. 7, appointments to any boards, authorities, commissions, and/or committees. And/or 8, budget amendments except prior year reappropriations after the county's financial statements are completed. So again, I won't make a motion. If any board member wants to make a motion to amend our bylaws tonight on this, again, it's last minute, and I understand. So if I hear silence, I've just asked Mark to put that on our agenda for the first meeting in September. And that's all I've got. With that, I think we have a closed door session.
This will be your resolution to adjourn into closed meeting, whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose, or the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, specifically discussion of real properties in the Berkeley and Lees Hill districts. And whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors desires to adjourn into closed meeting for consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel, specifically relating to board policies and procedures. And whereas pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2, 3711A3 and 8, such discussions may occur in closed meeting. Now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors does hereby authorize discussion of the aforestated matters.
Okay, do I have a motion? So moved. All right, ayes?
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it.
Whereas the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2, 3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law, now therefore be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors hereby returns to open meeting and certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convened in the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Mr. Jakubowski.
Aye.
Mr. Sebula.
Aye.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Aye.
Mr. Benton.
Aye.
Dr. Trampy.
Aye.
Mr. Skinner.
Aye.
And the chair is aye.
That's the end of your agenda, Mr. Chairman. Next board meeting of the Board of Supervisors is September 12th, 2017 at 4:30 p.m.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
All right, call the question. The ayes?
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it.